The universe would have contained mostly photons, electrons, and neutrinos, and their antiparticles, together with some protons and neutrons. As the universe continued to expand, and the temperature to drop, the rate at which electrons and the electron pairs were being produced in collisions would have fallen below the rate at which they were being destroyed by annihilation. So most of the electrons and anti-electrons would have annihilated each other to produce more photons, leaving behind only a few electrons. About 100 seconds after the Big Bang, the temperature would have fallen to 1,000 million degrees, the temperature inside the hottest stars. At this temperature, protons and neutrons would no longer have sufficient energy to escape the attraction of the strong nuclear force. They would start to combine together to produce the nuclei of atoms of deuterium, or heavy hydrogen, which contain one proton and one neutron. The deuterium nuclei would then have combined with more protons and neutrons to make helium nuclei, which contain 2 protons and 2 neutrons. There would also be small amounts of a couple of heavier elements, lithium and beryllium. One can calculate that in the hot Big Bang model about a quarter of the protons and neutrons would have been converted into helium nuclei, along with a small amount of heavy hydrogen and other elements. The remaining neutrons would have decayed into protons, which are the nuclei of ordinary hydrogen atoms. These predictions agree very well with what is observed. The hot Big Bang model also predicts that we should be able to observe the radiation left over from the hot early stages. However, the temperature would have been reduced to a few degrees above absolute zero by the expansion of the universe. This is the explanation of the microwave background of radiation that was discovered by Penzias and Wilson in 1965. We are therefore thoroughly confident that we have the right picture, at least back to about 1 second after the Big Bang. Within only a few hours of the Big Bang, the production of helium and other elements would have stopped. And after that, for the next million years or so, the universe would have just continued expanding, without anything much happening. Eventually, once the temperature had dropped to a few thousand degrees, the electrons and nuclei would no longer have had enough energy to overcome the electromagnetic attraction between them. They would then have started combining to form atoms. The universe as a whole would have continued expanding and cooling. However, in regions that were slightly denser than average, the expansion would have been slowed down by extra gravitational attraction. This would eventually stop expansion in some regions and cause them to start to recollapse. As they were collapsing, the gravitational pull of matter outside these regions might start them rotating slightly. As the collapsing region got smaller, it would spin faster, just as skaters spinning on ice spin faster as they draw in their arms. Eventually, when the region got small enough, it would be spinning fast enough to balance the attraction of gravity. In this way, disk-like rotating galaxies were born. As time went on, the gas in the galaxies would break up into smaller clouds that would collapse under their own gravity. As these contracted, the temperature of the gas would increase until it became hot enough to start nuclear reactions. These would convert the hydrogen into more helium, and the heat given off would raise the pressure, and so stop the clouds from contracting any further. They would remain in this state for a long time as stars, like our Sun, burning hydrogen into helium and radiating the energy as heat and light. More massive stars would need to be hotter to balance their stronger gravitational attraction. This would make the nuclear fusion reactions proceed so much more rapidly that they would use up their hydrogen in as little as 100 million years. They would then contract slightly and, as they heated up further, would start to convert helium into heavier elements like carbon or oxygen. This, however, would not release much more energy, so a crisis would occur, as I described in my lecture on black holes. What happens next is not completely clear, but it seems likely that the central regions of the star would collapse to a very dense state, such as a neutron star or black hole. The outer regions of the star may get blown off in a tremendous explosion called a supernova, which would outshine all the other stars in the galaxy. Some of the heavier elements produced near the end of the star's life would be flung back into the gas in the galaxy. They would provide some of the raw material for the next generation of stars. Our own Sun contains about 2% of these heavier elements because it is a second or third generation star. It was formed some 5,000 million years ago out of a cloud of rotating gas containing the debris of earlier supernovas. Most of the gas in that cloud went to form the Sun or got blown away. However, a small amount of the heavier elements collected together to form the bodies that now orbit the Sun as planets, like the Earth. Open questions. This picture of a universe that started off very hot and cooled as it expanded is in agreement with all the observational evidence that we have today. Nevertheless, it leaves a number of important questions unanswered. First, why was the early universe so hot? Second, why is the universe so uniform on a large scale? Why does it look the same at all points of space and in all directions? Third, why did the universe start out with so nearly the critical rate of expansion to just avoid recollapse? If the rate of expansion 1 second after the Big Bang had been smaller by even 1 part in 100,000 million, the universe would have recollapsed before it ever reached its present size. On the other hand, if the expansion rate at 1 second had been larger by the same amount, the universe would have expanded so much that it would be effectively empty now. Fourth, despite the fact that the universe is so uniform and homogeneous on a large scale, it contains local lumps such as stars and galaxies. These are thought to have developed from small differences in the density of the early universe from one region to another. What was the origin of these density fluctuations? The general theory of relativity, on its own, cannot explain these features or answer these questions. This is because it predicts that the universe started off with infinite density at the Big Bang singularity. At the singularity, general relativity, and all other physical laws would break down. One cannot predict what would come out of the singularity. As I explained before, this means that one might as well cut any events before the Big Bang out of the theory, because they can have no effect on what we observe. Space-time would have a boundary, a beginning at the Big Bang. Why should the universe have started off at the Big Bang in just such a way as to lead to the state we observe today? Why is the universe so uniform and expanding at just the critical rate to avoid recollapse? One would feel happier about this if one could show that quite a number of different initial configurations for the universe would have evolved to produce a universe like the one we observe. If this is the case, a universe that developed from some sort of random initial conditions should contain a number of regions that are like what we observe. There might also be regions that were very different. However, these regions would probably not be suitable for the formation of galaxies and stars. These are essential prerequisites for the development of intelligent life, at least as we know it. Thus, these regions would not contain any beings to observe that they were different. When one considers cosmology, one has to take into account the selection principle that we live in a region of the universe that is suitable for intelligent life. This fairly obvious and elementary consideration is sometimes called the anthropic principle. Suppose, on the other hand, that the initial state of the universe had to be chosen extremely carefully to lead to something like what we see around us. Then the universe would be unlikely to contain any region in which life would appear. In the hot Big Bang model that I described earlier, there was not enough time in the early universe for heat to have flowed from one region to another. This means that different regions of the universe would have had to have started out with exactly the same temperature in order to account for the fact that the microwave background has the same temperature in every direction we look. Also, the initial rate of expansion would have had to be chosen very precisely for the universe not to have recollapsed before now. This means that the initial state of the universe must have been very carefully chosen indeed if the hot Big Bang model was correct right back to the beginning of time. It would be very difficult to explain why the universe should have begun in just this way, except as the act of a God who intended to create beings like us. The inflationary model. In order to avoid this difficulty with the very early stages of the hot Big Bang model, Alan Guth at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology put forward a new model. In this, many different initial configurations could have evolved to something like the present universe. He suggested that the early universe might have had a period of very rapid or exponential expansion. This expansion is said to be inflationary, an analogy with the inflation in prices that occurs to a greater or lesser degree in every country. The world record for price inflation was probably in Germany after the First War, when the price of a loaf of bread went from under a mark to millions of marks in a few months. But the inflation we think may have occurred in the size of the universe was much greater even than that, 1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 times in only a tiny fraction of a second. Of course, that was before the present government. Guth suggests that the universe started out from the Big Bang very hot. One would expect that at such high temperatures, the strong and weak nuclear forces and the electromagnetic force would all be unified into a single force. As the universe expanded, it would cool, and particle energies would go down. Eventually, there would be what is called a phase transition, and the symmetry between the forces would be broken. The strong force would become different from the weak and electromagnetic forces. One common example of a phase transition is the freezing of water when you cool it down. Liquid water is symmetrical, the same at every point and in every direction. However, when ice crystals form, they will have definite positions and will be lined up in some direction. This breaks the symmetry of the water. In the case of water, if one is careful, one can supercool it. That is, one can reduce the temperature below the freezing point, 0 degrees centigrade, without ice forming. Guth suggested that the universe might have behaved in a similar way. The temperature might drop below the critical value without the symmetry between the forces being broken. If this happened, the universe would be in an unstable state, with more energy than if the symmetry had been broken. This special extra energy can be shown to have an anti-gravitational effect. It would act just like a cosmological constant. Einstein introduced the cosmological constant into general relativity when he was trying to construct a static model of the universe. However, in this case, the universe would already be expanding. The repulsive effect of this cosmological constant would therefore have made the universe expand at an ever-increasing rate. Even in regions where there were more matter particles than average, the gravitational attraction of the matter would have been outweighed by the repulsion of the effective cosmological constant. Thus these regions would also expand in an accelerating inflationary manner. As the universe expanded, the matter particles got farther apart. One would be left with an expanding universe that contained hardly any particles. It would still be in the supercooled state, in which the symmetry between the forces is not broken. Any irregularities in the universe would simply have been smoothed out by the expansion, as the wrinkles in a balloon are smoothed away when you blow it up. Thus the present smooth and uniform state of the universe could have evolved from many different, non-uniform initial states. The rate of expansion would also tend toward just the critical rate needed to avoid recollapse. Moreover, the idea of inflation could also explain why there is so much matter in the universe. There is something like 10 to the power of 80 particles in the region of the universe that we can observe. Where did they all come from? The answer is that, in quantum theory, particles can be created out of energy in the form of particle/antiparticle pairs. But that just raises the question of where the energy came from. The answer is that the total energy of the universe is exactly 0. The matter in the universe is made out of positive energy. However, the matter is all attracting itself by gravity. Two pieces of matter that are close to each other have less energy than the same two pieces a long way apart. This is because you have to expand energy to separate them. You have to pull against the gravitational force attracting them together. Thus, in a sense, the gravitational field has negative energy. In the case of the whole universe, one can show that this negative gravitational energy exactly cancels the positive energy of the matter. So the total energy of the universe is 0. Now, twice 0 is also 0. Thus the universe can double the amount of positive matter energy and also double the negative gravitational energy without violation of the conservation of energy. This does not happen in the normal expansion of the universe, in which the matter-energy density goes down as the universe gets bigger. It does happen, however, in the inflationary expansion, because the energy density of the supercooled state remains constant while the universe expands. When the universe doubles in size, the positive matter energy and the negative gravitational energy both double, so the total energy remains 0. During the inflationary phase, the universe increases its size by a very large amount. Thus, the total amount of energy available to make particles becomes very large. As Guth has remarked, It is said that there is no such thing as a free lunch, but the universe is the ultimate free lunch. The end of inflation. The universe is not expanding in an inflationary way today. Thus, there had to be some mechanism that would eliminate the very large effective cosmological constant. This would change the rate of expansion from an accelerated one to one that is slowed down by gravity, as we have today. As the universe expanded and cooled, one might expect that eventually the symmetry between the forces would be broken, just as supercooled water always freezes in the end. The extra energy of the unbroken symmetry state would then be released and would reheat the universe. The universe would then go on to expand and cool, just like the hot Big Bang model. However, there would now be an explanation of why the universe was expanding at exactly the critical rate, and why different regions had the same temperature. In Guth's original proposal, the transition to broken symmetry was supposed to occur suddenly, rather like the appearance of ice crystals in very cold water. The idea was that bubbles of the new phase of broken symmetry would have formed in the old phase, like bubbles of steam surrounded by boiling water. The bubbles were supposed to expand and meet up with each other until the whole universe was in the new phase. The trouble was, as I and several other people pointed out, the universe was expanding so fast that the bubbles would be moving away from each other too rapidly to join up. The universe would be left in a very non-uniform state, with some regions still having symmetry between the different forces. Such a model of the universe would not correspond to what we see. In October 1981, I went to Moscow for a conference on quantum gravity. After the conference, I gave a seminar on the inflationary model and its problems at the Sternberg Astronomical Institute. In the audience was a young Russian, Andrei Linde. He said that the difficulty with the bubbles not joining up could be avoided if the bubbles were very big. In this case, our region of the universe could be contained inside a single bubble. In order for this to work, the change from symmetry to broken symmetry must have taken place very slowly inside the bubble. But this is quite possible, according to grand unified theories. Linde's idea of a slow breaking of symmetry was very good, but I pointed out that his bubbles would have been bigger than the size of the universe at the time. I showed instead that the symmetry would have broken everywhere at the same time, rather than just inside the bubbles. This would lead to a uniform universe like we observe. The slow symmetry breaking model was a good attempt to explain why the universe is the way it is. However, I and several other people showed that it predicted much greater variations in the microwave background radiation than are observed. Also, later work cast doubt on whether there would have been the right kind of phase transition in the early universe. But a better model, called the chaotic inflationary model, was introduced by Linde in 1983. This doesn't depend on phase transitions, and it can give us the right size of variations of the microwave background. The inflationary model showed that the present state of the universe could have arisen from a quite large number of different initial configurations. It cannot be the case, however, that every initial configuration would have led to a universe like the one we observe. So, even the inflationary model does not tell us why the initial configuration was such as to produce what we observe. Must we turn to the anthropic principle for an explanation? Was it all just a lucky chance? That would seem a counsel of despair, a negation of all our hopes of understanding the underlying order of the universe. Quantum gravity. In order to predict how the universe should have started off, one needs laws that hold at the beginning of time. If the classical theory of general relativity was correct, the singularity theorem showed that the beginning of time would have been a point of infinite density and curvature. All the known laws of science would break down at such a point. One might suppose that there were new laws that held at singularities, but it would be very difficult even to formulate laws at such badly behaved points, and we would have no guide from observations as to what those laws might be. However, what the singularity theorems really indicate is that the gravitational field becomes so strong that quantum gravitational effects become important. Classical theory is no longer a good description of the universe. So one has to use a quantum theory of gravity to discuss the very early stages of the universe. As we shall see, it is possible in quantum theory for the ordinary laws of science to hold everywhere, including at the beginning of time. It is not necessary to postulate new laws for singularities, because there need not be any singularities in the quantum theory. We don't yet have a complete and consistent theory that combines quantum mechanics and gravity. However, we are thoroughly certain of some features that such a unified theory should have. One is that it should incorporate Feynman's proposal to formulate quantum theory in terms of a sum over histories. In this approach, a particle going from A to B does not have just a single history as it would in a classical theory. Instead, it is supposed to follow every possible path in space-time. With each of these histories, there are associated a couple of numbers, one representing the size of a wave, and the other representing its position in the cycle, its phase. The probability that the particle, say, passes through some particular point is found by adding up the waves associated with every possible history that passes through that point. When one actually tries to perform these sums, however, one runs into severe technical problems. The only way around these is the following peculiar prescription. One must add up the waves for particle histories that are not in the real time that you and I experience, but take place in imaginary time. Imaginary time may sound like science fiction, but it is in fact a well-defined mathematical concept. To avoid the technical difficulties with Feynman's sum over histories, one must use imaginary time. This has an interesting effect on space-time. The distinction between time and space disappears completely. A space-time in which events have imaginary values of the time coordinate is said to be Euclidean because the metric is positive definite. In Euclidean space-time, there is no difference between the time direction and directions in space. On the other hand, in real space-time, in which events are labeled by real values of the time coordinate, it is easy to tell the difference. The time direction lies within the light cone, and space directions lie outside. One can regard the use of imaginary time as merely a mathematical device or trick to calculate answers about real space-time. However, there may be more to it than that. It may be that Euclidean space-time is the fundamental concept, and what we think of as real space-time is just a figment of our imagination. When we apply Feynman's sum over histories to the universe, the analogue of the history of a particle is now a complete curved space-time, which represents the history of the whole universe. For the technical reasons mentioned above, These curved spacetimes must be taken to be Euclidean. That is, time is imaginary and is indistinguishable from directions in space. To calculate the probability of finding a real spacetime with some certain property, one adds up the waves associated with all the histories in imaginary time that have that property. One can then work out what the probable history of the universe would be in real time. The no-boundary condition. In the classical theory of gravity, which is based on real spacetime, there are only two possible ways the universe can behave. Either it has existed for an infinite time, or else it had a beginning at a singularity at some finite time in the past. In fact, the singularity theorems show it must have the second possibility. In the quantum theory of gravity, on the other hand, a third possibility arises. Because one is using Euclidean spacetimes, in which the time direction is on the same footing as directions in space, it is possible for spacetime to be finite in extent, and yet to have no singularities that formed a boundary or edge. Spacetime would be like the surface of the Earth, only with two more dimensions. The surface of the Earth is finite in extent, but it doesn't have a boundary or edge. If you sail off into the sunset, you don't fall off the edge or run into a singularity. I know, because I've been around the world. If Euclidean spacetimes direct back to infinite imaginary time, or else started at a singularity, we would have the same problem as in the classical theory of specifying the initial state of the universe. God may know how the universe began, but we cannot give any particular reason for thinking it began one way rather than another. On the other hand, the quantum theory of gravity has opened up a new possibility. In this, there would be no boundary to space-time. Thus, there would be no need to specify the behavior at the boundary. There would be no singularities at which the laws of science broke down, and no edge of space-time, at which one would have to appeal to God or some new law to set the boundary conditions for space-time. One could say, the boundary condition of the universe is that it has no boundary. The universe would be completely self-contained, and not affected by anything outside itself. It would be neither created nor destroyed. It would just be. It was at the conference in the Vatican that I first put forward the suggestion that maybe time and space together formed a surface that was finite in size, but did not have any boundary or edge. My paper was rather mathematical, however, so its implications for the role of God in the creation of the universe were not noticed at the time, just as well for me. At the time of the Vatican Conference, I did not know how to use a no-boundary idea to make predictions about the universe. However, I spent the following summer at the University of California, Santa Barbara. There, a friend and colleague of mine, Jim Hartle, worked out with me what conditions the universe must satisfy if space-time had no boundary. I should emphasize that this idea that time and space should be finite without boundary is just a proposal. It cannot be deduced from some other principle. Like any other scientific theory, it may initially be put forward for aesthetic or metaphysical reasons, but the real test is whether it makes predictions that agree with observation. This, however, is difficult to determine in the case of quantum gravity for two reasons. First, we are not yet sure exactly which theory successfully combines general relativity and quantum mechanics, though we know quite a lot about the form such a theory must have. Second, any model that described the whole universe in detail would be much too complicated mathematically for us to be able to calculate exact predictions. One therefore has to make approximations, and even then the problem of extracting predictions remains a difficult one. One finds, under the no-boundary proposal, that the chance of the universe being found to be following most of the possible histories is negligible. But there is a particular family of histories that are much more probable than the others. These histories may be pictured as being like the surface of the Earth, with a distance from the North Pole representing imaginary time. The size of a circle of latitude would represent the spatial size of the universe. The universe starts at the North Pole as a single point. As one moves south, the circles of latitude get bigger, corresponding to the universe expanding with imaginary time. The universe would reach a maximum size at the equator, and would contract again to a single point at the South Pole. Even though the universe would have zero size at the North and South Poles, these points would not be singularities any more than the North and South Poles on the Earth are singular. The laws of science will hold at the beginning of the universe, just as they do at the North and South Poles on the Earth. The history of the universe in real time, however, would look very different. It would appear to start at some minimum size, equal to the maximum size of the history in imaginary time. The universe would then expand in real time like the inflationary model. However, one would not now have to assume that the universe was created somehow in the right sort of state. The universe would expand to a very large size, but eventually it would collapse again into what looks like a singularity in real time. Thus, in a sense, we are still all doomed, even if we keep away from black holes. Only if we could picture the universe in terms of imaginary time would there be no singularities. The singularity theorems of classical general relativity showed that the universe must have a beginning, and that this beginning must be described in terms of quantum theory. This in turn led to the idea that the universe could be finite in imaginary time, but without boundaries or singularities. When one goes back to the real time in which we live, however, there will still appear to be singularities. The poor astronaut who falls into a black hole will still come to a sticky end. It is only if he could live in imaginary time that he would encounter no singularities. This might suggest that the so-called imaginary time is really the fundamental time, and that what we call real time is something we create just in our minds. In real time, the universe had a beginning and an end at singularities that form a boundary to space-time, and at which the laws of science break down. But in imaginary time, there are no singularities or boundaries. So maybe what we call imaginary time is really more basic, and what we call real time is just an idea that we invent to help us describe what we think the universe is like. But according to the approach I described in the first lecture, a scientific theory is just a mathematical model we make to describe our observations. It exists only in our minds. So it does not have any meaning to ask which is real or imaginary time. It is simply a matter of which is a more useful description. The no-boundary proposal seems to predict that in real time the universe should behave like the inflationary models. A particularly interesting problem is the size of the small departures from uniform density in the early universe. These are thought to have led to the formation first of the galaxies, then of the stars, and finally of beings like us. The uncertainty principle implies that the early universe cannot have been completely uniform. Instead, there must have been some uncertainties or fluctuations in the positions and velocities of the particles. Using the no-boundary condition, one finds that the universe must have started off with just the minimum possible non-uniformity allowed by the uncertainty principle. The universe would have then undergone a period of rapid expansion, like in the inflationary models. During this period, the initial non-uniformities would have been amplified until they could have been big enough to explain the origin of galaxies. Thus all the complicated structures that we see in the universe might be explained by the no-boundary condition for the universe and the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics. The idea that space and time may form a closed surface without boundary also has profound implications for the role of God in the affairs of the universe. With the success of scientific theories in describing events, most people have come to believe that God allows the universe to evolve according to a set of laws. He does not seem to intervene in the universe to break these laws. However, the laws do not tell us what the universe should have looked like when it started. It would still be up to God to wind up the clockwork and choose how to start it off. So long as the universe had a beginning that was a singularity, one could suppose that it was created by an outside agency. But if the universe is really completely self-contained, having no boundary or edge, it would be neither created nor destroyed. It would simply be. What place, then, for a creator? Sixth lecture. The Direction of Time. In his book, The Go-Between, L.P. Hartley wrote, "The past is a foreign country. They do things differently there. But why is the past so different from the future? Why do we remember the past, but not the future? In other words, why does time go forward? Is this connected with the fact that the universe is expanding?" C.P.T. The laws of physics do not distinguish between the past and the future. More precisely, the laws of physics are unchanged under the combination of operations known as C, P, and T. C means changing particles for antiparticles. P means taking the mirror image, so left and right are swapped for each other. And T means reversing the direction of motions of all particles, in effect, running the motion backward. The laws of physics that govern the behavior of all matter under all normal situations are unchanged under the operations C and P on their own. In other words, life would be just the same for the inhabitants of another planet who were our mirror images and who were made of antimatter. If you meet someone from another planet and he holds out his left hand, don't shake it. He might be made of antimatter. You could both disappear in a tremendous flash of light. If the laws of physics are unchanged by the combination of operations C and P, and also by the combination C, P, and T, they must also be unchanged under the operation T alone. Yet, there is a big difference between the forward and backward directions of time in ordinary life. Imagine a cup of water falling off a table and breaking in pieces on the floor. If you take a film of this, you can easily tell whether it is being run forward or backward. If you run it backward, you will see the pieces suddenly gather themselves together off the floor and jump back to form a whole cup on the table. You can tell that the film is being run backward because this kind of behavior is never observed in ordinary life. If it were, the crockery manufacturers would go out of business. The arrows of time. The explanation that is usually given as to why we don't see broken cups jumping back onto the table is that it is forbidden by the second law of thermodynamics. This says that disorder or entropy always increases with time. In other words, it is Murphy's law. Things get worse. An intact cup on the table is a state of high order, but a broken cup on the floor is a disordered state. One can therefore go from the whole cup on the table in the past to the broken cup on the floor in the future, but not the other way around. The increase of disorder or entropy with time is one example of what is called an arrow of time, something that gives a direction to time and distinguishes the past from the future. There are at least 3 different arrows of time. First, there is the thermodynamic arrow of time, the direction of time in which disorder or entropy increases. Second, there is the psychological arrow of time. This is the direction in which we feel time passes, the direction of time in which we remember the past but not the future. Third, there is the cosmological arrow of time. This is the direction of time in which the universe is expanding rather than contracting. I shall argue that the psychological arrow is determined by the thermodynamic arrow, and that these 2 arrows always point in the same direction. If one makes the no-boundary assumption for the universe, they are related to the cosmological arrow of time, though they may not point in the same direction. However, I shall argue that it is only when they agree with the cosmological arrow that there will be intelligent beings who can ask the question, why does disorder increase in the same direction of time as that in which the universe expands? The thermodynamic arrow. I shall talk first about the thermodynamic arrow of time. The second law of thermodynamics is based on the fact that there are many more disordered states than there are ordered ones. For example, consider the pieces of a jigsaw in a box. There is one, and only one, arrangement in which the pieces make a complete picture. On the other hand, there are a very large number of arrangements in which the pieces are disordered and don't make a picture. Suppose a system starts out in one of the small number of ordered states. As time goes by, the system will evolve according to the laws of physics, and its state will change. At a later time, there is a high probability that it will be in a more disordered state, simply because there are so many more disordered states. Thus, disorder will tend to increase with time if the system obeys an initial condition of high order. Suppose the pieces of the jigsaw start off in the ordered arrangement in which they form a picture. If you shake the box, the pieces will take up another arrangement. This will probably be a disordered arrangement in which the pieces don't form a proper picture, simply because there are so many more disordered arrangements. Some groups of pieces may still form parts of the picture, but the more you shake the box, the more likely it is that these groups will get broken up. The pieces will take up a completely jumbled state in which they don't form any sort of picture. Thus, the disorder of the pieces will probably increase with time if they obey the initial condition that they start in a state of high order. Suppose, however, that God decided that the universe should finish up at late times in a state of high order, but that it didn't matter what state it started in. Then, at early times, the universe would probably be in a disordered state, and disorder would decrease with time. You would have broken cups gathering themselves together and jumping back on the table. However, any human beings who were observing the cups will be living in a universe in which disorder decreased with time. I shall argue that such beings would have a psychological arrow of time that was backward. That is, they would remember thence at late times and not remember thence at early times. The psychological arrow. It is rather difficult to talk about human memory because we don't know how the brain works in detail. We do, however, know all about how computer memories work. I shall therefore discuss the psychological arrow of time for computers. I think it is reasonable to assume that the arrow for computers is the same as that for humans. If it were not, one could make a killing on the stock exchange by having a computer that would remember tomorrow's prices. A computer memory is basically some device that can be in either one of 2 states. An example would be a superconducting loop of wire. If there is an electric current flowing in the loop, it will continue to flow, because there is no resistance. On the other hand, if there is no current, the loop will continue without a current. One can label the two states of the memory 1 and 0. Before an item is recorded in the memory is in a disordered state, with equal probabilities for 1 and 0. After the memory interacts with the system to be remembered, it will definitely be in one state or the other, according to the state of the system. Thus, the memory passes from a disordered state to an ordered one. However, in order to make sure that the memory is in the right state, it is necessary to use a certain amount of energy. This energy is dissipated as heat and increases the amount of disorder in the universe. One can show that this increase of disorder is greater than the increase in the order of the memory. Thus, when a computer records an item in memory, the total amount of disorder in the universe goes up. The direction of time in which a computer remembers the past is the same as that in which disorder increases. This means that our subjective sense of the direction of time, the psychological arrow of time, is determined by the thermodynamic arrow of time. This makes the second law of thermodynamics almost trivial. Disorder increases with time because we measure time in the direction in which disorder increases. You can't have a safer bet than that. The boundary conditions of the universe. But why should the universe be in a state of high order at one end of time, the end that we call the past? Why was it not in a state of complete disorder at all times? After all, this might seem more probable. And why is the direction of time in which disorder increases the same as that in which the universe expands? One possible answer is that God simply chose that the universe should be in a smooth and ordered state at the beginning of the expansion phase. We should not try to understand why or question his reasons, because the beginning of the universe was the work of God. But the whole history of the universe can be said to be the work of God. It appears that the universe evolves according to well-defined laws. These laws may or may not be ordained by God, but it seems that we can discover and understand them. Is it therefore unreasonable to hope that the same or similar laws may also hold at the beginning of the universe? In the classical theory of general relativity, the beginning of the universe has to be a singularity of infinite density in space-time curvature. Under such conditions, all the known laws of physics would break down. Thus, one could not use them to predict how the universe would begin. The universe could have started out in a very smooth and ordered state. This would have led to well-defined thermodynamic and cosmological arrows of time, like we observe. But it could equally well have started out in a very lumpy and disordered state. In this case, the universe would already be in a state of complete disorder, so disorder could not increase with time. It would either stay constant, in which case there would be no well-defined thermodynamic arrow of time, or it would decrease, in which case the thermodynamic arrow of time would point in the opposite direction to the cosmological arrow. Neither of these possibilities would agree with what we observe. As I mentioned, the classical theory of general relativity predicts that the universe should begin with a singularity, where the curvature of space-time is infinite. In fact, this means that classical general relativity predicts its own downfall. When the curvature of space-time becomes large, quantum gravitational effects will become important, and the classical theory will cease to be a good description of the universe. One has to use the quantum theory of gravity to understand how the universe began. In a quantum theory of gravity, one considers all possible histories of the universe. Associated with each history, there are a couple of numbers. One represents the size of a wave, and the other the phase of the wave, that is, whether the wave is at a crest or a trough. The probability of the universe having a particular property is given by adding up the waves for all the histories with that property. The histories would be curved spaces that would represent the evolution of the universe in time. One would still have to say how the possible histories of the universe would behave at the boundary of space-time in the past. We do not and cannot know the boundary conditions of the universe in the past. However, one could avoid this difficulty if the boundary condition of the universe is that it has no boundary. In other words, all the possible histories are finite in extent, but have no boundaries, edges, or singularities. They are like the surface of the earth, but with two more dimensions. In that case, the beginning of time would be a regular smooth point of space-time. This means that the universe would have begun its expansion in a very smooth and ordered state. It could not have been completely uniform, because that would violate the uncertainty principle of quantum theory. There had to be small fluctuations in the density and velocity of particles. The no-boundary condition, however, would imply that these fluctuations were as small as they could be, consistent with the uncertainty principle. The universe would have started off with a period of exponential or inflationary expansion. In this, it would have increased its size by a very large factor. During this expansion, the density fluctuations would have remained small at first, but would later have started to grow. Regions in which the density was slightly higher than average would have had their expansion slowed down by the gravitational attraction of the extra mass. Eventually, such regions would stop expanding and would collapse to form galaxies, stars, and beings like us. The universe would have started in a smooth and ordered state, and would become lumpy and disordered as time went on. This would explain the existence of the thermodynamic arrow of time. The universe would start in a state of high order, and would become more disordered with time. As I showed earlier, the psychological arrow of time points in the same direction as the thermodynamic arrow. Our subjective sense of time would therefore be that in which the universe is expanding, rather than the opposite direction, in which it would be contracting. Does the arrow of time reverse? But what would happen if and when the universe stopped expanding and began to contract again? Would the thermodynamic arrow reverse, and disorder begin to decrease with time? This would lead to all sorts of science fiction-like possibilities for people who survive from the expanding to the contracting phase. Would they see broken cups, gathering themselves together off the floor and jumping back on the table? Would they be able to remember tomorrow's prices and make a fortune on the stock market? It might seem a bit academic to worry about what would happen when the universe collapses again, as it will not start to contract for at least another 10,000 million years. But there is a quicker way to find out what will happen. Jump into a black hole. The collapse of a star to form a black hole is rather like the later stages of the collapse of the whole universe. Thus, if disorder were to decrease in the contracting phase of the universe, one might also expect it to decrease inside a black hole. So perhaps an astronaut who fell into a black hole would be able to make money at roulette by remembering where the ball went before he placed his bet. Unfortunately, however, he would not have long to play before he was turned to spaghetti by the very strong gravitational fields. Nor would he be able to let us know about the reversal of the thermodynamic arrow, or even bank his winnings, because he would be trapped behind the event horizon of the black hole. At first, I believed that disorder would decrease when the universe recollapsed. This was because I thought that the universe had to return to a smooth and ordered state when it became small again. This would have meant that the contracting phase was like the time reverse of the expanding phase. People in the contracting phase would live their lives backward. They would die before they were born, and would get younger as the universe contracted. This idea is attractive because it would mean a nice symmetry between the expanding and contracting phases. However, one cannot adopt it on its own, independent of other ideas about the universe. The question is it implied by the no-boundary condition, or is it inconsistent with that condition? As I mentioned, I thought at first that the no-boundary condition did indeed imply that disorder would decrease in the contracting phase. This was based on work on a simple model of the universe in which the collapsing phase looked like the time reverse of the expanding phase. However, a colleague of mine, Don Page, pointed out that the no-boundary condition did not require the contracting phase necessarily to be the time reverse of the expanding phase. Further, one of my students, Raymond Laflamme, found that in a slightly more complicated model, the collapse of the universe was very different from the expansion. I realized that I had made a mistake. In fact, the no-boundary condition implied that disorder would continue to increase during the contraction. The thermodynamic and psychological arrows of time would not reverse when the universe begins to recontract, or inside black holes. What should you do when you find you have made a mistake like that? Some people, like Eddington, never admit that they are wrong. They continue to find new, and often mutually inconsistent, arguments to support their case. Others claim to have never really supported the incorrect view in the first place, or, if they did, it was only to show that it was inconsistent. I could give a large number of examples of this, but I won't because it would
voice rose to a near shout. Seeing Tully was stung by the reference to ancient church canon long since abandoned, Culgan softened his tone. "No disrespect to you, Tully, but don't try to teach an old thief to steal. I know your order chops logic with the best of them, and that half your brother clerics fall into laughing fits when they hear those deadly serious young acolytes debate theological issues set aside a century ago. Besides which, isn't the legend of the lost art an Aesculapian dogma?" Now it was Tully's turn to fix Culgan with a disapproving eye. With a tone of amused exasperation, he said, "Your education in religion is still lacking, Culgan, despite a somewhat unforgiving insight into the inner workings of my order." He smiled a little. "You're right about the moot gospel courts, though. Most of us find them so amusing because we remember how painfully grim we were about them when we were acolytes." Then, turning serious, he said, "But I am serious when I say your education is lacking. The Aesculapians have some strange beliefs, it's true, and they are an insular group. But they are also the oldest order known, and are recognized as the senior church in questions pertaining to interdenominational differences." "Religious wars, you mean?" said Culgan, with an amused snort. Tully ignored the comment. "The Aesculapians are caretakers for the oldest lore and history in the kingdom, and they have the most extensive library in the kingdom. I have visited the library at their temple in Krondor, and it is most impressive." Culgan smiled, and with a slight tone of condescension said, "As have I, Tully, and I have browsed the shelves at the Abbey of Sarth, which is 10 times as large. What's the point?" Leaning forward, Tully said, "The point is this. Say what you will about the Aesculapians, but when they put forth something as history, not lore, they can usually produce ancient tomes to support their claims." "No," said Culgan, waving aside Tully's comments with a dismissive wave. "I do not make light of your beliefs or any other man's. But I cannot accept this nonsense about lost arts. I might be willing to believe Pug could be somehow more attuned to some aspect of magic I'm ignorant of, perhaps something involving spirit conjuration or illusion, areas I will happily admit I know little about. But I cannot accept that he will never learn to master his craft because the long-vanished god of magic died during the Chaos Wars. No! That there is unknown lore I accept. There are too many shortcomings in our craft even to begin to think our understanding of magic is remotely complete. But if Pug can't learn magic, it is only because I have failed as a teacher." Tully now glared at Culgan, suddenly aware the magician was not pondering Pug's possible shortcomings, but his own. "Now you are being foolish. You are a gifted man, and were I to have been the one to discover Pug's talent, I could not imagine a better teacher to place him with than yourself. But there can be no failing if you do not know what needs to be taught." Culgan began to sputter an objection, but Tully cut him off. "No, let me continue. What we lack is understanding. You seem to forget there have been others like Pug, wild talents who could not master their gifts, others who failed as priests and magicians." Culgan puffed on his pipe, his brow knitted in concentration. Suddenly he began to chuckle, then laugh. Tully looked sharply at the magician. Culgan waved offhandedly with his pipe. "I was just struck by the thought that should a swineherd fail to teach his son the family calling, he could blame it upon the demise of the gods of pigs." Tully's eyes went wide at the near blasphemous thought. Then he too laughed a short bark. "That's one for the moot gospel courts." Both men laughed, a long, tension-releasing laugh at that. Tully sighed and stood up. "Still, Do not close your mind entirely to what I've said, Colgan. It may be Pug is one of those wild talents, and you may have to reconcile yourself for letting him go. Colgan shook his head sadly at the thought. I refuse to believe there is any simple explanation for those other failures, Tully. Or for Pug's difficulties as well. The fault was in each man or woman, not in the nature of the universe. I have often felt where we fail with Pug is in understanding how to reach him. Perhaps I would be well advised to seek another master for him, place him with one better able to harness his abilities. Tully sighed. I have spoken my mind of this question, Colgan. Other than what I've said, I cannot advise you. Still, as they say, a poor master's better than no master at all. How would the boy have fared if no one had chosen to teach him? Colgan bolted upright from his seat. What did you say? I said, how would the boy have fared if no one had chosen to teach him? Colgan's eyes seemed to lose focus as he stared into space. He began puffing furiously upon his pipe. After watching for a moment, Tully said, What is it, Colgan? Colgan said, I'm not sure, Tully, but you may have given me an idea. What sort of an idea? Colgan waved off the question. I'm not entirely sure. Give me time to ponder. But consider your question and ask yourself this. How did the first magicians learn to use their power? Tully sat back down, and both men began to consider the question in silence. Through the window, they could hear the sound of boys at play, filling the courtyard of the keep. Every 6th day, the boys and girls who worked in the castle were allowed to spend the afternoon as they saw fit. The boys, apprentice age and younger, were a loud and boisterous lot. The girls worked in the service of the ladies of the castle, cleaning and sewing as well as helping in the kitchen. They all gave a full week's work, dawn to dusk and more, each day, but, on the 6th day of the week, they gathered in the courtyard of the castle, near the princess's garden. Most of the boys played a rough game of tag, involving the capture of a ball of leather, stuffed hard with rags, by one side, amid shoves and shouts, kicks and occasional fistfights. All wore their oldest clothes, for rips, bloodstains and mud stains were common. The girls would sit along the low wall by the princess's garden, occupying themselves with gossip about the ladies of the Duke's court. They nearly always put on their best skirts and blouses, and their hair shone from washing and brushing. Both groups made a great display of ignoring each other, and both were equally unconvincing. Pug ran to where the game was in progress. As was usual, Thomas was in the thick of the fray, sandy hair flying like a banner, shouting and laughing above the noise. Amid elbows and kicks, he sounded savagely joyous, as if the incidental pain made the contest all the more worthwhile. He ran through the pack, kicking the ball high in the air, trying to avoid the feet of those who sought to trip him up. No one was quite sure how the game had come into existence, or exactly what the rules were. But the boys played with battlefield intensity, as their fathers had years before. Pug ran onto the field and placed a foot before Rolf just as he was about to hit Thomas from behind. Rolf went down in a tangle of bodies, and Thomas broke free. He ran toward the goal and, dropping the ball in front of himself, kicked it into a large overturned barrel, scoring for his side. While other boys yelled in celebration, Rolf leapt to his feet and pushed aside another boy to place himself directly in front of Pug. Glaring out from under thick brows, he spat at Pug. "Try that again, and I'll break your legs, sand squint!" The sand squint was a bird of notoriously foul habits, not the least of which was leaving eggs in other birds' nests so that its offspring were raised by other birds. Pug was not about to let any insult of Rolf's pass unchallenged. With the frustrations of the last few months only a little below the surface, Pug was feeling particularly thin-skinned this day. With a leap, He flew at Rolf's head, throwing his left arm around the stockier boy's neck. He drove his right fist into Rolf's face and could feel Rolf's nose squash under the fist blow. Quickly, both boys were rolling on the ground. Rolf's greater weight began to tell, and soon he sat astride Pug's chest, driving his fat fists into the smaller boy's face. Thomas stood by, helpless, for as much as he wanted to aid his friend, the boy's code of honour was as strict and inviolate as any noble's. Should he intervene on his friend's behalf, Pug would never live down the shame. Thomas jumped up and down, urging Pug on, grimacing each time Pug was struck as if he felt the blows himself. Pug tried to squirm out from under the larger boy, causing many of his blows to slip by, striking dirt instead of Pug's face. Enough of them were hitting the mark, however, so that Pug soon began to feel a queer detachment from the whole procedure. He thought it strange that everybody sounded so far away, and that Rolf's blows seemed not to hurt. His vision was beginning to fill with red and yellow colours when he felt the weight lifted from his chest. After a brief moment, things came into focus, and Pug saw Prince Arthur standing over him, his hand firmly grasping Rolf's collar. While not as powerful a figure as his brother or father, the prince was still able to hold Rolf high enough so that the stable boy's toes barely touched the ground. The prince smiled, but without humour. "I think the boy has had enough," he said quietly, eyes glaring. "Don't you agree?" His cold tone made it clear he wasn't asking for an opinion. Blood still ran down Rolf's face from Pug's initial blow as he choked out a sound the prince took to mean agreement. Arthur let go of Rolf's collar, and the stable boy fell backward to the laughter of the onlookers. The prince reached down and helped Pug to his feet. Holding the wobbly boy steady, Arthur said, "I admire your courage, youngster, but we can't have the wits beaten out of the Duchy's finest young magician, can we?" His tone was only slightly mocking, and Pug was too numb to do more than stand and stare at the younger son of the Duke. The prince gave him a slight smile and handed him over to Thomas, who had come up next to Pug, a wet cloth in hand. Pug came out of his fog as Thomas scrubbed his face with the cloth, and felt even worse when he saw the princess and Roland standing only a few feet away as Prince Arthur returned to their side. To take a beating before the girls of the keep was bad enough. To be punished by a lout like Rolf in front of the princess was a catastrophe. Emitting a groan that had little to do with his physical state, Pug tried to look as much like someone else as he could. Thomas grabbed him roughly. "Try not to squirm around so much. You're not all that bad off. Most of this blood is Rolf's anyway. By tomorrow his nose will look like an angry red cabbage." "So will my head." "Nothing so bad. A black eye perhaps too, with a swollen cheek thrown into the bargain? On the whole you did rather well. But next time you want to tangle with Rolf, wait until you've put on a little more size, will you?" Pug watched as the prince led his sister away from the site of battle. Roland gave him a wide grin, and Pug wished himself dead. Pug and Thomas walked out of the kitchen, dinner plates in hand. It was a warm night, and they preferred the cooling ocean breeze to the heat of the scullery. They sat on the porch, and Pug moved his jaw from side to side, feeling it pop in and out. He experimented with a bite of lamb and put his plate to one side. Thomas watched him. "Can't eat?" Pug nodded. "Jaw hurts too much." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and chin on his fists. "I should have kept my temper. Then I would have done better." Thomas spoke from around a mouthful of food. "Master Fannion says a soldier must keep a cool head at all times or he'll lose it." Pug sighed. "Colgan said something like that. I have some drills I can do that make me relax. I should have used them." Thomas gulped a heroic portion of his meal. Practising in your room is one thing. Putting that sort of business into use while someone is insulting you to your face is quite another. I would have done the same thing, I suppose." "But you would have won." "Probably, which is why Rolf would never have come at me." His manner showed he wasn't being boastful, merely stating things as they were. "Still, you did all right. Old Cabbage Nose will think twice before picking on you again, I'm sure, and that's what the whole thing's about anyway. Pug said, "What do you mean?" Thomas put down his plate and belched. With a satisfied look at the sound of it, he said, "With bullies, it's always the same. Whether or not you can best them doesn't matter. What is important is whether or not you'll stand up to them. Rolf may be big, but he's a coward under all the bluster. He'll turn his attention to the younger boys now and push them around a bit. I don't think he'll want any part of you again. He doesn't like the price." Thomas gave Pug a broad and warm smile. "That first punch you gave him was a beaut, right square on the beak." Pug felt a little better. Thomas eyed Pug's untouched dinner. "You going to eat that?" Pug looked at his plate. It was fully laden with hot lamb, greens and potatoes. In spite of the rich smell, Pug felt no appetite. "No, you can have it." Thomas scooped up the platter and began shoving the food into his mouth. Pug smiled. Thomas had never been known to stint on food. Pug returned his gaze to the castle wall. "I felt like such a fool." Thomas stopped eating, with a handful of meat halfway to his mouth. He studied Pug for a moment. "You too." "Me too what?" Thomas laughed. "You're embarrassed because the princess saw Rolf give you a thrashing." Pug bridled. "It wasn't a thrashing. I gave as well as I got." Thomas whooped. "There, I knew it. It's the princess." Pug sat back in resignation. "I suppose it is." Thomas said nothing, and Pug looked over at him. He was busy finishing off Pug's dinner. Finally, Pug said, "And I suppose you don't like her?" Thomas shrugged. Between bites he said, "Oh, Lady Carline is pretty enough, but I know my place. I have my eye on someone else anyway." Pug sat up. "Who?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "I'm not saying," Thomas said with a sly smile. Pug laughed. "It's Neela, right?" Thomas's jaw dropped. "How did you know?" Pug tried to look mysterious. "We magicians have our ways." Thomas snorted. "Some magician? You're no more a magician than I'm a knight captain of the king's army. Tell me, how did you know?" Pug laughed. "It's no mystery. Every time you see her, you puff in that tabard of yours and preen like a bantam rooster." Thomas looked troubled. "You don't think she's onto me, do you?" Pug smiled like a well-fed cat. "She's not onto you, I'm sure." He paused. "If she's blind, and all the other girls in the keep haven't pointed it out to her 100 times already." A woe-begone look crossed Thomas's face. "What must the girl think?" Pug said, "Who knows what girls think? From everything I can tell, she probably likes it." Thomas looked thoughtfully at his plate. "Do you ever think about taking a wife?" Pug blinked like an owl caught in a bright light. I never thought about it. I don't know if magicians marry. I don't think they do." "Nor soldiers, mostly. But Master Fannin says a soldier who thinks about his family is not thinking about his job." Thomas was silent for a minute. Pug said, "Well, it doesn't seem to hamper Sergeant Gardan or some of the other soldiers." Thomas snorted, as if those exceptions merely proved his point. "I sometimes try to imagine what it would be like to have a family." "You have a family, stupid. I'm the orphan here." "I mean a wife, rockhead." Thomas gave Pug his best "you're too stupid to live" look. "And children someday, not a mother and father." Pug shrugged. The conversation was turning to provinces that disturbed him. He never thought about these things, being less anxious to grow up than Thomas. He said, "I expect we'll get married and have children if it's what we're supposed to do." Thomas looked very seriously at Pug. So the younger boy didn't make light of the subject. "I've imagined a small room somewhere in the castle, and I can't imagine who the girl would be." He chewed his food. "There's something wrong with it, I think." "Wrong?" "As if there's something else I'm not understanding. I don't know. Pug said, Well, if you don't, how am I supposed to? Thomas suddenly changed the topic of conversation. We're friends, aren't we? Pug was taken by surprise. Of course we're friends. You're like a brother. Your parents have treated me like their own son. Why would you ask something like that? Thomas put down his plate, troubled. I don't know, it's just that sometimes I think this will all somehow change. You're going to be a magician, maybe travel all over the world, seeing other magicians in faraway lands. I'm going to be a soldier, bound to follow my lord's orders. I'll probably never see more than a little part of the kingdom, and that only as an escort in the Duke's personal guard, if I'm lucky. Pug became alarmed. He had never seen Thomas so serious about anything. The older boy was always the first to laugh, and seemed never to have a worry. I don't care what you think, Thomas, said Pug. Nothing will change. We will be friends no matter what. Thomas smiled at that. I hope you're right. He sat back, and the two boys watched the stars over the sea and the lights from the town, framed like a picture by the castle gate. Pug tried to wash his face the next morning, but found the task too arduous to complete. His left eye was swollen completely shut, his right only half open. Great bluish lumps decorated his visage, and his jaw popped when he moved it from side to side. Phantus lay on Pug's pallet, red eyes gleaming as the morning sun poured in through the tower window. The door to the boy's room swung open, and Culgan stepped through, his stout frame covered in a green robe. Pausing to regard the boy for a moment, he sat on the pallet and scratched the drake behind the eye ridges, bringing a pleased rumble from deep within Phantus's throat.
I see you didn't spend yesterday sitting about idly, he said.
I had a bit of trouble, sir.
Well, fighting is the province of boys as well as grown men. But I trust that the other boy looks at least as bad. It would be a shame to have had none of the pleasure of giving as well as receiving.
You're making sport of me.
Only a little, Pug. The truth is that in my own youth I had my share of scraps, but the time for boyish fighting is past. You must put your energies to better use.
I know, Culgan, but I've been so frustrated lately that when that clod Rolf said what he did about me being an orphan, all the anger came boiling up out of me.
Well, knowing your own part in this is a good sign that you're becoming a man. Most boys would have tried to justify their actions by shifting blame or by claiming some moral imperative to fight.
Pug pulled over the stool and sat down, facing the magician. Culgan took out his pipe and started to fill it.
Pug, I think in your case we may have been going about the matter of your education in the wrong way.
Searching for a taper to light in the small fire that burned in a night pot, and finding none, Culgan's face clouded as he concentrated for a minute. Then a small flame erupted from the index finger of his right hand. Applying it to the pipe, he soon had the room half filled with great clouds of white smoke. The flame disappeared with a wave of his hand.
A handy skill, if you like the pipe.
I would give anything to be able to do even that much, Pug said in disgust.
As I was saying, I think that we may have been going about this in the wrong way. Perhaps we should consider a different approach to your education.
What do you mean?
Pug, the first magicians long ago had no teachers in the arts of magic. They evolved the skills that we have learned today. Some of the old skills, such as smelling the changes in the weather or the ability to find water with a stick, go back to our earliest beginnings. I have been thinking that for a time I'm going to leave you to your own devices. Study what you want in the books that I have. Keep up with your other work, learning the scribe's arts from Tully. But I will not trouble you with any lessons for a while. I will, of course, answer any questions you have, but I think for the time being, you need to sort yourself out.
Crestfallen, Pug asked, "Am I beyond help?" Colgan smiled reassuringly.
Not in the least. There have been cases of magicians having slow starts before. Your apprenticeship is for 9 more years, remember. Don't be put off by the failures of the last few months. By the way, would you care to learn to ride?
Pug's mood did a complete turnabout and he cried, "Oh, yes, may I?"
The Duke has decided that he would like a boy to ride with the princess from time to time. His sons have many duties now that they're grown, and he feels you would be a good choice for when they are too busy to accompany her.
Pug's head was spinning. Not only was he to learn to ride, a skill limited to the nobility for the most part, but to be in the company of the princess as well. When do I start?
This very day. Morning chapel is almost done.
Being first day, those inclined went to devotions either in the keep's chapel or in the small temple down in the town. The rest of the day was given to light work, only that needed to put food on the Duke's table. The boys and girls might get an extra half day on 6th day, but their elders rested only on first day.
Go to Horsemaster Algon. He has been instructed by the Duke and will begin your lessons now.
Without a further word, Pug leaped up and sped for the stables. Chapter 3. Keep. Pug sat sulking on his sleeping pallet. Phantus the fire drake pushed his head forward, inviting Pug to scratch him behind his eye ridges. Seeing that he would get little satisfaction, the drake made his way to the tower window and, with a snort of displeasure, complete with a small puff of black smoke, launched himself in flight. Pug didn't notice the creatures leaving, so engrossed was he in his own world of troubles. Since he had taken on the position of Colgan's apprentice 14 months ago, everything he had done seemed to go wrong. He lay back on the pallet, covering his eyes with a forearm. He could smell the salty sea breeze that blew in through his window, and feel the sun's warmth across his legs. Everything in his life had taken a turn for the better since his apprenticeship, except the single most important thing: his studies. For months, Colgan had been labouring to teach him the fundamentals of the magician's arts, but there was always something that caused his efforts to go awry. In the theories of spell casting, Pug was a quick study, grasping the basic concepts well. But each time he attempted to use his knowledge, something seemed to hold him back. It was as if part of his mind refused to follow through with the magic, as if a block existed that prevented him from passing a certain point in the spell. Each time he tried, he could feel himself approach that point and, like a rider of a balky horse, he couldn't seem to force himself over the hurdle. Colgan dismissed his worries, saying that it would all sort itself out in time. The stout magician was always sympathetic with the boy, never reprimanding him for not doing better, for he knew the boy was trying. Pug was brought out of his reverie by someone's opening the door. Looking up, he saw Father Tully entering, a large book under his arm. The cleric's white robes rustled as he closed the door. Pug sat up.
"Pug, it's time for your writing lesson."
He stopped himself when he saw the downcast expression of the boy.
"What's the matter, lad?"
Pug had come to like the old priest of Astalon. He was a strict master, but a fair one. He would praise the boy for his success as often as scold him for his failures. He had a quick mind and a sense of humour, and was open to questions no matter how stupid Pug thought they might sound. Coming to his feet, Pug sighed. "I don't know, Father. It's just that things don't seem to be going right. Everything I try, I manage to make a mess of."
"Pug, it can't be all black,"
the priest said,
placing a hand on Pug's shoulder. "Why don't you tell me what it is troubling you, and we can practice writing some other time?" He moved to a stool by the window and adjusted his robes around him as he sat. As he placed the large book at his feet, he studied the boy. Pug had grown over the last year, but was still small. His shoulders were beginning to broaden a bit, and his face was showing signs of the man he would someday be. He was a dejected figure in his homespun tunic and trousers, his mood as grey as the material he wore. His room, which was usually neat and orderly, was a mess of scrolls and books, reflecting the disorder in his mind. Pug sat quietly for a moment, but when the priest said nothing, started to speak. "Do you remember my telling you that Colgan was trying to teach me the 3 basic cantrips to calm the mind, so that the working of spells could be practiced without stress? Well, the truth is that I mastered those exercises months ago. I can bring my mind to a state of calm in moments now, with little effort. But that's as far as it goes. After that, everything seems to fall apart." "What do you mean?" "Well, the next thing to learn is to discipline the mind to do things that are not natural for it, such as think on one thing to the exclusion of everything else, or not to think of something, which is quite hard once you've been told what it is. I can do those things most of the time, but now and again I feel like there are some forces inside my head crashing about, demanding that I do things in a different way. It's like there was something else happening in my head than what Colgan told me to expect. Each time I try one of the simple spells Colgan has taught me, like making an object move or lifting myself off the ground, these things in my head come flooding in on my concentration, and I lose my control. I can't even master the simplest spell." Pug felt himself tremble, for this was the first chance he had had to speak about this to anyone besides Colgan. "Colgan simply says to keep at it and not worry." Nearing tears, he continued, "I have talent. Colgan said he knew it from the first time we met when I used the crystal. You've told me that I have talent, but I just can't make the spells work the way they're supposed to. I get so confused by it all." "Pug," said the priest, "magic has many properties, and we understand little of how it works, even those of us who practice it. In the temples, we are taught that magic is a gift from the gods, and we accept that on faith. We do not understand how this can be so, but we do not question. Each order has its own province of magic, with no two quite alike. I am capable of magic that those who follow their orders are not, but none can say why. Magicians deal in a different sort of magic, and their practices are very different from our practices in the temples. Much of what they do we cannot. It is they who study the art of magic, seeking its nature and workings, but even they cannot explain how magic works. They only know how to work it, and pass the knowledge along to their students, as Colgan is doing with you." "Trying to do with me, Father. I think he may have misjudged me." "I think not, Pug. I have some knowledge of these things, and since you have become Colgan's pupil, I have felt the power growing in you. Perhaps you will come to it late, as others have, but I am sure you will find the proper path." Pug was not comforted. He didn't question the priest's wisdom or his opinion, but he did feel he could be mistaken. "I hope you're right, Father. I just don't understand what's wrong with me."
"I think I know what's wrong,"
came a voice from the door. Startled,
Pug and Father Tully turned to see Culgan standing in the doorway. His blue eyes were set in lines of concern, and his thick grey brows formed a V over the bridge of his nose. Neither Pug nor Tully had heard the door open. Culgan hiked his long green robe and stepped into the room, leaving the door open.
"Come here, Pug,"
said the magician, with a small wave of his hand. Pug went over to the magician, who placed both hands on his shoulders.
"Boys who sit in their rooms, day after day, worrying about why things don't work, make things not work. I am giving you the day for yourself. As it is 6th day, there should be plenty of other boys to help you in whatever sort of trouble boys can find."
He smiled, and his pupil was filled with relief.
"You need a rest from study. Now go."
So saying, he fetched a playful cuff to the boy's head, sending him running down the stairs. Crossing over to the pallet, Culgan lowered his heavy frame to it and looked at the priest.
"Boys,"
said Culgan, shaking his head.
"You hold a festival, give them a badge of craft, and suddenly they expect to be men. But they're still boys, and no matter how hard they try, they still act like boys, not men."
He took out his pipe and began filling it.
"Magicians are considered young and inexperienced at 30. But in all other crafts, 30 would mark a man a journeyman or master, most likely readying his own son for the choosing."
He put a taper to the coals still smouldering in Pug's firepot and lit his pipe. Tully nodded.
"I understand, Culgan. The priesthood also is an old man's calling. At Pug's age, I still had 13 years of being an acolyte before me."
The old priest leaned forward.
"Culgan, what of the boy's problem?"
"The boy's right, you know,"
Culgan stated flatly.
"There is no explanation for why he cannot perform the skills I've tried to teach. The things he can do with scrolls and devices amaze me. The boy has such gifts for these things. I would have wagered he had the makings of a magician of mighty arts, but this inability to use his inner powers."
"Do you think you can find a solution?"
"I hope so. I would hate to have to release him from apprenticeship. It would go harder on him than had I never chosen him."
His face showed his genuine concern.
"It is confusing, Tully. I think you'll agree he has the potential for a great talent. As soon as I saw him use the crystal in my hut that night, I knew, for the first time in years, I might have at last found my apprentice. When no master chose him, I knew fate had set our paths to cross. But there is something else inside that boy's head, something I've never met before, something powerful. I don't know what it is, Tully, but it rejects my exercises as if they were somehow not correct or ill-suited to him. I don't know if I can explain what I've encountered with Pug any better. There is no simple explanation for it."
"Have you thought about what the boy said?"
asked the priest, a look of thoughtful concern on his face.
"You mean about my having been mistaken?"
Tully nodded. Culgan dismissed the question with a wave of his hand.
"Tully, you know as much about the nature of magic as I do, perhaps more. Your god is not called the god who brought order for nothing. Your sect unraveled much about what orders this universe. Do you for one moment doubt the boy has talent?"
"Talent, no. But his ability is the question for the moment."
"Well put, as usual. Well then, have you any ideas? Should we make a cleric out of the boy, perhaps?"
Tully sat back, a disapproving expression upon his face.
You know the priesthood is a calling, Kalgan, he said stiffly. Oh, put your back down, Tully. I was making a joke.
He sighed.
Still, if he hasn't the calling of a priest, nor the knack of a magician's craft, what can we make of this natural ability of his?
Tully pondered the question in silence for a moment, then said,
Have you thought of the lost art?
Kalgan's eyes widened.
That old legend?
Tully nodded.
I doubt there is a magician alive who at one time or another hasn't reflected on the legend of the lost art.
If it had existed, it would explain away many of the shortcomings of our craft.
Then he fixed Tully with a narrowed eye, showing his disapproval.
But legends are common enough. Turn up any rock on the beach and you'll find one. I, for one, prefer to look for real answers to our shortcomings, not blame them on ancient superstitions.
Tully's expression became stern and his tone scolding.
We of the temple do not count it legend, Kalgan. It is considered part of the revealed truth taught by the gods to the first men.
Nettled by Tully's tone, Kalgan snapped,
So was the notion the world was flat until Roland Dirk, a magician, I'll remind you, sent his magic sight high enough to disclose the curvature of the horizon, clearly demonstrating the world to be a sphere. It was a fact known by almost every sailor and fisherman who had ever seen a sail appear upon the horizon before the rest of the ship since the beginning of time.
His voice rose to a near shout. Seeing Tully was stung by the reference to ancient church canon long since abandoned, Kalgan softened his tone.
No disrespect to you, Tully, but don't try to teach an old thief to steal. I know your order chops logic with the best of them, and that half your brother clerics fall into laughing fits when they hear those deadly serious young acolytes debate theological issues set aside a century ago. Besides which, isn't the legend of the lost art an Eschapian dogma?
Now it was Tully's turn to fix Kalgan with a disapproving eye. With a tone of amused exasperation, he said,
Your education in religion is still lacking, Kalgan, despite a somewhat unforgiving insight into the inner workings of my order.
He smiled a little.
You're right about the moot gospel courts, though. Most of us find them so amusing because we remember how painfully grim we were about them when we were acolytes.
Then, turning serious, he said,
But I am serious when I say your education is lacking. The Eschapians have some strange beliefs, it's true, and they are an insular group. But they are also the oldest order known, and are recognized as the senior church in questions pertaining to interdenominational differences.
Religious wars, you mean?
Said Kalgan with an amused snort. Tully ignored the comment.
The Eschapians are caretakers for the oldest lore and history in the kingdom, and they have the most extensive library in the kingdom. I have visited the library at their temple in Krondor, and it is most impressive.
Kalgan smiled, and with a slight tone of condescension said,
As have I, Tully, and I have browsed the shelves at the Abbey of Sarth, which is 10 times as large. What's the point?
Leaning forward, Tully said,
The point is this. Say what you will about the Eschapians, but when they put forth something as history, not law, they can usually produce ancient tomes to support their claims.
No,
said Kalgan, waving aside Tully's comments with a dismissive wave.
I do not make light of your beliefs or any other man's. But I cannot accept this nonsense about lost arts. I might be willing to believe Pug could be somehow more attuned to some aspect of magic I'm ignorant of, perhaps something involving spirit conjuration or illusion, areas I will happily admit I know little about. but I cannot accept that he will never learn to master his craft because the long-vanished god of magic died during the Chaos Wars. No! That there is unknown law I accept. There are too many shortcomings in our craft even to begin to think our understanding of magic is remotely complete. But if Pug can't learn magic, it is only because I have failed as a teacher."
Tully now glared at Kulgan, suddenly aware the magician was not pondering Pug's possible shortcomings, but his own.
"Now you are being foolish. You are a gifted man, and were I to have been the one to discover Pug's talent, I could not imagine a better teacher to place him with than yourself. But there can be no failing if you do not know what needs to be taught."
Kulgan began to sputter an objection, but Tully cut him off.
"No, let me continue. What we lack is understanding. You seem to forget there have been others like Pug, wild talents who could not master their gifts, others who failed as priests and magicians."
Kulgan puffed on his pipe, his brow knitted in concentration. Suddenly he began to chuckle, then laugh. Tully looked sharply at the magician. Kulgan waved offhandedly with his pipe.
"I was just struck by the thought that should a swineherd fail to teach his son the family calling, he could blame it upon the demise of the gods of pigs."
Tully's eyes went wide at the near blasphemous thought. Then he too laughed a short bark.
"That's one for the moot gospel courts."
Both men laughed, a long, tension-releasing laugh at that. Tully sighed and stood up.
"Still, do not close your mind entirely to what I've said, Kulgan. It may be Pug is one of those wild talents, and you may have to reconcile yourself for letting him go."
Kulgan shook his head sadly at the thought.
"I refuse to believe there is any simple explanation for those other failures, Tully. Or for Pug's difficulties as well. The fault was in each man or woman, not in the nature of the universe. I have often felt where we fail with Pug is in understanding how to reach him. Perhaps I would be well advised to seek another master for him, place him with one better able to harness his abilities."
Tully sighed.
"I have spoken my mind of this question, Kulgan. Other than what I've said, I cannot advise you. Still, as they say, a poor master's better than no master at all. How would the boy have fared if no one had chosen to teach him?"
Kulgan bolted upright from his seat.
"What did you say?"
"I said, how would the boy have fared if no one had chosen to teach him?"
Kulgan's eyes seemed to lose focus as he stared into space. He began puffing furiously upon his pipe. After watching for a moment, Tully said,
"What is it, Kulgan?"
Kulgan said,
"I'm not sure, Tully, but you may have given me an idea."
"What sort of an idea?"
Kulgan waved off the question.
"I'm not entirely sure. Give me time to ponder.
But consider your question and ask yourself this. How did the first magicians learn to use their power?"
Tully sat back down, and both men began to consider the question in silence. Through the window, they could hear the sound of boys at play, filling the courtyard of the keep. Every 6th day, the boys and girls who worked in the castle were allowed to spend the afternoon as they saw fit. The boys, apprentice age and younger, were a loud and boisterous lot. The girls worked in the service of the ladies of the castle, cleaning and sewing as well as helping in the kitchen. They all gave a full week's work, dawn to dusk and more, each day, but, on the 6th day of the week, they gathered in the courtyard of the castle, near the princess's garden. Most of the boys played a rough game of tag, involving the capture of a ball of leather, stuffed hard with rags, by one side, amid shoves and shouts, kicks and occasional fistfights. All wore their oldest clothes, for rips, bloodstains and mud stains were common. The girls would sit along the low wall by the princess's garden, occupying themselves with gossip about the ladies of the Duke's court. They nearly always put on their best skirts and blouses, and their hair shone from washing and brushing. Both groups made a great display of ignoring each other, and both were equally unconvincing. Pug ran to where the game was in progress. As was usual, Thomas was in the thick of the fray, sandy hair flying like a banner, shouting and laughing above the noise. Amid elbows and kicks, he sounded savagely joyous, as if the incidental pain made the contest all the more worthwhile. He ran through the pack, kicking the ball high in the air, trying to avoid the feet of those who sought to trip him up. No one was quite sure how the game had come into existence, or exactly what the rules were. But the boys played with battlefield intensity, as their fathers had years before. Pug ran onto the field and placed a foot before Rolf just as he was about to hit Thomas from behind. Rolf went down in a tangle of bodies, and Thomas broke free. He ran toward the goal and, dropping the ball in front of himself, kicked it into a large overturned barrel, scoring for his side. While other boys yelled in celebration, Rolf leapt to his feet and pushed aside another boy to place himself directly in front of Pug. Glaring out from under thick brows, he spat at Pug. "Try that again, and I'll break your legs, sand squint!" The sand squint was a bird of notoriously foul habits, not the least of which was leaving eggs in other birds' nests so that its offspring were raised by other birds. Pug was not about to let any insult of Rolf's pass unchallenged. With the frustrations of the last few months only a little below the surface, Pug was feeling particularly thin-skinned this day. With a leap, he flew at Rolf's head, throwing his left arm around the stockier boy's neck. He drove his right fist into Rolf's face and could feel Rolf's nose squash under the fist blow. Quickly, both boys were rolling on the ground. Rolf's greater weight began to tell, and soon he sat astride Pug's chest, driving his fat fists into the smaller boy's face. Thomas stood by, helpless, for as much as he wanted to aid his friend, the boy's code of honour was as strict and inviolate as any noble's. Should he intervene on his friend's behalf, Pug would never live down the shame. Thomas jumped up and down, urging Pug on, grimacing each time Pug was struck as if he felt the blows himself. Pug tried to squirm out from under the larger boy, causing many of his blows to slip by, striking dirt instead of Pug's face. Enough of them were hitting the mark, however, so that Pug soon began to feel a queer detachment from the whole procedure. He thought it strange that everybody sounded so far away, and that Rolf's blows seemed not to hurt. His vision was beginning to fill with red and yellow colours when he felt the weight lifted from his chest. After a brief moment, things came into focus, and Pug saw Prince Arthur standing over him, his hand firmly grasping Rolf's collar. While not as powerful a figure as his brother or father, the prince was still able to hold Rolf high enough so that the stable boy's toes barely touched the ground. The prince smiled, but without humour. "I think the boy has had enough," he said quietly, eyes glaring. "Don't you agree?" His cold tone made it clear he wasn't asking for an opinion. Blood still ran down Rolf's face from Pug's initial blow as he choked out a sound the prince took to mean agreement. Arthur let go of Rolf's collar, and the stable boy fell backward to the laughter of the onlookers. The prince reached down and helped Pug to his feet. Holding the wobbly boy steady, Arthur said, "I admire your courage, youngster, but we can't have the wits beaten out of the Duchy's finest young magician, can we?" His tone was only slightly mocking, and Pug was too numb to do more than stand and stare at the younger son of the Duke. The prince gave him a slight smile and handed him over to Thomas, who had come up next to Pug, a wet cloth in hand. Pug came out of his fog as Thomas scrubbed his face with the cloth, and felt even worse when he saw the princess and Roland standing only a few feet away as Prince Arthur returned to their side. To take a beating before the girls of the keep was bad enough. To be punished by a lout like Rolf in front of the princess was a catastrophe. Emitting a groan that had little to do with his physical state, Pug tried to look as much like someone else as he could. Thomas grabbed him roughly. "Try not to squirm around so much. You're not all that bad off. Most of this blood is Rolf's anyway. By tomorrow his nose will look like an angry red cabbage." "So will my head." "Nothing so bad. A black eye perhaps too, with a swollen cheek thrown into the bargain? On the whole you did rather well. But next time you want to tangle with Rolf, wait until you've put on a little more size, will you?" Pug watched as the prince led his sister away from the site of battle. Roland gave him a wide grin, and Pug wished himself dead. Pug and Thomas walked out of the kitchen, dinner plates in hand. It was a warm night, and they preferred the cooling ocean breeze to the heat of the scullery. They sat on the porch, and Pug moved his jaw from side to side, feeling it pop in and out. He experimented with a bite of lamb, and put his plate to one side. Thomas watched him. "Can't eat?" Pug nodded. "Jaw hurts too much." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and chin on his fists. "I should have kept my temper. Then I would have done better." Thomas spoke from around a mouthful of food. "Master Fannion says a soldier must keep a cool head at all times, or he'll lose it." Pug sighed. "Colgan said something like that. I have some drills I can do that make me relax. I should have used them." Thomas gulped a heroic portion of his meal. Practising in your room is one thing. Putting that sort of business into use while someone is insulting you to your face is quite another. I would have done the same thing, I suppose." "But you would have won." "Probably, which is why Rolf would never have come at me." His manner showed he wasn't being boastful, merely stating things as they were. "Still, you did all right. Old Cabbage Nose will think twice before picking on you again, I'm sure, and that's what the whole thing's about anyway." Pug said, "What do you mean?" Thomas put down his plate and belched. With a satisfied look at the sound of it, he said, "With bullies, it's always the same. Whether or not you can best them doesn't matter. What is important is whether or not you'll stand up to them. Rolf may be big, but he's a coward under all the bluster. He'll turn his attention to the younger boys now and push them around a bit. I don't think he'll want any part of you again. He doesn't like the price." Thomas gave Pug a broad and warm smile. "That first punch you gave him was a beaut, right square on the beak." Pug felt a little better. Thomas eyed Pug's untouched dinner. "You going to eat that?" Pug looked at his plate. It was fully laden with hot lamb, greens and potatoes. In spite of the rich smell, Pug felt no appetite. "No, you can have it." Thomas scooped up the platter and began shoving the food into his mouth. Pug smiled. Thomas had never been known to stint on food. Pug returned his gaze to the castle wall. "I felt like such a fool." Thomas stopped eating, with a handful of meat halfway to his mouth. He studied Pug for a moment. "You too." "Me too what?" Thomas laughed. "You're embarrassed because the princess saw Rolf give you a thrashing." Pug bridled. "It wasn't a thrashing. I gave as well as I got." Thomas whooped. "There, I knew it. It's the princess." Pug sat back in resignation. "I suppose it is." Thomas said nothing, and Pug looked over at him. He was busy finishing off Pug's dinner. Finally, Pug said, "And I suppose you don't like her?" Thomas shrugged. Between bites he said, Lady Carline is pretty enough, but I know my place. I have my eye on someone else anyway." Pug sat up. "Who?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "I'm not saying," Thomas said with a sly smile. Pug laughed. "It's Neela, right?" Thomas's jaw dropped. "How did you know?" Pug tried to look mysterious. "We magicians have our ways." Thomas snorted. "Some magician? You're no more a magician than I'm a knight captain of the king's army. Tell me, how did you know?" Pug laughed. "It's no mystery. Every time you see her, you puff in that tabard of yours and preen like a bantam rooster." Thomas looked troubled. "You don't think she's onto me, do you?" Pug smiled like a well-fed cat. "She's not onto you, I'm sure." He paused. if she's blind and all the other girls in the keep haven't pointed it out to her 100 times already. A woebegone look crossed Thomas's face. What must the girl think? Pug said, Who knows what girls think? From everything I can tell, she probably likes it. Thomas looked thoughtfully at his plate. Do you ever think about taking a wife? Pug blinked like an owl caught in a bright light. I never thought about it. I don't know if magicians marry. I don't think they do. Nor soldiers, mostly. But Master Fannin says a soldier who thinks about his family is not thinking about his job. Thomas was silent for a minute. Pug said, Well, it doesn't seem to hamper Sergeant Gardan or some of the other soldiers. Thomas snorted, as if those exceptions merely proved his point. I sometimes try to imagine what it would be like to have a family. You have a family, stupid. I'm the orphan here. I mean a wife, Rockhead. Thomas gave Pug his best you're too stupid to live look. And children someday, not a mother and father. Pug shrugged. The conversation was turning to provinces that disturbed him. He never thought about these things, being less anxious to grow up than Thomas. He said, I expect we'll get married and have children if it's what we're supposed to do. Thomas looked very seriously at Pug, so the younger boy didn't make light of the subject. I've imagined a small room somewhere in the castle, and I can't imagine who the girl would be. He chewed his food. There's something wrong with it, I think. Wrong? As if there's something else I'm not understanding. I don't know. Pug said, Well, if you don't, how am I supposed to? Thomas suddenly changed the topic of conversation. We're friends, aren't we? Pug was taken by surprise. Of course we're friends. You're like a brother. Your parents have treated me like their own son. Why would you ask something like that? Thomas put down his plate, troubled. I don't know, it's just that sometimes I think this will all somehow change. You're going to be a magician, maybe travel all over the world, seeing other magicians in faraway lands. I'm going to be a soldier, bound to follow my lord's orders. I'll probably never see more than a little part of the kingdom, and that only as an escort in the Duke's personal guard, if I'm lucky. Pug became alarmed. He had never seen Thomas so serious about anything. The older boy was always the first to laugh, and seemed never to have a worry. I don't care what you think, Thomas, said Pug. Nothing will change. We will be friends no matter what. Thomas smiled at that. I hope you're right. He sat back, and the two boys watched the stars over the sea and the lights from the town, framed like a picture by the castle gate. Pug tried to wash his face the next morning, but found the task too arduous to complete. His left eye was swollen completely shut, his right only half open. Great bluish lumps decorated his visage, and his jaw popped when he moved it from side to side. Fantus lay on Pug's pallet, red eyes gleaming as the morning sun poured in through the tower window. The door to the boy's room swung open, and Culgan stepped through, his stout frame covered in a green robe. Pausing to regard the boy for a moment, he sat on the pallet and scratched the drake behind the eye ridges, bringing a pleased rumble from deep within Fantus's throat.
I see you didn't spend yesterday sitting about idly, he said.
I had a bit of trouble, sir.
We've all been there. A speeding ticket. And not just any speeding ticket. A speeding ticket while on a trip abroad. And that comes with all kinds of problems, like late penalties and foreign language barriers, or government websites that only accept obscure ways of payment. It's time for a revolution. With PayTicket, your foreign parking ticket problems are a thing of the past. Simply input your information, such as name, email, and country of residence. Take a quick photo of your ticket, plug in your credit card details, and click Send. And PayTicket will take care of the rest. No matter what kind of traffic or parking violation you may have to pay, PayTicket makes it easier. Simple, fast, hassle-free. That's PayTicket.
That's all right. No, this is true.
Elvis.
Stunning video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high quality videos in seconds. Edit logos, mockups, videos, and design templates with just a few clicks. Each template is carefully made by design experts, so your work will always look great. Get started with the best video maker at Plazy.net.
I'm surprised she's still alive. Jay gives a dark laugh. What? Nothing, she says. But I really wish you hadn't answered. How come? She sighs heavily. There are some people you just want to forget.
Chapter 22. Cassie. Monday night. The blue suitcase sits open on the bed as Cassie throws in crumpled t-shirts, jeans, and flimsy underthings. Her blonde wig sits on the dresser, next to the gun. She hasn't turned on a lamp. They might be watching the house, so she works in the light of the setting sun. She's already packed Rick's bag, with everything he needs, in the SUV, but she has to finish her things, too. No hose, he'd told her. Fucking ridiculous. No hose.
They're here,
Bobby says from the living room.
3 of them.
She closes the suitcase, snapping the locks, setting it on the floor.
Stay cool,
Rick barks down to her. I am cool, she mumbles. She goes to the edge of the bed, resting the gun on her thighs. She takes a deep breath, stares at the partly opened door. Even now, she didn't want to close that door. Rick told her as long as she didn't make a sound, it would be okay. Probably trying to make up for their fight. She hears footfalls from outside. A dull knocking. The front door opens and the house wheezes with the presence of new bodies. She hears the men in the living room. Mumbled voices. Thumping. Footsteps. She sits with her back straight, staring at the door, hands sweating as they grip the gun. All she hears are soft clicks of the road case being opened and the clunk of the money counter being set up. The sun sets completely, and the amber glow on the wall turns dusky blue. The bedroom is stifling on the hot summer night. The window doesn't open, and the AC hasn't worked since they got here. Her back starts to ache from sitting in the same position. How much longer would they be? A drop of sweat makes its way down her forehead, into her brow, and she wipes it with the back of her hand. careful to keep the gun away from her face. But she hears a sharp clatter, not from the living room, but from her feet. In a panic, she looks down to see a wooden bead bounce across the floor and hit the door.
Somebody back there?
A stranger's voice, deep, threatening.
Nobody,
says Rick. She hears creaking from the hallway and Rick's voice again.
I said nobody's there.
Her heart pounds. The footsteps get closer. She squeezes the gun handle, lifting it toward the door. Stay cool. Suddenly the world is nothing but thunder and banging. The door jolts in its frame as a ragged hole explodes in the wood. She's not fully aware of pulling the trigger, only the numbness in her shoulder from the recoil. She separates the din of her ringing eardrums from the gunshots in the living room. It feels like a war zone, bullets blasting, glass crashing, the walls vibrating. She has to get out of here. She doesn't want to die. She stumbles to the window and tries opening it, but it's just a panicked instinct. She knows it's painted shut. Another blast. Then another. Then nothing. She waits. Silence. Nothing but the smell of gun smoke hanging gray in the air. She creeps to the door and listens. After a moment, she peers out into the hall. She flinches when she sees a body on the floor in front of her, the back of his white t-shirt blooming crimson, everything else about him absolutely still. She leans out further, sees Bobby on the floor by the door, unmoving, covered in blood. Bobby is the only one who had a clear shot of the guy. He must have shot him to protect her. Fuck. She sees the lifeless, bloody hand of someone leaning across the table. But there were 3 coming. Is the other one dead too? Or is he waiting for her? And where's Rick? Still holding the gun, warm to her touch, she creeps into the hallway, stepping over the body. She slides against the wall, the floorboards creaking as she moves toward the carnage. She smells the metallic smoke that hovers in the air, notices a fine mist of white powder settling in the light from an overturned lamp. Then she sees them. One lying face forward on the table, Bobby in front of the door, another big guy down by the wall. Rick is lifeless, too, fallen between the couch and the coffee table, his tank top and arms so covered in blood he looks splashed with red paint. She holds her breath for a moment, then feels something she wasn't expecting. Relief. The cool rush of relief. She exhales for what seems like the first time in weeks. Then she sees the money. Rolls on the coffee table splattered with blood, much more in the red duffel bag on the floor. She works so quickly she can barely see her hands moving in the dimness. She grabs all the loose cash she can and stuffs it back into the duffel, hiking it over her shoulder. It's damn heavy, but she can manage. She stumbles clumsily into the hall, nearly tripping on the body because she's afraid to look down. She hurries into the bedroom for her things. She steps over the corpse one last time. At the very last second, she remembers. Fingerprints, and turns back to wipe the bedroom doorknob with the hem of her tank top. She stumbles into the kitchen, then shoulders open the screen door. It slams behind her as she hears the first siren in the night.
Chapter 23. Beth. Tuesday evening. The main dining room of the Rosedale Park Country Club overlooks the landscaped gardens where Beth and Jay posed for their wedding pictures. She remembers feeling giddy on champagne that night, her cheeks aching from smiling, her voice hoarse from meeting Jay's family and friends. It had been so romantic. A happy new beginning for her, with a new family, a new life. But her focus shifts, and she sees her reflection in the window, like a ghost of herself, dissolving into the darkness. So what does he do exactly, this Italian fellow? Jay's mother asks, cutting her steak. Ellen Montgomery is in her early 60s, white hair, a Chanel suit, her perfume cloying around her in a little cloud. She switches the fork to her other hand before taking a nibble of the steak. It's an old-fashioned way to eat, not even the most cosmopolitan. But it's one of the things she liked about Jay when they first met. He had good table manners. It was a silly thing, but it said a lot about how a person was raised. He's an investor, Jay says in the tone of voice he uses when he's trying to con somebody. Light, casual. He had a couple scotches at home, and more here, along with the wine. He's getting overconfident. He made a fortune in real estate. Now he wants to get into the business. He's going to put up some of the money. In this case, $2 million, and that triggers the whole rest of the operation. We can start making offers, writing checks, that kind of thing. Start? Jay's father asks with a sarcastic laugh. John Montgomery is fit, wearing a navy suit and tie, with the same shade of white hair as his wife's, but brushed back. Beth has not seen his hair change from that stiff wave in all the time she's known him, regardless of the occasion or the weather. How long does it take before people in your business actually start getting paid? It might be slow, Dad, but when it happens, it's big. And this time, it's gonna be huge. Beth sees the phony smile on her husband's face. The eagerness to please his parents is transparent, but it's an impossible task with them. She doesn't even know why he tries. Did I tell you we're in talks with Mila Jovovich right now? Is she the one with the orphans? Ellen asks. You're thinking of Angelina Jolie. Has she signed a contract yet? Dad, I said we're in talks. That means we're negotiating with her agent. Why do you act as if negotiating is a good thing? Because that's the way the business works. He gives a forced laugh. Look, I'll send you the deal memo, okay? You can see what I mean. I'd love your opinion on the budget, too. Ellen turns to Beth. Business, business, she whispers. It's always business with boys, isn't it? She taps her mouth in a mock yawn. Beth tries to smile, sipping her wine. You seem a little quiet tonight, dear. Are you feeling all right? Of course, I'm fine, thanks. At the best of times, Beth feels like an outsider with her in-laws, but she's so nervous about seeing Cassie, it's even worse tonight. She's barely been able to talk. She has no idea what to expect. Cass was always so unpredictable, always getting into trouble, getting her into trouble too. Are you sure? Absolutely. Just don't force anything, darling. If it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. It doesn't matter to us if you have children. We have plenty of... Ellen. Beth puts down her wine glass, more forcefully than she expected, and it clinks the side of her plate. Jay glances over, frowning. Why does she have to bring that up again? She did it every time they got together. Just don't worry about it, okay? I said I'm fine. We both are. Yes, of course you are. A few silent slices of Ellen's steak. The men are still talking contracts, but Jay glances over again, as if checking up on her. You know I was out with a friend the other day who went to Bryn Mawr. Didn't you go there? No, Mom, Jay says. Beth doesn't know if she's grateful or pissed off that he's been eavesdropping. She grew up in Bryn Mawr, the town. She went to college in Boston. The New England Institute of Music. Remember? He gives Beth a wink. It's the best music school in the country. What about Juilliard? His father asks. Beth tries not to roll her eyes. Every time her education comes up, Jay reminds his folks, best music school in the country, and every time one of them says, better than Juilliard? Jay is always forced to add, well, it's one of the best. That's what they told us anyway, Beth says, trying to laugh. At any rate, this friend of mine, Ellen continues, she's from Philadelphia. And she went to Bryn Mawr. Do you know her by any chance? Celia Barnes? No, I don't think so, Beth says. She doesn't know everybody, Mom. No, I suppose not. Good family. Anyway, I had lunch with her last week, and we were talking about this time I visited her for homecoming. I had to remember that little limerick, or whatever it was, for all the stops along the main line. The main line was the name for a collection of wealthy villages along the Pennsylvania Railroad that once served as grand country estates for Philadelphia's richest old money families. The stops were distanced exactly 2 minutes apart on the railroad tracks, and locals created a mnemonic device to remember all the names. What was it again? Ellen asks, squinting. Old maids never wed and... Old maids never wed and have babies, Beth says in a dull monotone. Is that why she brought it up? Beth thinks. Because it's about babies. She feels a stab in her heart, so sharp and painful it's as if Ellen leaned over the table and wedged her steak knife between Beth's ribs. Right. How does it go again? Old was for Overbrook. Maids was for Marion. Never was for Narberth. But what was... Winwood, Ardmore, Haverford, and Bryn Mawr, Beth says. Wed and have babies. Oh, that's right. I've got to tell Celia. She'll get a kick out of it. She couldn't remember it either. Almost as if Ellen is testing her, Beth goes on. Really vicious retrievers snap willingly. Pardon me? It's not finished. There are about 10 other towns. Really for Rosemont, vicious for Villanova, retrievers for Radnor. Jay and his father are looking over now. Snap for St. David's. Willingly for... Beth, Jay says with a little laugh. I think she gets it. Really? There's a sarcastic note in Beth's voice as she regards her mother-in-law. Do you get it? Ellen just gives her a cold smile. Jay goes back to his conversation with his father, but glances over at Beth, clenching his jaw as if to say, take it easy. Beth sighs and looks at her watch. As nervous as she is about seeing Cass, she can't take it anymore. She needs a few minutes to decompress by herself. I'm sorry, she says, dabbing the corners of her lips with her napkin. I really should go. Oh, that's right. You're meeting an old friend, are you? Yes, from college. Beth grabs her purse and stands up from the table. The men stand up too. Jay glares at her for leaving early, but she knows he won't make a scene. Well, have a nice time, Ellen says. I love that scarf, by the way. Is it new? Yes, it is. Thank you. Ellen places her hand next to her mouth in a mock whisper. You might want to sneak to the ladies' room first. The tag is showing, dear. Chapter 24. Boston, 12 years ago. Cassie is wasted again. She leans on Beth's shoulder, her whole body weight pressed against Beth as they squeeze through a crowded corridor, black light making everything glow, music blaring behind them. Cassie's skirt is so short, the gauntlet of men seem not just entitled to stare, but invited to do it. They glance at Beth, too, but it makes her uncomfortable. Cassie is like a different species. She has instincts that Beth doesn't have. Even drunk out of her mind, she uses her sexuality to get attention. She leans over, yelling in Beth's ear to be heard. I need a pit stop, she announces. Can't you wait? We have to get back. They couldn't miss curfew again, but Cassie has already pulled away. She zigzags toward the women's washroom. Black leather skirt barely covering her ass, fishnets ripped, cleavage on display. She's a walking cliché. Beth follows her into the dank room. There's a small line of women waiting, but one stall is broken and there's no door. Cassie stumbles into the stall, lifts her skirt, drops the fishnets. Beth blocks the doorway. looking over her shoulder, giving Cass at least some privacy. There are a couple of women doing lines on the edge of the counter, others fixing their hair in front of the mirror, but nobody looks at them. Nobody cares. Cassie flushes, stands up, but she doesn't pull up her stockings. She's standing there, her pussy on display, the fishnets digging into her thighs. She had no shame in the dorm either, always walking around nude. It had taken only 2 days before Cassie confessed to wondering if she was bisexual. Now Cassie hooks her hand around the back of Beth's neck and drags her in, stopping just before their lips meet, her breath smelling like beer. Beth lurches back. "Cassie, you're drunk." "Not that drunk," she says with a laugh. It wouldn't be the last time Cassie tried to come on to her, but it never worked. Beth was perhaps the only person Cassie Ogilvy couldn't seduce. Chapter 25. Beth. Tuesday night. She pulls up outside Footsie's, a low brick building surrounded by discount stores closed for the night. A cringe works its way up her spine as she surveys the bar. It looks like just the sort of dive Cassie loved going to. Gritty, rough. The last time she'd been in a place like this was with Cassie herself. Why are her memories of that time so clear, like photographs laid out on a table? Cassie on her single bed in the dorm room, laughing. Sitting around the turquoise pool in Southampton, drinking wine. Dancing in a club, mascara smeared. Cassie with her microphone, Beth at her keyboard. Music was everywhere back then. It was how they connected, on a soul level, drawn to each other through their love of music. But this isn't good. Cassie showing up like this. What happens if she meets Jay? Beth knows she can't trust her old friend. Back in college, she seduced every guy Beth was remotely interested in. She isn't sure she can trust Jay either, not with a woman like Cass. Stop it. This is just drinks with an old friend. Cassie's probably changed, grown up a bit. She's just being paranoid. She takes a deep breath and grabs her purse. She twists the rear view to freshen her lipstick. That's when she sees the scarf around her throat and the little tag poking through the silk. She unties it and shoves it into her purse. The lighting is dim, billiard balls echoing, the smell of stale beer thick in the air. "Hey, B!" Beth squints in the darkness and sees a figure at a table near the back. The swing of an arm. "Over here!" Beth walks toward the woman with long, wild, dark hair. Something about the stubborn tilt of her head is so familiar. She'd recognize Cassie anywhere, even in silhouette. "You look great, man," Cassie says, engulfing Beth in a hug. Feeling her exotic curves is like stepping back through time. She still smells the same, too, like booze and cigarettes and musky perfume. "Grown-up life must agree with you." "Oh, thank you," Beth says, genuinely shy. "But you're the one who looks great. You haven't changed a bit. You're still gorgeous." Cassie just shrugs off the compliment. "Forget it. I'm a wreck. Got up on the wrong side of the bed like 5 years ago. Haven't slept since." Beth laughs, but she's more than a little surprised her old friend looks so good, especially considering she still lived hard, judging from the smudged black eyeliner, leather jacket, and tight jeans, not to mention the empty beer bottles and shot glasses lined up on the table. But her olive skin is clear, full lips frame her perfect white teeth, and if she's gained a pound, it's in all the right places. Maybe there were a couple of new lines around her big green eyes, but no worse than Beth's. Otherwise, she seems the same, still entirely Cassie. Beth is inwardly stunned. She feels so different than she did back then. The preppy blonde with the ponytail, now a married music teacher feeling middle-aged. Sit down, Cassie says, moving a blue suitcase under the table. She shoves a red duffel bag onto the empty seat beside her and plops her big black purse, full of buckles and fringe, on top of it. She raises her hand for the waiter who heads over, thumping in combat boots. His head is shaved, his neck tattooed, gold hoops in his ears. "A glass of Sauvignon Blanc, please," says Beth.
Pinot, okay?
"Fine. And another round for me."
Sure thing.
The waiter collects her empties and heads off. "Guess no use specifying the vintage in a place like this, right?" she whispers. "Probably not," Beth says, laughing. The girl always did know how to make her laugh. "Sorry to drag you out this way, but fucking LA. They say you need a car, but you don't really believe it till you get here." "Yes, you definitely need a car." Beth smiles, studying her old friend like a movie come to life. Despite the tension of the night and dinner and Ellen, despite everything, Beth feels more relaxed right now than she's been in months, maybe years. She remembers now why they became friends in the first place. It wasn't just that they were thrown together in that tiny dorm room. Beth had been used to new roommates. And it wasn't just that Cassie was the first person she'd ever known who loved music as much as she did, though that was part of it. What really amazed Beth was Cassie's way with people. She was so comfortable with everyone, so at ease in her own skin, treating everyone the same. Custodians, the school dean, club owners, teachers, drug dealers, waiters. She had no filters, no censors or shame. It's why she was such a brilliant performer. Beth always admired that about her. How she could truly be herself anywhere, anytime. "I can't believe I found you," Cass says. "I checked Facebook for you like 1,000,000 times over the years." "Sorry, I never got the hang of it." She pauses, curious. "So, how did you find me?" "I Googled you. Saw you on that school's website." Ah. Beth remembers her boss insisting they hyphenate her name, Beth Crawford Montgomery, so they could put the shot of the album cover next to her bio. But then she wonders aloud, "Okay, but how did you get my home number?" "Wasn't hard. I called that Steinberg place and conned them." "I see." Beth is secretly annoyed they'd give out personal contact information, but she also knows how convincing Cassie can be. The waiter brings their drinks, and the women clink, as they had countless times before. "So, you decided to become a teacher, huh?" "Yeah," Beth says, trying to smile. "Bit the bullet?" "I know. I said I never would. But I love it. It's a good school. Great kids." Beth has choked down the lie so many times it has somehow come to seem like the truth. "So you're not playing at all anymore?" "Not really, no." "That sucks. You should be playing. You're brilliant." The Lotus Flower was amazing, by the way. I downloaded it. "You're kidding. You and about 2 other people. How did you even know about it?" "I told you. I look you up every now and again. Saw you released it. So what happened? Why'd you give it up?" Beth stares at her a moment. What happened? What a stupid question. "Nothing. That's what happened. Nothing. I had to move on." She wants to change the subject. It's too painful. Cassie wouldn't understand. She takes a sip of wine and brings lightness to her voice. "So, what about you? You said you've got a gig coming up in Monterey?" Even as Beth asks it, she feels a stab of envy. Naturally, Cassie's career would turn out so much better than her own. She didn't have the same fears Beth had. Beth loved and hated that about her friend since the day they met. "Not a big deal," Cassie says, shrugging. "Just some little dive. Fake it till you make it, right?" Beth smiles at the mention of the old motto. Jay uses it too. She'd forgotten it was one of Cassie's favorites. How strange. Jay would probably love her. They'd get along. They both love drinking and partying so much. Her heart clenches as Cassie keeps talking, never at a loss for words. This friend of mine's picking me up. We're gonna head out tonight, get some rehearsing done. It's been a while. She touches her throat and makes an off-key sound. She should be here any minute. I can't wait for you to meet her. I've told her all about you. That's sweet. Beth doesn't know if she's relieved or disappointed that they were being joined by someone. So, what about you? How are you doing? I'm great. No, I mean, really. How are you feeling? Beth reaches out, almost putting her hand on Cassie's, but stopping at the last moment. You mean, am I taking my meds? She widens her eyes dramatically. Don't put it like that. It's what you meant, right? I just care about you, Cass, that's all. I just want to make sure you're okay. Of course. Don't I look okay? My insurance ran out, so I'm self-medicating now. Otherwise, it's all good. You're not. Beth fears the worst. Heroin, opioids, meth. Not the hard stuff. Cassie laughs, holding up her drink. I'm too old for that shit. And too smart. Look, I'm fine. Seriously. How about you? You got married, I see. Yeah, almost 3 years ago now. Noticed I didn't get an invitation to the wedding. She grins, teasing. I would have loved to invite you, but it was just family. Very small. Any kids? Beth refrains from touching her stomach, a dead giveaway. No, not yet. You? Cassie almost chokes on her beer. God, no. And Beth envies her loose attachment to family. Hooked up with a roadie for a while, but it's over. Nasty dude. Beth knows that when Cassie Ogilvy called someone a nasty dude, you could believe her. You always did like roadies. What can I say? I have a soft spot for stoners with great arms and tattoos. Who else do you meet playing bars anyway? Or street corners? No, Beth gasps. Kidding. About the street corners, anyway. She raps the wooden table. Listen, I should call Lily, find out what's up. She should be here by now. Where are the phones around here? She twists in her seat. I lost my damn cell. Here, use mine. Beth reaches in her purse for her phone. She can't help but offer her friend a favor. Thanks, man. Cassie gets out her wallet, messy and overstuffed as it always was. Pictures, receipts, and scraps of paper spill out. As she rifles through the mess, Beth notices her wrists are still layered with mismatched bracelets, some of them familiar from the old days. Beneath the leather, the silver, and beads, she catches a glimpse of the faint slashes on Cassie's wrists. The scars aren't as clear as they were when the girls were in college, pale ghosts of themselves. If Beth didn't know what to look for, she may never have seen them. But like all bad memories, they would never fade completely. Remember that? Cassie tosses a photo to her. Beth picks it up and sees the two of them standing outside the big white summer house. The ache in her heart is palpable. She'd forgotten they all took pictures that day. Meanwhile, Cassie finds a chit of paper and taps the screen. She blocks one ear as she speaks. Lily? Hey, it's me. Where are you? Why is it so loud? The shot is of Beth and Cassie, standing with their arms around each other. Cassie's in a scruffy t-shirt and shredded jeans, that familiar old knapsack on the ground at her feet. Beth wears a crisp yellow blouse and white shorts.
That's all right. No, this is true.
her hair in a ponytail. The girls looked so different from each other, even back then. She thought that day would be the last time she saw her old friend. No, I checked out already. Really? Her friend's voice fades as the image pulls Beth into its own world, away from the sound of pool tables and clanking beer bottles. Instead, she hears the breakers pounding on the beach outside, the ocean so rough they couldn't even swim without getting sand thrown into their faces from the waves. She hears the rising notes of her own fingers on the keyboard of the grand piano in the conservatory, can even smell the lawn and the sea and lemon oil on antiques. These were memories she'd been afraid to relive for years, yet here they all were. She remembers those long summer nights in the big yellow bedroom overlooking the ocean, while she and Cass drank and smoked and talked about their music careers. It was so different from her bedroom in Bryn Mawr, with its shelves full of untouched collectible dolls. She was allowed to play with them if she wanted to, but she never did. She never even took them out of their boxes. They were for looking at and keeping safe. But life was different at the summer house. Instead of plastic dolls in their packages, the shelves were crammed with old, musty-smelling stuffed animals, some missing eyeballs or tails, leaning this way and that as if they were all drunk, the way the girls were that summer. Beth had never drunk so much as she did that year with Cass. Cassie was always the one to instigate things, dragging the madness long into the night, until the clubs closed or Beth was so tired she insisted they go home. Cass was usually hungover in the morning, sleeping past noon most days. But Beth had always been an early riser, so there'd be long, quiet talks in the kitchen before Cass woke up.
You've got to expect some problems that way, Beth. Growing up in foster care presents a lot of challenges, especially if there's been some form of abuse. It's heartbreaking, really.
Beth looks over at her old friend, still on the phone, that crooked smile, that wild hair, and she's surprised by the fondness she feels. Nah, really, Lil. No problem. Yeah, okay. See you then. For sure. Love you too. She hangs up and looks over at Beth. Shit. Now she can't make it till Friday. Beth feels pressure in her throat. Don't say it. Don't say it. But she feels trapped. You have a place to stay until then? Cassie gives a little shrug. I'll think of something. I always do.
Chapter 26. Rick. Tuesday night. The only light in the dingy motel room is the shifting haze of the television. Rick sits propped up in bed, breathing heavily, trying to ignore the searing pain radiating from his shoulder. He takes a swig from the whiskey bottle. The motel room is fetid with the smell of mildew and dust, and something else, a sickly smell. He knows it's coming from the wounds, 2 of them, straight into his left shoulder, red veins mapping outward, blood and pus oozing around the dressing. He knew gauze wouldn't stanch the bleeding. He'd gone through this before, years ago, so he bought gel patches instead and taped gauze over them. But even with the air conditioning on, he's sweating and jittery, his head pounding. Were the wounds getting infected? Must be. He knows he should get to a hospital, but he can barely get out of bed. The cops would be on him within minutes anyway, especially now that a narc was killed. He grits his teeth, riding out the rage. How could he be so stupid, letting himself get set up like that? It's been 24 hours since the bloodbath, and the story has moved farther down into the newscast. Without any breaks in the case, the world has new catastrophes to consider. A terrible accident on a freeway, a missing child, a suspected gang member shot in his car. But he can't move on so easily. He needs that money. He has to find Cassie. She must know he's alive, Why isn't she looking for him? She has the number for the burner phone he's using. Why hasn't she called? He tries to focus on every detail after the shooting. He remembers hearing the back door slam at the house, sounding like another gunshot. It took a moment before he realized where he was. The back of his head seared with pain, and he thought he'd taken a bullet there, too. But it was just a large, sore lump, not even bleeding. He must have been thrown back into the wall after the first shot and gotten knocked out. Then he heard sirens approaching, distant but getting closer. He struggled to his feet, his shoulder and chest aching so badly he could barely breathe. He saw Jules hunched over the table, Bobby down by the door, the guy with the goatee on the other side of the room. Butler. He was the narc. Rick saw his picture on the news. He remembers glancing around for the red duffel bag, but the money was gone. He grabbed as much of the junk as he could, dragging the black case with his good arm. There was another body in the hallway outside the bedroom, a bullet hole in the door. Worried about Cassie, he checked the room, but it was empty. He ripped the top sheet off the bed and held it against the blood oozing from his shoulder. He limped into the kitchen, pushed open the screen door. "Cass," he hissed into the night. She'd been angry at him after their argument. Maybe she was hiding somewhere. "Cass!" But there was no sign of her. By the time he stumbled to the black SUV parked in an alley behind the yard, the sirens were right out front, car doors slamming. He pulled away into the darkness and spent the next 2 hours scouring the streets for her. He wasn't worried about the car being identified. An uncle of Bobby's had died recently and left the car to him in the will. As long as they didn't get stopped for a busted taillight or speeding, and the cops learned that Bobby hadn't changed the registration yet, they'd be fine. He was more concerned about Cass. He kept checking his phone, expecting her to call, but she didn't. He'd been bleeding so badly he had to stop at an all-night drugstore for first aid supplies, covering the stains by slinging his denim jacket over his shoulder. After that, he needed a place to stay. 2 motel managers had turned him away because he didn't have a credit card. But the third place, a run-down, sun-baked dump called the Seahorse Motel, accepted a cash deposit. Thank God he had enough for that. When he let himself into the dingy room, the first thing he did was turn on the news. The next, he finished half a bottle of whiskey. Then he tended to his wounds. He was numb with shock. The only way he knew one of the bullets had gone right through him was the bloodstain above his shoulder blade when he turned around to check. He could see the slug of the other one, so he dug it out with trembling fingers and his pocket knife, then bandaged himself up. He was even lucid enough to be able to track down that friend of hers, the one who played the piano. "Is Cassie there?" "Who?" She sounded so shocked and confused, as if she'd never even known a person named Cassie. He wonders if Cassie lied about that, too. Then he got drunk, waiting for her to call. "Are you okay, baby? Where are you? I've got the money." But his phone was silent. Cassie's phone was useless, too, without its SIM card. But at least he'd been able to find her friend. He didn't have her home address yet, but it was only a matter of time. He woke early the next morning, was able to move around and do everything he had to. Shave, change his hair. He'd even been able to leave the motel and function for a couple of hours. But he must have been running on adrenaline, because the pain is much worse now than it was earlier in the day. Much worse. It feels like a really bad flu settling in. Day 1, you feel like shit, but you can deal with it. Day 2, you feel like you're going to die. By day 3, you actually want to. The room starts to spin. He feels nauseous. He slams the bottle down and stumbles to the dingy bathroom, throwing up. Fuck. He grabs a towel, wipes his face. His head pounds and there's a ringing in his ears. A concussion, maybe? From his head hitting the wall? He got concussed after a fight a few years ago. It felt like this. There is one blessing to the pain. It takes the edge off his rage. Because every time he thinks of Cassie running out on him, his blood starts pumping and he has to force himself to breathe deeply, trying to relax. He stumbles to the nightstand, grabbing a small vial, digging white powder out with his yellowed pinky nail. He snorts it, lies down, and waits for the ache to subside, the room to stop spinning. He can't stay here much longer. There are probably 3 bounties on his head right now. One from the cops, one from Jules's posse, and one from his supplier in Florida. What if they think he set them up and took the money himself? Betrayal was the worst crime in this business. It didn't stem from any kind of honor. It was all about optics. He owed them money for the deal, $250 grand. How would it look if they let it go? They couldn't, and they wouldn't. He needs to get that money back. He has to find Cass, or they'll both be dead.
Chapter 27. Jay. Tuesday night. Jay is at the fridge, wearing his robe, drinking orange juice from the carton, when Beth and Cassie stumble in the door, shoes and luggage thumping. The clock on the wall reads 1:35 a.m. He's surprised. Beth hasn't been up past midnight in a year. He wears boxers, but the robe hangs open, and he quickly yanks it closed, not expecting company. Beth didn't even text she was bringing anyone home. The girl hangs off Beth's shoulder, her hair disheveled, her makeup smeared. She's exotically beautiful, everything oversized and lush. Eyes, lips, breasts. She can't possibly be wearing a bra, he thinks, as she stumbles and laughs, a tight t-shirt visible beneath her black leather jacket, her jeans faded and frayed. Jay just can't picture Beth hanging out with a chick like this. Yet here they were, together again. Jay, I'd like you to meet my old friend, Cassie Ogilvy. Jay extends his hand, and it takes a moment for Cassie to focus on it. When she does, her skin is soft, and so warm it's almost fiery. Nice to meet you, she hiccups. You too. And because it's been on his mind all night, he asks right away, any relation to the ad people? Cassie just burps, her eyes hooded and dazed. She can't get any money for your film, if that's what you mean, says Beth. Jay feels a jerk of anger. That's a shitty thing to say, he snaps. 3 hours with an old friend, and she's already giving him attitude? I'm just kidding. Help her with the luggage. Jay grabs the suitcase, but Cassie keeps the red duffel clutched close to her. Thanks, man, she says, slurring. You're a real gentleman. They all tumble out of the room. The extra bedroom is at the end of the hall. It's messy and mismatched, with a basket of clean laundry on the single bed. Ever since he gave up the office last year, Jay's been working out of this cluttered space. The desk lamp is on, papers scattered about, his laptop open, an old printer set up. As Cassie stumbles into the room, she bumps the chair and the desk rattles. Careful, he says, annoyed. Hold on to her for a sec. Beth eases her friend toward him. Jay feels her weight and the softness of her curves, so different from the slim, narrow frame of his wife. Hope you don't mind the mess, Cass, Beth says, grabbing the laundry, setting it aside. The moment the mattress is clear, Cassie pulls away from Jay and flops face forward into bed. Doesn't look like she minds anything right now. Beth laughs softly. She won't care. She was never a clean freak to begin with. Beth bends down to pull off the girl's beat-up black boots. Jay notices how natural it looks, as if she's done it 100 times. How strange. Beth usually wasn't so loving or maternal. How long is she staying for? He asks. He's bitter about the interruption, despite how hot she is. Just until Friday. Beth tries to pull the blanket out from under her, but she won't budge. Are you kidding? Friday? But all my stuff's in here, and I have a big meeting tomorrow. Seems like you have a lot of big meetings lately, she says. Yeah? So? What's she implying? That things aren't moving fast enough on the film? He's frustrated too, but does she have to bring it up? So get it, Jay, she says. Just be quiet, and leave the door open a bit. Why? But Beth tiptoes out of the room without answering. Jay huffs, irritated. House guests weren't supposed to just drop in like this. For days at a time? How inconsiderate. Who was this chick, anyway? Why did Beth suddenly act so friendly? He'd never even heard her mention a Cassie before. This is all so unlike her. He goes to the desk, grumbling, gathering up his things. He closes the laptop and grabs his papers. He resents being inconvenienced the night before a big meeting. She'll be here tomorrow, too, when he's getting ready. It'll throw off his energy. He's used to having the house to himself during the day. Is Beth going to take off work to keep her company? Or just leave him here alone with her? A stranger? It didn't make any sense. What is he supposed to do with her all day? He turns off the lamp. The room goes dark. He's just about to leave when he hears rustling on the bed. He freezes. Light from the window shines in, illuminating Cassie in a silver-blue pool. She's on her stomach, but she's pushed herself up on her elbows. She struggles for the edge of her t-shirt, trying to pull it off. She makes helpless little moaning noises. Jay doesn't know if he should help her or get the hell out of the room. Instead, he watches in the darkness, holding his breath. Cassie squirms on the single bed, awkwardly pulling up the edge of her tee, revealing her bare back and the tan lines of a bikini top across her skin. Jay feels strangely proud that he'd guessed right. She isn't wearing a bra. She twists in bed to pull the shirt over her head, turning toward him, and as she does, he sees her breasts, firm and round, candy-pink nipples going hard from the friction. Good Christ. He feels a tingling rush, but then she flops forward again, on her stomach, arms limp, her hair falling across her face. He lets out a long breath and shakes his head. He tiptoes out of the room, about to close the door, then remembers to leave it open a bit. He has to stand in the hall a moment, composing himself as a shiver works through his body. He hears Beth shuffling around in their bedroom and goes to the doorway. She's in her blue nightie, pulling decorative pillows off the bed, piling them on a chair. Why does she have to stay here? She's broke, Jay. She can't even afford a hotel. And that's our problem? She's a friend, okay? And I owe her. It's only for a few nights. She's got to be in Monterey for the weekend. She stops for a moment, regarding him. Just be careful with her. She has... Beth searches for the word. Issues. Issues? What do you mean? Not tonight. I can't get into it. Just be careful with her. That's all. Don't worry. I plan on it. He watches her climb under the duvet, pulling it around her shoulders. You're not going to read? He's used to seeing his wife tuck in every night with one of her romance novels. To look at her, you'd think she'd have her nose in Tolstoy or some other classic all the time, but she always said she needed the happy endings in romances. I'm too exhausted, she says, yawning, reaching up for the light. You coming to bed? There's no hint of invitation in her voice. Got work to do. Okay, good night. She turns off the lamp and the room sinks into darkness. The same streetlight that illuminated her friend's bare breasts only moments ago now shines on the shoulder of his wife's blue nightgown.
Chapter 28. Beth. Tuesday night. Beth lies in the darkness, staring at the surface of the nightstand. She didn't want Cassie seeing that old photo, so she's put it away, hidden it in the drawer. It seems strange to want to hide things from Cass. They shared all their secrets in school. She remembers those nights with Cassie in the dorm room, their beds barely 4 feet apart. Everything they talked about, their dreams, their fears, their failed relationships. Night after night. They came from such different backgrounds, it was hard to believe they could ever be such good friends. "You're a damn prodigy," Cassie said after she heard one of Beth's exam recitals. "Come play with me at Wally's." Beth's heart clamped with panic. She loved to play, but an audience terrified her. Her stage fright had almost prevented her from auditioning for the school. Cassie, on the other hand, was one of the few freshmen who were talented and gutsy enough to get paying gigs on the weekends. Beth admired and envied her for that. "You're wasting your time on these teachers, Bea. You gotta get out there. You gotta play in front of people. There's this quote I love, something about talent and happiness." She snaps her fingers, trying to think of it. "I can't quite..." "The person born with a talent they are meant to use will find their greatest happiness in using it," said Beth quietly. "It's Goethe." "I should have known you heard it before," Cassie laughed. "Except we should put chick in there, right?" "We should," said Beth with a smile. Late the next night, she got a call from the manager of the bar where Cassie performed. Voices and music were so loud in the background she could barely hear, but it seemed Cass needed her. It was a 15-minute walk to the bar, but Beth ran it in half the time, squeezing around students on the sidewalk. Out of breath, she ducked into a street-level pub with a black sign above the door. Wally's Cafe, established 1947. The small room was crowded, with a bar along one side, air ducts in the low ceiling. The cramped stage at the back was empty, and the stereo played canned jazz. The clientele was mixed, black and white, young and old. The bartender recognized her. This wasn't the first time she'd had to rescue Cass, and pointed to the end of the bar. Beth pushed through the crowd to find Cassie with her head down on the counter, a cluster of men surrounding her. "Cass," she said, shaking the girl's shoulder. "Hey, Bea," Cass growled, looking up. Beth glanced at the men. "Would you excuse us for a sec?" They seemed disappointed at the interruption as she turned Cass on the stool, staring into her bloodshot eyes. "What happened to Alex?" "Screw him," she said, flapping her hand. "Second time he ditched me. That's it for that prick." "But you can't skip tonight, Cass. They probably won't have you back. Are you able to go up there now?" Beth was dubious, but she had to ask. "Yeah," Cass said, a playful smile on her lips. "If you come with me." "Oh, for Christ's sakes. You planned this, didn't you?" "I'll never tell," she said, grinning. She finished the beer with a gulp and rolled off the stool with more finesse than Beth would have given her credit for. "Don't do this," Beth hissed at her. "Don't." "The show must go on," Cassie said with a grin. She walked to the middle of the small stage area, grabbed the mic from the stand, and faced the crowd. The canned music turned down. A smattering of applause grew louder, and a few of the customers whistled. Cassie Ogilvy was a popular draw at the club. Young as she was beautiful, talented, and sexy as hell. She seemed like a star in the making. "I'd like you all to meet a good friend of mine tonight," Cass began. Beth felt the ground warp beneath her feet. A wash of sound reverberated in her ears, making Cassie's voice seem distant and unreal. "She's going to accompany me on the ivories." A few more whistles and cheers filled the room, taunting Beth. "She's a really talented musician, and my BFF. Ladies and gentlemen, Beth Crawford." The walls throbbed and colors blurred. Beth felt pressure, like an undertow in the ocean, lifting her up and pressing her down at the same time. There was applause. She could hear the wash of it beneath the pounding in her head. "I'm gonna kill you for this," she hissed as she passed her friend. Cassie's laugh rang over the microphone. It was amazing how lucid she suddenly seemed. But Cassie had a gear meant just for performing. A real pro. Beth sat down at the keyboard, her legs shaking, her hands sweating. Haydn got stage fright. Chopin. She put her fingers on the black and white keys. It was just a battered old upright, with sheet music already laid out, and a set list with Cassie's scribbles. Stormy weather, ain't misbehavin', summertime. Beth first thought Cass would prefer rock or pop music, with her black eyeliner and wild hair, but jazz was her forte, throaty, sexy, and layered. Barbra Streisand got stage fright. And Adele. Cassie counted her in with nods of her head. Beth focused, taking a deep breath. She started to play the opening bars of the first song, her fingers trembling on the keys. "Slow it down," Cassie whispered, leaning into her, putting a hand on Beth's shoulder. Beth took the pace down a bit. The direction helped her focus. Cassie's throaty voice filled the room, sultry and magnetic. Stormy weather, nearly 100 years old, felt contemporary and strangely alive. It lived in Beth's fingers. It breathed there, seeping out of the keys into the ether. Or was it out of the ether into the keys? She wasn't sure. But it was another force communicating through her, melding with everyone in the room. The jazz standard felt simplistic compared with the classical music Beth preferred, but she appreciated its purity, and Cassie was a gifted performer, enough to make you forget everything, including stage fright. The further she got into the song, the more she found her rhythm fusing with that of her friend. The keys seemed to vibrate beneath her fingers, almost lifting up to meet her. With the red exit light glowing from the back of the room, the two freshmen from the New England Institute of Music mesmerized the audience that night, and Beth's whole world changed. She realized she could perform in front of a crowd, if she had to.
Congratulations, Christopher. I'm so proud of you. girl.
It's an honor to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Your book is my daughter's absolute favorite.
Oh, I love that.
Prologue. It was muddy and windy by the river. At times like this, Lily wished they had a dog she could throw sticks for, though Big Cat and Little Cat probably wouldn't approve. She wanted a cute little dog, a pug or something like that. She walked off ahead of Mum and Dad, fantasizing about the pug they were going to buy her. She'd call it Sweetie. It would wear a pink collar and win prizes at Crufts, and Lily would be on TV, proud and smiling beside her famous pet. Deep in thought, Lily was hardly aware that her parents were lagging behind. She heard a cry and looked back up the path along the riverbank. Dad was staring at the water, mouth open like a fish. Mum had her hands on her hips. They were arguing again. Mum jabbed a finger towards Dad, whose face had gone pink. Lily realised he wasn't looking into the water, but at the edge of the bank, where something metallic lay. All her hopes of this year being better than the last evaporated. Furious, finding it hard to swallow or even breathe, Lily stomped into the trees where the river curved, so she couldn't see her parents, and they couldn't see her. She was sick of the sight of them, and she wished she could disappear, turn into a bird and fly away. For a moment, she pictured herself diving into the river and drowning herself. Mum couldn't even swim, and Dad was a useless swimmer too. They wouldn't be able to save her, and they'd be so sorry. So sorry. She stood there, clenching and unclenching her fists, until she realised she was hurting Big Cat. She hugged him and kissed his head, then marched on, along the path to where the trees ended. She made a decision. As soon as she'd done it, she hurried into the bushes that separated the riverbank from the road. She jumped, as if someone had crept up behind her and shouted, "Boo!" "What are you doing?" she whispered. A few moments later, she tried to scream. She'd made a terrible mistake, and wished she could rewind time just a minute or two. She even pictured time running in reverse, sending her back up the path and safely into the arms of Mum and Dad. But it was too late. "Lily!" She heard Mum calling her name. "Lily, where are you?" But she couldn't reply. There was a gag in her mouth, and strong arms holding her still. Mum's cries faded into the distance, as those strong arms carried her away. Part 1. Chapter 1. I crossed the border into Wales shortly after 5 o'clock, the sun low and muted in a sky the colour of slate. It was raining, but that didn't matter, because as I hit the crest of a hill, the valley below came into view, and it was glorious. I slowed the car so I could take it in. The flat peaks of the Berwyn Mountains framed a green world, patchwork fields dotted with sheep, pretty farmhouses that overlooked rolling fields, trees, some standing proudly alone, others crowded together, and flowing through it all, the River Dee. This was home. Why had I waited so long to come back? When night fell, it would all look very different. Then I would probably miss the never-dimming lights of London, but now I wound down the window and let the chill air cleanse me. I was sure that here, finally, I would be able to write again, rediscover my voice, my inspiration. If I could do that, I was certain all my other worries would dissolve like snowflakes falling into water. So it was with a great deal of optimism that I steered my car, a white Qashqai, down the hill into the valley. The sat-nav took me past the small town of Bedmaur, my hometown, though it hardly seemed familiar, and into the countryside, down narrow, mud-streaked lanes that skirted the edge of a thick wood. I took a wrong turn, almost ending up in a meadow where sheep grazed, and was forced to back up. This last stretch was beyond the sat-nav's capabilities. I switched it off and got out of the car, taking advantage of a lull in the rain. The writer's retreat had to be close. In the end, I clambered onto the roof of the car, which I'd bought with my first royalty payment, and which I really ought to treat better. And there it was, standing on a low hill beyond the meadow. It was a stone house, painted white, with a steep tiled roof. It was bigger and more imposing than I'd expected. The kind of place that looked like it would always be cold inside, no matter how many fires you lit. Behind the house, a steep bank half protected it from the elements. To either side, woodland stretched as far as I could see. Something flapped in the branches above my head, startling me and almost making me lose my balance. But I stole another look at the house before I climbed down and smiled. It was the perfect place to write a scary book. Back in the car, I headed up a long driveway lined by bare-limbed trees. There was a large barn to the left of the house, and, I noticed, a cottage that hid at the rear of the main building, like a shy child peeking out from behind its mother's skirt. The house was even more impressive up close. It was solid, a place that had stood here for, I guessed, 200 years. The only signs of modernity were a TV aerial on the roof and a plastic child's swing in the garden. Smoke rose from a tall chimney. I wanted to take a good look around, but I was tired and hungry, and besides, there would be plenty of time to explore later. As I removed my small case from the car, the front door opened and a woman stepped out, hugging herself against the cold. She was about my age, in her early to mid-40s, with long chestnut-brown hair and prominent cheekbones. She was skinny and pale, the kind of person my mum would say would be blown away by a stiff wind, but attractive, a woman who would make me look twice if I spotted her in a bar. She was wearing jeans and a green sweater with some kind of cashmere wrap over the top. A poncho? She had on a pair of dark-framed glasses that she readjusted as she came towards me. "Lucas," she said, "I'm Julia." I shook her hand. It was slim and surprisingly cold, like shaking hands with a ghost. Although her smile was welcoming and warm, she managed to look sad at the same time. There was something in her green eyes, an echo of pain, that made me stop and hold on to her hand for an extra moment. Perhaps sensing that I was studying her, trying to read her, she became businesslike, asking if I had much luggage. "Just this," I replied. "This place is amazing." I nodded towards the swing. The wind had caught it, so it swung slowly to and fro, as if being used by a tired ghost. "Must be a fantastic place to grow up." I knew immediately that my words had stung in some way. She recovered quickly, though, and gestured for me to follow her inside. "Welcome," she said, "to Neath Bran." I followed her into a hallway which was painted white with a gallery's worth of traditional pictures on the walls, the local countryside, mountains and horse riders, crumbling castles and fields of daffodils. She saw me glance at the paintings. "They're not really to my taste, but I thought the guests might appreciate it. Rustic Welsh charm." "I like them. They remind me of home." A raised eyebrow. "You're from round here?" "Originally. I was born in Bedmaur, but my family moved to Birmingham when I was 6. We had pictures just like this in our house." I nodded at the painting of the daffodils. "In fact, I'm pretty sure my mum had this exact same picture." I smiled, wondering if she still had it, hanging in the villa in the south of Spain. "How about you?" I asked. She had a faint northern English accent. "You don't sound Welsh," I said. "No, I'm from Manchester originally, Didsbury. We only moved here a few years ago." I wondered who she meant by we. The retreat's website listed Julia as the sole proprietor. "Come into the kitchen," Julia said. "It's warmer in there." She asked me if I wanted a coffee, and I accepted gladly. It was a typical rural kitchen, spacious, with buttery walls, a stone floor, and a view of the front garden. I stood by the Aga and rambled on for a minute, telling her about the journey. I hadn't spent time with another human being in days. Julia smiled politely as she waited for the kettle to boil, making the occasional comment. She'd removed her glasses, which had left 2 little marks on the sides of her nose. A ginger cat strolled into the kitchen, tail held high, and I stooped to stroke it. "That's Chesney," she said, as the cat purred and rubbed his face against my knuckles. "He's gorgeous. So, is it just you and Chesney?" She turned away from me and lifted the faintly whistling kettle. The cat, detecting a shift in the atmosphere, dashed out of the room. "Yep," Julia replied, the gap so long that I'd ceased to expect an answer. "Just us. And the other guests, of course." I looked around stupidly as if they might be hiding in the kitchen cupboards. "Oh, they've all gone to the pub," she said. "It's become a bit of a tradition when they finish work for the day. The Miners' Arms. It's a couple of miles down the road." She handed me my coffee. "I've got some boring paperwork for you to fill out. How long do you think you'll want to stay?" "I was hoping to leave it open-ended, if that's okay. I mean, at least a month." Her eyebrows shot up. "A month? Is that okay? I can pay up front." "Yeah, sure. I really have to get my stupid book finished. Not just finished, started as well, but I didn't tell her that." She looked me up and down like she was seeing me for the first time. At last, she smiled. "That's absolutely fine, Lucas. Stay as long as you like." I spent a while filling out the paperwork and made small talk with Julia while I finished my coffee. Outside, dusk crept up to the windows. Julia gestured for me to go up the stairs first. In contrast to the immaculate decor on the ground floor, the stair carpet was threadbare and the wallpaper peeled in patches. There were signs that someone had started to decorate this area at some point, but the work had been abandoned. When we reached the landing, Julia said, "You're on this floor." I was a little disappointed I wouldn't be at the top of the house, but I didn't want to complain. "Yours is the second door on the left," Julia said from behind me. I took hold of the door handle and she yelled, "Not that one!" I withdrew my hand as if the handle were red hot. Sorry, you said—" "I meant third door, room 6. She had her hand on her chest, breathing hard, pink spots on her cheeks. She noticed me staring at her and forced a smile. "Sorry, that room isn't made up yet. It's a bit of a mess." She stepped past me and pushed open the door of room 6. I followed her inside. It was an impressive space. Wooden floorboards, in better condition than those in the hallway, a neatly made double bed, a wardrobe and dresser. Best of all, there was a huge desk beneath the window with what looked like a comfortable, ergonomic chair. I ran my hand over the desk's smooth oak surface. "I'm sorry there's no ensuite," Julia said. The pink spots on her cheeks had faded and she was calm again. "The bathroom's a little way down the hall." She stood beside me at the window, so we faced our reflections in the glass. It was dark outside now. No stars or moon. Save for a few lights dotted here and there across the landscape, it was as if the world beyond this house had ceased to exist when the sun went down. "I'll show you around when you've had a chance to unpack. But you can either write here, or in the sitting room, or even in the cottage." "Great." She produced a room key and laid it on the desk. "You pretty much have the run of the house, except can I just ask you not to go into the basement? It's not, safe." "Oh?" "Stairs. Need to be repaired." "Understood." I couldn't imagine wanting to go into the basement anyway. I sat at the desk. "This is wonderful, Julia. How long have you been open?" "Only a few months. Haven't really got going yet, not properly. I mean, I know a lot of writing retreats have guest authors, classes, etc. I'm going to organise all that at some point. For now, this is just a quiet, secluded place for people to come and get their heads down." "That's exactly what I'm looking for." I didn't explain there was another, more specific reason for choosing this particular retreat, so close to where I'd spent my early childhood. "Are you an author yourself?" "Me? No." She was about to leave me to it, but hesitated by the door. "I don't mean to be nosy, but what kind of books do you write?" "Horror." There it was. a faint look of distaste, a reaction I was well used to. And, is this your first book? No. I've written tons, most of which sold somewhere close to 0 copies. Most? The last one did pretty well. It was called Sweetmeat. She looked blank, and I must have appeared disappointed, because she said, Sorry, I'm not really a big fan of that type of book. I mean, I've read a couple of Stephen King's, but I'm a total wimp. I smiled. People were always saying this to me. I have enough nightmares as it is. I could tell she immediately regretted saying this, as she quickly added, Anyway, let me leave you in peace. Dinner's at 8 when the others get back from the pub. Great, thank you. She shut the door, leaving me alone at my temporary desk. I stared at the space where she'd been. She was mysterious, a woman with a story. I was looking forward to finding out what it was. Chapter 2. A clatter of noise came from downstairs, a booming male voice, footsteps, a slamming door, the other guests back from the pub. Fellow writers. I instinctively bristled, then chided myself. I had come here not only to get my head down and work, but because I was in need of human company. I'd spent too much time on my own since losing Priya. So much time alone that I'd begun to talk to next door's cat when she came to visit, and to order parcels from Amazon just so I'd see another human face. I was sure the courier had started to avoid me, tired of making conversation with the crazy guy in flat 3. I went downstairs, following the sound of conversation, to the dining room. There were 3 of them, a man and 2 women, seated around an oval table. They all looked up as I walked in. The man was seated on the far left. He was in his late 30s, with a high forehead and a neatly trimmed beard. I recognized him, but couldn't quite place him. Sitting almost on his lap was a young blonde woman with pale eyelashes and a small mouth. Pretty in that English rose way, but not my type. On the other side of the table, a woman in her 50s with an expensive-looking haircut was thumbing an iPhone. The man gestured for me to take a seat. So, you're the new guy, he said, sticking out his hand. Max Lake, this is Susie Hastings. The younger woman mouthed hello. And I'm Karen, the older woman said. Karen Holden. I'd heard of Max Lake, of course I had. He was a writer of literary fiction who'd been talked about as a kind of enfant terrible a decade ago. Now, as far as I could tell, he spent most of his time on Twitter, trying to make every injustice in the world about him. I didn't recognize Susie's name. The first-time novelist? She and Max were sitting very close together, almost touching. I was sure I'd seen Max mention his wife in an interview. Yes, he was wearing a wedding ring, so it would be faintly scandalous if he and Susie were sleeping together. I introduced myself as I sat down. Lucas Radcliffe, as in L.J. Radcliffe, Karen said. Goodness, I loved your book. As I tried to look modest, she turned to the others and asked if they'd read it. They hadn't. It's about all these children who disappear, and this creature who eats their souls. So deliciously scary. I loved it. It sold squillions as well, didn't it? Yeah, it did okay. I hated talking about this kind of thing. It made me cringe to my core. I heard it was being made into a movie, with Emma Watson? Well, maybe, but probably not with Emma. While looking at Karen, I could feel Max scrutinizing me. A horror novel, is it? He asked. My agent's always telling me I should write something genre, a thriller, or crime novel perhaps, between my proper books. Something to help pay the bills. He chuckled. But I don't know if I could bring myself to stoop to it. Before I could respond, Julia entered the room, carrying a plate piled high with bread rolls and a dish of butter. There were a couple of bottles of sparkling water on the table already. She hurried out and returned with 4 bowls of vegetable soup. Smells lovely, Max said, pouring himself a glass of water. Julia, I don't suppose there's any wine, is there? I asked. The other 3 exchanged knowing looks as Julia said, sorry, this is a dry house. That's why we go to the pub every night, Max said, to get our rations. A dry house? That wasn't mentioned on the website. Would you like a coffee? She asked. I told her no, water was fine. The disappointment must have shown because as Julia left, Karen leaned over and with a conspiratorial wink said, I've got a bottle of gin in my room if you get desperate later. As we ate our starter, I asked Karen and Susie what kind of stuff they wrote. I was tempted to ask Max, too, to prick his ego by pretending I hadn't heard of him. I write genre stuff, too, Karen said with a pointed glance at Max. A mystery series and an urban fantasy series. Women bonking billionaire werewolves, said Max with a smirk. She writes a book a month. Can you believe that? Self-published? I asked Karen, and she nodded enthusiastically. Oh, yes. I couldn't bear to have people interfere with my work. An editor, for example, Max said. She ignored him. I like to be in control. And I like the money, too. I had a horrible feeling they were about to descend into a tedious argument about traditional versus self-publishing, so I cut them off by asking Susie what she was writing. Her voice was soft. I'm working on my first novel. It's, picaresque, set at a university. Not a werewolf in sight, said Max. Karen caught my eye. There is a lot of bonking, though. Max is helping me with it, Susie said. Her face pinked. With the writing, I mean. Karen chuckled. If you say so, dear. Susie was saved from further blushes by the arrival of Julia with our main course, a goat's cheese tart with potatoes and salad. We ate in silence for a few minutes. Susie still seemed mortified by what she'd said. Karen kept looking at her phone. Oh, the Wi-Fi here is terrible, she said, as Max made his excuses and went off to the loo. And don't talk to me about the mobile signal. Still, I guess that's what we came here for. Solitude, time to concentrate. Maybe you can teach me how to write a book in a month, I said. Oh? I sighed. My deadline is mid-May, and everything I've written so far is... well, it's shit. It's not scary. It's boring. Boring as hell. I need to start from scratch. Karen shrugged. Easy. 3,000 words a day, every day for a month. She made it sound so doable. The problem was, I didn't have a story in my head. I barely had an idea. I was too embarrassed to tell anyone because it sounded like a first-world problem. But I was blocked. Worse than that, paralyzed. Soon, everyone would find out that my bestseller was a fluke, and I'd be exposed as a fraud, vanishing back into obscurity before you could say one-hit wonder. Like I said, it was a first-world problem. But it was my problem. A week before, I'd called my agent, Jamie, in a panic, telling him we were going to have to give the advance back, that I was washed up, finished. He told me to calm down. You need to go back, he said. Back to the source of your inspiration. Where did the idea for Sweetmeat come from? I don't know. A dream. He groaned. No, really. I woke up one morning with the picture of the creature in my head and a woman crying because her daughter was missing. The idea came from my subconscious. I made a pained noise. It's so frustrating. I mean, I've always written. It's always come easily, since I was a kid. Then, maybe you need to go right back. You need to fall in love with writing again. Find whatever or wherever it was that caused that first spark. Wherever. That caught my attention. Although Sweetmeat was set in an invented community, it was very much based on the place where I grew up in North Wales. The green, empty landscape, the relentless rain, dark woods and low mountains, the river where a boy from our school drowned. And boredom, that was a vital ingredient. There was nothing to do, so I'd made stuff up. I started off by drawing and writing comics, then moved on to short stories. I invented whole worlds to entertain myself. In London, where I'd lived since my early 20s, there was too much to stimulate me on the surface, but not enough to stir my deeper imagination. I needed darkness, but lived in a city where lights always shone. It was time to go back into the dark. What are you thinking? Jamie had asked. That it's time to go home, I replied. After dinner, while Max and Susie went upstairs to work on her novel, Karen gave me a tour of the house. I didn't know where Julia had gone. The rooms are all named after prominent Welsh writers, Karen pointed out. The dining room is the Roberts room, after Kate Roberts. On the opposite side of the hallway to the dining room and kitchen was a decent-sized sitting room called the Thomas room, presumably after Dylan. The room was dark and cosy, stuffed full of books, with a library ladder attached to the highest bookshelf. There was a utility room and another large room, the Follett room, that contained a number of desks with chairs, but which appeared unfinished. One wall was only half painted white, and there were no curtains at the window. Most of the rooms had open fires or log burners, so the smell of wood smoke permeated the house. It threw me back in time to my childhood, to long, drowsy Sunday afternoons, a black-and-white film on TV, listening to the top 40 on the radio, finger poised on the record button. I didn't miss those days, but the memory stimulated a nostalgia gland, the sense that life was hurtling by too fast. "Fancy a ciggy?" Karen asked, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. "Oh, go on then." We went out front. I noticed that she winced slightly as she walked, and she passed me a cigarette. I was strictly a social smoker, but it tasted delicious. "Max is a terrible literary snob," she said, "and a huge narcissist. But he's quite good company." Susie seems to think so. "Good for her." She lowered her voice. "Though she is a little weird. She asked me to read a few pages. I mean, I'm a woman of the world. I write pretty strong stuff myself, but hers was disturbing. A couple smearing each other with animal blood, using it as a sexual lubricant. Gross, actually. And there's this horrible bit in it with a dead baby in a freezer." She shuddered. "Wow. And as for our literary friend, I heard him on the phone to his wife the other day arguing about money, about whether he should be frittering the last of their cash away on a writing retreat. I think he's going through a sticky patch." His patch is going to get stickier if his wife finds out about him and Susie. I frowned. Some people just don't appreciate what they've got. Karen raised an eyebrow. I stubbed out my cigarette and reminded myself I just met this woman. "Ignore me. I don't want to come across as judgmental." "Oh, me neither." She gestured at the land around us. "You know this place used to be a slate mine 100 years ago?" Interesting." She smiled. "You sound like my daughter when I tried to tell her about my youth." Back inside, we passed a closed door. Karen noticed how my gaze snagged on it. "That's the basement," she said. She leaned forward and whispered in a mock, spooky voice, "We're not allowed down there." "Yes," Julia told me. "Something about the stairs being unsafe." Karen checked over her shoulder and lowered her voice to a whisper. "I heard a guest strayed down there once, and Julia flipped and chucked them out." "Really?" "Uh-huh. She is a little intense. I like her, but I wouldn't want to get on her bad side. Now, fancy joining me for a small gin?" I checked my watch. It was only 9:15, but I needed to be disciplined if I had any hope of getting this book written, so I said good night to Karen and went to my room. I paused outside the second door along in the hallway, noticing that unlike the other rooms it bore no number. There was room 5 by the stairs, then this door, then room 6, which was mine. Standing in the silence, I heard a noise come from inside the numberless room, like a radio turned down low. Looking around to ensure no one was coming, I gently pressed my ear against the painted wood. Inside the room, someone was singing. A female voice, soft and melodious. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like a child's song, a nursery rhyme or lullaby. I shifted my position, and the floorboards creaked beneath me. Abruptly the singing stopped, and I hurried to my room, hot with guilt, like a peeping Tom caught in the act. Chapter 3. I woke up early the next morning, after the best night's sleep I'd had in a long time. It might have been the country air or the lack of alcohol. After showering in the bathroom along the hallway, I headed to my desk, opening my laptop. Normally, I would spend an hour catching up with Facebook and Twitter, reading the headlines, answering emails from readers. But I'd binned the sheet of paper with the Wi-Fi password. I wanted to remain isolated, to go grey. No social media, no email, no internet, till I got this book written. If anyone needed me urgently, they could call. I opened my work in progress and stared at the blinking cursor. I kept staring. It was too early. I needed caffeine. Downstairs in the kitchen I found a pot of coffee and some croissants on a plate with a note saying, "Help yourself." There was no sign of Julia or the other guests, but there was a man in the garden. He was in his 60s, with curly grey hair and red cheeks. He was fiddling with a lawnmower, scraping dried clumps of grass from the rotors and shaking his head. He looked up and saw me watching him through the window. He raised a hand in greeting, then pointed at the mug in my hand and winked at me. I didn't want to upset the locals, so I made one and took it out to him. "Oh, cheers," he said. "I take it you're one of Julia's writers?" "I guess so, yes. I'm Lucas." He stuck out a hand. "Rhodri Wallace." He nodded towards the house. "Julia's a lovely lass. I hope this writing retreat thing works out for her, after the time she's had." "The time she'd had?" "You don't know? Well, it's not for me to tell you." He returned his attention to the troublesome lawnmower and thanked me for the coffee. I was about to go when I remembered the singing I'd heard the previous night. "Are there any children here?" I asked. "Young girls?" His face darkened. "Why do you ask that?" "I wondered who the garden swing was for, that's all." He turned to look at it. Now in daylight I could see how rusty it was, how it clearly hadn't been used for a long time. "That thing needs taking to the tip," Rhodri said, turning away to indicate our conversation was over. I ate breakfast and knew I should go back to my room, force myself to write, but I still felt uninspired. I'd come here to reconnect with the place where I grew up, hadn't I? Outside the day was clear and bright. I would go for a walk. That was sure to help. I headed down the drive towards the main road, tossed a coin in my head and turned left. It was cold, despite the brightness, and I stuck my hands in my coat pockets and put my head down, not really looking where I was going. I headed across a field towards some distant woods. Snowdrops sprouted from the earth, the first harbingers of spring. Birds sang in the trees. It was so peaceful here. So, why did I feel uneasy? A woman with a spaniel on a lead passed me as I entered the wood. The sight of the dog stirred a memory which I tried to ignore, exchanging hellos with the woman. I walked for an hour, still not keeping track of where I was going, failing to drop imaginary breadcrumbs behind me. The path was muddy, and I felt foolish in my canvas footwear, but I was determined to keep going. I was lost in thought, but I wasn't thinking about the book I was supposed to be writing. I was thinking about Priya. We met in our early 20s. Recently I'd been listening to the radio, and the DJ said something about the approaching 20th anniversary of Radiohead's OK Computer. I reeled, unable to believe it had been 2 decades since Priya and I bought that album. We used to listen to it together all the time. When Karma Police came on the radio, I had to turn it off. It hurt too much. At the time, I'd been working in an office, and she worked in my local bookshop. I was there a lot, one of their best customers, and Priya and I got chatting. She was beautiful and clever and all those things, funny and sexy and wise, moody and crazy and restless. She had shiny black hair and little moles that I loved to trace with a finger when we lay in bed. I told her I was an aspiring writer, and when we started dating, through the period when we moved in together, all of those early years, she supported and encouraged me. When I got my first book deal, she was as ecstatic as I was, possibly more. She told me it didn't matter when my book failed to set the world alight. She counselled me, told me it was all about building an audience, one reader, one book at a time. She calmed me down when my first publisher dumped me. She celebrated again when I got another deal, even though it was tiny. She told me to keep going. If it weren't for her, I would have given up. One day I was going to make her proud, show her that her faith was justified. I fantasized many times about calling her, giving her good news. The bookshop where she worked had gone bust and she was working in an office, doing a job she hated, surrounded by people she had nothing in common with. I was going to rescue her, rescue us. But by the time it happened, it was too late. She was already gone. I stumbled on the path, and the shot of adrenaline brought me out of the pit I'd been mentally wallowing in. I looked around. I was in a clearing in the woods, with one path ahead of me and 3 behind me. I had no idea which way I'd come. I looked for footprints, but had mostly been walking slightly to the side of the puddle-strewn path on the grass, so I couldn't see any. I was lost. I took out my phone, hoping I could find my location on my Maps app, but had no signal. I tried to decide what to do, head back in the direction I'd come from or plough on. Listening carefully, I thought I could hear traffic in the distance. I decided to carry on. I passed a stagnant pond, gnats darting about the surface. A dog poop bag hung from a branch. I couldn't be too far from civilization. As I headed on, the trees thinned and the path became muddier. Within minutes, I was in a large clearing in a field of overgrown, yellowed grass. In the centre of this field, which was ringed by trees on all sides, was a dilapidated stone hut. I approached it. The windows were smashed and the wooden front door had half rotted away. I pulled at it and peered into the hut's interior. A rank, musty smell floated out. The floor was strewn with ancient litter, but apart from that it was empty. I stepped inside, trying not to breathe through my nose. Among the rubbish, rusting drinks cans, crushed cigarette packets, and a porn mag with curled pages, was something furry. At first, I thought it was a dead rat, but peering closer, I realized it was a soft toy. It looked old and weather-beaten, the clumpy, damp fur coated with mould. Its glass eyes stared at me until I had to look away. I closed the door. I had the sensation that fate had brought me here, because suddenly I felt inspired and keen to get back to my desk, an impulse I hadn't felt for a long time. I was still lost, though. To my right I could hear cars, closer than they'd been before. I headed in that direction, and after tramping through another copse of trees I found the road. There was no pavement, just a grass verge, which was dotted with wild flowers. I was pretty sure the writer's retreat was to the west, so I went that way, keeping to the verge. 5 minutes later, I heard a car behind me. I turned and saw a taxi, like a chariot, sent by the gods. I waved, and it pulled over. The driver wound his window down. "Need a ride?" It was warm inside the cab, and it smelled of air freshener, the chemical scent a welcome relief after the stink of the abandoned hut. "What are you doing out here?" the driver asked in his strong Welsh accent. He was about my age, with thinning brown hair. I told him I'd gone for a walk and lost my bearings. He laughed. "Happens a lot. These woods can be deceiving. They all look the same, especially if you're not from round here." "I am from round here," I said. "Well, I used to be." "Back visiting relatives, are you?" "No, I'm staying at Nithbran, the writing retreat. Do you know where it is?" "Oh, I know where it is, all right." We set off. He drove with one hand low on the wheel and kept looking back over his shoulder at me. I wanted to tell him to keep his eyes on the road. "So, you're a writer," he said. "What kind of stuff do you write?" "Horror." "Oh, really? Doing research, were you? Out in the woods?" Something like that. We passed a squashed badger lying dead by the roadside. "My dad's always got his nose in a book," he said. "I didn't inherit the reading gene, though. He's always nagging me about it. Maybe I should read one of yours. I love horror movies. The gorier the better." "I'll send you one," I said, "but only if you promise to read it." "Cool. I'd like that." We passed more roadkill, A rabbit this time. So, you were staying with Julia Marsh? I was surprised that she hung around after what happened. What do you mean? He flicked his eyes at me in the rearview mirror. Oh, you don't know. It was big news at the time. I waited. Her husband. He drowned in the Dee. Michael. Nice chap he was. Oh, my God. No wonder Julia looked so haunted. When was that? He thought about it. 2 years ago. Terrible it was. But that wasn't the worst part. He stopped, forcing me to ask. What was the worst part? A little girl. She disappeared. I stared at him. They said she drowned like her dad, but they never found her body. The police were there for ages, frogmen and everything. Terrible. Everybody in town went down to watch. They said she must have been swept along, all the way to Bala. That was the lake where the Dee ended up. And here we are, the driver said. I looked up, confused, expecting to find myself by the banks of Bala Lake, but no, we were at the end of the drive that led to Nythe Bran. Can I drop you here, or do you want me to take you up to the front door? Here's fine. I got out and found a £10 note in my wallet, telling him to keep the change, seeing as he'd rescued me from a long walk. He nodded thanks and handed me his card. Ollie Jones, taxi and chauffeur service, short or long haul. I was about to turn away when he said, Some people say that house is cursed. What? Superstitious claptrap. It's all to do with the widow. What? The widow? Did he mean Julia? Forget I mentioned it. Like I said, it's a load of nonsense. He started the engine. Though you'd be surprised how many folks around here believe in nonsense. Chapter 4. I broke my vow not to go online as soon as I got back to my room, retrieving the Wi-Fi password from the wastepaper basket. I went onto Google and searched Julia Marsh River Dee, and there it was. A news story from the 8th of January 2015. Girl still missing after New Year tragedy. North Wales police have called off a search of the River Dee and Bala Lake after the presumed drowning of 8-year-old Lily Marsh on New Year's Day. Lily had been out walking with her parents on January the 1st along a stretch of the Dee near Bedmawr in Denbighshire. Her father, Michael Marsh, 42, drowned while trying to rescue his daughter. According to North Wales police, Lily had run ahead out of sight. When they caught up, her toy cat was floating in the river, prompting Mr. Marsh to jump in. His wife Julia, 40, called emergency services, who pulled his body from the water, but emergency services have been unable to recover Lily's body. The operation involved police divers, the fire service and river rescue teams. But after an extensive search of the river and the 4-mile-long Bala Lake, emergency services have been stood down. A spokesperson for North Wales Police said, The search was wrapped up yesterday, but our inquiries are ongoing. Michael Marsh was an IT manager who'd recently moved to the area from Manchester with his family. Lily attended the local primary school, St. Peter's, whose head teacher, Anna Rowland, said, This incident has shocked the entire community, and we continue to pray for Lily. Mr. Marsh's funeral takes place today. Poor Julia. I remembered her yelling, Not that room. The numberless bedroom next to mine must have been Lily's. I shuddered, then realised something. Julia was the mother of a child who'd disappeared. What if she found out what sweetmeat was about? Would she chuck me out? Not for the first time in my life, I felt as if I'd stumbled into the darkness of one of my own stories, because a river featured heavily in sweetmeat too. A river that stole kids away from their parents. In my novel, the victims are taken by a supernatural entity, a creature who lives in the woods and feeds on children's souls. That was where the title came from. The creature describes the souls as tasting like sugared fruits or candies, and as he consumes them, he whispers, Sweet meat. A river runs through the woods, and in one scene the creature drags a little girl into the water. The heroine is a female cop who's investigating the disappearances of half a dozen kids from a small town in rural England. At the end, she goes down to the river and trades her own soul. It's bitter, complains the creature as it chokes to death, for those of the children, so they're released to heaven. But because the detective is killed when she gives up her soul, the fate of these kids remains a mystery. Not the kind of book Julia would want on her bedside table. I forced myself not to think about Lily Marsh and spent a few hours working on the idea I'd had after stumbling across the rotting hut in the woods. When I came up for air, I was surprised to see it was 5 in the afternoon. I hadn't been so absorbed by my writing for a long time, and it felt good. Not long afterwards, there was a knock at my door. It was Karen. "We're heading down to the pub. Fancy joining us?" I did. The Miners' Arms was on the main road towards Bedmarr, a proper old-fashioned Welsh pub with a roaring fire, horseshoes hanging on the walls, and plenty of real ale on tap. "I'll get the first round," I said. A few old men sat propping up the bar, and there were 2 guys playing darts in the corner. They'd glanced at us as we entered, but lost interest straight away. I guess they were used to writers coming in. Looking around while I waited to be served, I noticed a creepy painting depicting a woman dressed in red among dark, spiky trees. The woman's face was concealed by shadows, but she stretched out a bony hand as if beckoning the viewer into the picture. It made me shiver. I bought the drinks and sat at a round table with Karen, Max and Susie. Karen was as cheerful as she'd been the day before, but Max and Susie would barely look at each other. A lover's tiff? Max swiftly downed his pint of bitter and announced he was going to play on the quiz machine. I watched him jabbing at the buttons and swearing under his breath. "What's up with him?" Karen asked. "Lost a couple of Twitter followers?" That made Susie laugh. She was, I realised, very young. 23, perhaps? I could hardly remember what it felt like to be her age. I seemed to recall I was simultaneously lacking in confidence and thought I knew everything about the world. "It's nothing," Susie said, glancing at me. Karen spotted the look. "Do you want Lucas to bugger off to the quiz machine too, so we can talk woman to woman?" Susie stared into her glass of white wine. "No, it's fine, but you both have to promise not to say anything, okay?" We promised. "I know you probably think there's something going on between Max and me, but there isn't. He's married, and I would never do that to another woman. I can't bear people who cheat. My mum did it to my dad, and it almost destroyed our family. It's disgusting." "I believe you," Karen said. "Besides, I don't fancy him. He's too up himself," Karen offered. "No, too short." Karen laughed. "But he has been helping me with my book, giving me lots of advice. I mean, there's been quite a lot of mansplaining going on, but he has been helpful. I keep telling him how grateful I am, and I think he got the wrong impression." "Did the little bastard make a move on you?" Karen asked. Susie took a big gulp of wine and glanced at Max. The pub was growing increasingly noisy as more punters came in after work, and the quiz machine was gurgling and beeping like a crazed robot. He couldn't hear us. "Last night, after dinner, he went to my room just to talk about writing. We were discussing a sex scene I was working on." "I see," Karen said, raising an eyebrow, "and Max was very enthusiastic about it. He kept going on about how sex is the rawest experience a person can have, that it's a great opportunity to show your character's inner self." She cleared her throat. The skin around her throat had gone pink. "I could tell he was getting a little, overexcited, so I said I was tired and needed to go to sleep." "And that's when he made his move?" "No, not at all. He said good night and left. I got into bed and read for a while, then went to sleep." "Right." Karen furrowed her brow and looked at me. I shrugged. Susie had finished her drink now. She held the glass by its stem, rotating it on the spot. "I woke up an hour or two later. Somebody was coming into my room." Karen was all ears. "The door creaks, and I'm a light sleeper anyway, so it woke me up. I sat bolt upright and said, 'Who's that?' Immediately the door closed, and I heard footsteps going down the hallway. I couldn't get back to sleep." "And you think it was Max?" I said. She nodded. "It had to be. I mean, assuming it wasn't one of you two." "Well, definitely wasn't me," I said. "Nor me," said Karen. "And it doesn't seem like the sort of thing Julia would do. It's pretty obvious to me who it was. Max, feeling all hot and bothered after your sex scene discussion, wanting to discover your inner self." Susie winced. "Oh, please." "So, what did the little bastard have to say for himself?" Karen asked. Across the pub, Max was still bashing at the quiz machine's buttons. He appeared a little happier now, like he was winning. A small crowd had gathered around him. "I haven't asked him. I was too embarrassed, but I told him I didn't want his help today, that I wanted to work on my own. He's been off with me ever since. Please, don't say anything to him. I'm going to ensure I lock my door tonight. It's not like he actually did anything. Karen said. I feel a bit sorry for him, too, Susie said. I think he's having some problems with his marriage. That echoed what Karen had said the previous evening. And his last book didn't do very well. That's no excuse for trying to sneak into a young woman's bedroom, Karen said, glaring over at him. Max remained oblivious. Oh, God, I wish I hadn't said anything now, Susie said. Please don't talk to him about it. She stood up. I need another drink. As she went to the bar, I said to Karen, Are you going to talk to him? I don't know. I mean, what if Susie hadn't woken up? What would he have done? Got into bed with her? Raped her? Told her he could help her career if she was nice to him? She lowered her voice further. I'm going to be keeping an eye on him, that's for sure. It was dark by the time we got back to the retreat. Julia was standing out front, rattling a silver dish. Chesney, she called. Chesney! Cat gone walkabout? I asked. I needed the loo, so had hurried ahead of the others, who were now only halfway up the drive. She sighed. Oh, he does it all the time. Disappears for hours, sometimes a whole day. It makes me sick with worry. I wasn't surprised by her anxiety, not after learning what had happened to Julia. I wondered if Chesney had been Lily's pet. With Michael and Lily gone, the cat was Julia's last link to her family, the cat and the house they lived in. Julia held her glasses in her hand. She put them on, then took them off again. I guess he's got plenty of places to explore around here, I said. Lots of mice to chase. Yeah, except he's always been a fat, lazy old thing. He never brings mice or birds in. I have no idea where he goes. The other writers appeared, and Julia put the dish on the ground outside the door. He'll come back, though, she said. He always does. She stared at the black horizon. I could read her mind. The cat always came back, but she would trade that 1,000 times over for a glimpse of her daughter. Should I let her know that I knew? I almost said something, but she turned away before I could speak, and the moment slipped away into the darkness. Chapter 5. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened to Lily. Perhaps if I hadn't written a book about vanishing children, if my imagination didn't tend towards the macabre, the gothic, I might have gone along with the obvious. That Lily had drowned in the river and for whatever reason the police couldn't find her body. I wouldn't have seen it as a mystery. But, after trying and failing to get into my work the following morning, I had an overwhelming compulsion to see the spot where Michael Marsh had drowned, the last place where Lily Marsh had been seen. There was a map accompanying the article I'd read the day before, showing the stretch of river where the incident had occurred. I copied it into a notebook and went out. Walking through the thin patch of trees towards the Dee, I tried to convince myself I wasn't a misery tourist, the kind of person who visits a murder scene to see where the carnage happened. I kept telling myself to turn back, go home, get on with my book. But my legs had other ideas. They carried me forward until I came out onto a muddy path where the river swept around a bend. As soon as I stepped onto the path, an image flashed in my mind of this very place. A pebble striking the water, an adult calling out. It stopped me in my tracks. It had to be a memory from my childhood. And of course that made sense. My parents must have brought me here. We'd probably come frequently. But, like so much of my early childhood in Wales, the memory had retreated into a dark, unreachable place. I consulted the map. Yes, this was where it had happened. It was raining, little icy needles on the back of my neck, and the river was swollen, foaming like a rabid dog. It was easy to see how someone could drown in that churning current as it swept around the corner. Even the strongest swimmer would struggle. A child wouldn't stand a chance. Tentatively, I made my way down the bank onto some rocks by the water. I found a stone and tossed it in, watching it vanish beneath the opaque surface. I closed my eyes and imagined a man thrashing in the current, desperate and afraid. Climbing back onto the bank, I looked around. What else could have happened to Lily if she hadn't drowned? I turned in a slow circle, taking in the landscape. There was no way she could have crossed the river. This spot was close to the road. Could somebody have been waiting here? An opportunist, spotting a child? I pictured it. He grabbed her and threw her toy cat into the water so her parents would think she'd fallen in, then dragged her back to his car. But why didn't she scream? Would he have had time to do all that before Julia and Michael caught up? Surely it was too risky. No. I knew from cops I'd spoken to when researching Sweetmeat that the most obvious explanation is almost always the right one. Lily had fallen into the water and drowned. Tragic, but almost certainly a less dreadful fate than what might have happened if someone had taken her. As I stared into the water, I experienced a prickle on the nape of my neck, the sensation that someone was watching me. I turned and squinted into the bushes. Nothing moved. Just the light drumming of raindrops on leaves, a breeze stirring the undergrowth. It was my imagination, that was all. My overdeveloped imagination. The rain was getting heavier, fat raindrops splatting my sketched map, so I headed back to the house. The front door of the cottage behind the main house was open, and music was coming from within. Curious, I headed over and found Karen inside, working at a little desk in a cosy side room that was named after Bertrand Russell, the radio one. She snapped her laptop shut when she noticed me. "Lucas, why aren't you working, naughty boy?" I closed the door behind me. "Have you seen Susie this morning? Any idea if Max tried to get into her room again last night?" She turned the radio down. "No, I saw him, though, on the phone to his wife, arguing again. He told her he's going to stay here for another couple of weeks." She paused. "You're a horror writer." "I am. Well, I think you'll like this. I had a spooky experience last night." "Really?" I pulled up a chair. "Tell me more." "It was about midnight, and I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd sneak down and make myself a snack." She smiled. "Don't judge me." "I'm not. Sounds like a good idea." "It's the country air. It makes me hungry. Anyway, I made myself a cheese sandwich, and yes, I know, cheese at bedtime is a bad idea, but there was this delicious-smelling cheddar in the fridge which I couldn't resist. And then I heard something, a bang, from the hallway. It made me jump out of my skin." I pictured it. Karen, about to bite into her sandwich, frozen with her mouth open. "I went out to investigate." She shook her head. "I was carrying the knife I'd used to cut the cheese, trying to kid myself I'm awfully brave, and it was that blasted cat." "Oh, good. He came back." "Good? The bloody thing nearly gave me a heart attack. Anyway, he shot into the sitting room, and I went after him. Here, kitty, kitty, all that, thinking I'd give him a piece of my mind. Not that I've got much to spare. Eventually, I gave up and went back to the kitchen. And that's when the weird thing happened. My sandwich was gone." I laughed. "Really?" "Yes. The plate was there with crumbs on it, but no sandwich." "Had you been drinking?" I asked. "I might have had 1 or 2 nips of gin, and a few puffs on a spliff." "You were stoned? Oh, don't sound so shocked. I smoke it for medicinal purposes." I must have looked doubtful because she said, "No, seriously, I suffer with terrible arthritis, especially in my fingers when I've been writing all day. My knees, too. It's awful, but weed helps a lot." "Oh, sorry." She shook off my apology. "Anyway, I was slightly stoned, but not enough to hallucinate that sandwich, and I hadn't eaten it and forgotten, if that's what you're thinking. My tummy was still rumbling." I tried not to sound too sceptical. "So, what did you do?" "I made another sandwich." I laughed, but Karen wasn't smiling. "What do you think?" she asked. "Could it have been a ghost?" "I've never heard of a ghost stealing someone's supper." "Yes, I guess." "Perhaps the cat took it," I said. "He might have dragged it off your plate and under a cupboard." "Or maybe," I thought, "you got stoned, ate it yourself, then forgot." "Oh, that bloody cat," she said, then laughed. I left Karen staring at her laptop and explored the cottage. There was a tiny kitchen with nothing but a kettle and basic tea-making facilities, a small living room and a toilet. Stairs led up to the second floor, but a chain had been strung across the staircase, barring entry. There wasn't much else to see, and I really needed to get on with some work, so I left the cottage. I waved goodbye to Karen, but she didn't see. She was frowning with concentration, probably thinking about her missing sandwich. "How's everything going so far?" Julia asked later that afternoon when I popped down to the kitchen to make a coffee. She was leaning against the Aga for warmth, Chesney the cat on the worktop beside her. I was about to repeat Karen's story about the cat and the sandwich when I realised Julia might not appreciate her guests smoking weed in their rooms. If she wouldn't allow alcohol, drugs were almost certainly a no-no, medicinal purposes or not. I don't know," I replied. "I thought it was going well yesterday, but now I'm not so certain. I'm trying not to think about the sand running out of the hourglass. I'm sure you'll get there." She tucked a long strand of her chestnut hair behind her ear. Since finding out about Lily, I'd been struggling not to look at her with obvious sympathy. She gave off a strong vibe of wanting to be left alone, but I wasn't in a hurry to return to the silence of my room. And, well, I liked Julia. I barely knew anything about her, save what I'd learned from the internet, but I wanted to know more. "I was going to make myself a coffee," I said. "Would you like one?" "I don't drink coffee. I'm one of those boring people who only drinks herbal tea." She nodded at a long line of boxes on the side, chamomile and rooibos and lemon verbena. In fact, she had a mug on the go now. No alcohol or caffeine. Had she always been clean living, or was it a recent change? "What do you think of the retreat so far?" she asked. "I like it. Though it feels strange being back here. I'm wondering if my Welsh accent will return." She smiled. "Like I said before, I'm going to start organising talks, getting in a resident writer, having discussion groups when things get going properly," she said. "Good idea. Not that I'm into being critiqued by other writers. It's bad enough reading my reviews on Amazon." The kettle whistled and I lifted it from the hot plate. "I've been wondering, what made you open a writer's retreat?" "Money." "Always a good reason. The best. I thought about setting up a bed and breakfast, but then a friend who works in publishing suggested doing this. She said there was a lot of demand for it and I'd meet lots of interesting people." "You have friends in publishing?" "I used to be an illustrator, children's books. Have you heard of Jackdaw Books? I did a lot of stuff for them." I stood with my back to her, stirring milk into my coffee. "Used to be? What made you stop?" I was hoping she would mention her husband and daughter, but she didn't reply. When I turned around, she met my eye and said, "I looked you up." "Oh, really?" "Yeah. You didn't tell me you were a bestseller. I read it's being made into a movie." I adopted my modest face. "Oh, hopefully. It's stuck in development hell." I paused. It would be easy to carry on the charade and pretend I didn't know about her history.
I really look forward to getting mine every month.
Okay.
I just started mine.
Dude, me too. We're synced.
You still get it, Grandma?
Sure do.
It's so heavy. I cried. It's happening again.
I'd invite you up, but I just got my book of the month.
Book of the month. Choose from 5 new books and get your favorite delivered to you monthly.
stunning video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high-quality videos in seconds. Edit logos, mockups, videos, and design templates with just a few clicks. Each template is carefully made by design experts, so your work will always look great. Get started with the best video maker at Plazy.net.
Kansas, really, where she grew up. Too much empty land to police effectively, and not enough bodies or money to police it. The CSU team had now surrounded the hole and were lowering a ladder, preparing to start work. Swanson turned to the sheriff. "Have you secured the scene?" she asked. "We did, ma'am, as soon as we ascertained the nature of the situation." The ma'am bit temporarily threw her, but she made no sign. It was the equivalent of sir, and she'd better get used to it. The sheriff took off his hat and wiped his forehead with the back of one arm. Swanson noticed his head was shaved, the brim of his hat soaked with sweat. "Sheriff, could you please take your people and look to establish ingress and egress? Note any evidence such as tire tracks for the crime scene unit?" She nodded. "That photographer one of yours?" "Yes." "Good. Put her to work." The sheriff hesitated just a moment. Then he turned toward his deputy and spoke in low tones. A minute or two later, about half of the crowd that was standing around began to disperse, a little reluctantly, around the cemetery. Swanson decided not to call in the FBI's ERTU to supplement the Santa Fe people. It probably would piss a bunch of people off, and Larson seemed like a competent guy. She turned back to watch the CSU work. Larson and another technician had climbed down the ladder and were standing on the iron coffin, on either side of the body, carefully sweeping the dirt from it, marking up evidence. For now, Swanson was content to observe. Let the team do its work. Off to one side, she heard somebody call for a coroner's van, then change their mind and request 2 vans. Photographs were taken. The tarp was removed from the hole, followed by the tools, followed by the dirt, in large yellow evidence bags. Almost coyly, the corpse revealed more and more of itself until it lay completely exposed atop the well-preserved iron coffin. Now Swanson descended the ladder to take a closer look of her own. The deceased was dressed in a plaid workshirt, jeans, and steel-toed Dr. Martens. He appeared to be about 50, but with his clothes on it was hard to be sure. He was lying face down, the front of his skull blown away. 2 shots. The first had dropped him, and the second, point blank to the back of the head, had ricocheted off the iron coffin. No firearm had been discovered. She watched for a few minutes more, then knelt by Larson. "What do you figure?" she asked, careful to keep her tone neutral and respectful. "Double tap? Execution style?" "That'd be my guess," Larson said. "See that?" He nodded at the dent in the coffin. "Looks like the first bullet entered just above the base of the skull," Corey said, "causing extreme fragmentation of the occipital bone. The second bullet would have entered a little higher, as he was lying face down. That's probably what took off his face." Larson grunted. "Overkill. That first bullet clearly took care of business." He was undoubtedly right, but Swanson had been taught that professional killers didn't improvise. The second bullet was a cheap enough form of insurance. "Based on the limited mushrooming and the size of that dent, I'd guess solid point, maybe 9mm. I hope your team can recover the rounds." Larson nodded. "No ID," called out the second CSU technician, who had been going through the corpse's pockets.
"Print him, please," Swanson said. Maybe they'd get a hit from IAFIS. As the corpse's left hand was lifted for fingerprinting, his sleeve slid back, revealing a tattoo of what looked like a half-built wall of red bricks. Swanson pointed to it. "Mean anything to you?" "Nope," Larson said. Swanson glanced at the other. "Prison or biker gang? Military?" The second CSU man shook his head. "Doesn't ring a bell. Hands are pretty chafed, though. He's almost certainly the one who dug this hole." "Let's see what the prints on the shovel have to say." Swanson examined the body for another minute or two. Then she stood up. Most of the forensic analysis would be done in the lab. "Once you've bagged him, let's open the coffin," she said. 10 minutes later, the unidentified corpse had been carefully placed in a body bag, removed from the hole, and set on a morgue stretcher for transport to the coroner's office. What evidence had been located around the body had been tagged and removed as well. Swanson remained in the hole, feet balanced along one edge, looking at the coffin. It had a double lid and was still in good condition. The top half of the lid, she noticed, looked a little scarified, freshly disturbed by metal tools. Someone had recently opened, or been about to open, the coffin. She called for Grant, who quickly came over and looked down into the open grave. "You said something earlier," Swanson told her, "about grave robbers maybe having come for Regis. The body buried in this coffin was named Regis?" Grant nodded down at her. "Florence P. Regis." "A woman? Buried in a Civil War cemetery?" Grant smiled for the first time since Swanson had met her. "She's the closest thing we have to a celebrity around here. Florence was about as die-hard a Confederate as they come. Her father, Edward Parkin, was a big slaveholder in Georgia. He taught her to shoot at an early age. And her husband, Colonel Regis, led a Confederate battalion until he was killed by a Yankee sniper right after 1st Manassas. Following his death, Florence pulled up stakes and moved to El Paso. When she heard General Sibley was sending half a dozen companies up the Rio Grande in preparation for an attack on Fort Union, she was determined to avenge her husband's death. She donned a Confederate uniform and joined the ranks, pretending to be a man. After the truth came out following her death in battle, the general ordered her buried with full military honors. No doubt this was the story the ranger disgorged to tourists on a daily basis. Swanson looked down at the coffin with fresh interest. Despite the grisly scene, she felt the investigation was going well, and she hadn't made any major screw-ups. Every now and then, she felt the nervousness spike, but each time she pushed it away. If she was going to have a meltdown, she'd do her best to stave it off until she was back in her apartment that evening, where a bottle of Cuervo Gold was handy. She nodded at Larson, who, having secured the dead body, had clambered back down into the hole. "Mr. Larson, time to open the coffin." "Very good." Larson bent over and, with a grunt, opened the top half of the coffin lid. Swanson looked down in surprise. Except for a few scattered chunks and slivers of dried bone and tatters of clothing, the upper coffin was empty, its rotting velvet lining drooping into dust. "Oh boy," said Larson. This was bizarre. It seemed the victim had been shot after the body was stolen. She tried to sort the sequence of events into some kind of rational order. Under what circumstances would somebody unearth a body, remove it, then get shot and left on the coffin? The man with the brick tattoo was, it seemed, hired help. Dispensable hired help. This killing was looking more and more professional. Turning to Larson, she said, "Let's take a look at the bottom half of the coffin." They climbed out of the hole, and then Larson had his men lower a hook and snag the lower lid. With some effort, they raised the hook. The lower half of the body came into view, badly decomposed. The desiccated bones and tattered remains of flesh were clearly visible through holes in the ancient dress Florence Regis had been buried in. The corpse had been crudely sawed in half. Quinn, the young ranger, crossed himself.
"That's no way to treat a lady,"
came a familiar voice at her elbow. Swanson turned to see Morwood, hands behind his back, looking down into the hole and shaking his head. She'd been so engrossed that she hadn't heard him approach. "Hello, sir," she said quickly. Behind him, she could see several others in various uniforms advancing, FBI support staff to complete the CSU work.
"Solved the case yet?"
Morwood asked.
"Sir, Never mind. It looks like you have things well in hand here. Why don't you brief me back at HQ?"
He nodded at Larson, who waved familiarly back. Now the sheriff, Turpenseed, approached. He did not look happy. His cowboy boots were dusty from the search for evidence.
"Special Agent Morwood,"
he said, removing his hat again and wiping his bald pate.
"Glad to see a more senior agent taking charge of the case."
Swanson bit her lip.
"Looks to me like Agent Swanson has been doing quite a creditable job, Sheriff,"
Morwood said in an even tone.
"Oh, no doubt," he grinned. "I just wasn't aware the FBI was hiring out of high school these days."
He gave a guffaw and winked at her. It came out before she could stop herself. "And I wasn't aware mental deficiency was a requirement of being a New Mexico sheriff these days." Morwood shot her a warning glance. Then he nodded to the sheriff and began making his way back down to the parking area. Swanson followed.
"The timeout stool for you tonight, Agent Swanson,"
he said as they arrived at their vehicles. Chapter 10. May 1st.
"You're going to want to take these,"
Skip said, picking up Nora's binoculars from her desk and brandishing them.
"You know, a comet's supposed to appear in 10 days or so. You'll get a great view up there in the high Sierras."
"Good idea." Nora took the binoculars from her brother and laid them out on the living room floor with the rest of the equipment. Her golden retriever, Mitty, was roving around, and she could tell he was worried. He knew something was up. Humans didn't normally wake for the day at 5 a.m., and had been following her around the house, constantly underfoot and whining anxiously. She paused in her packing to give him a reassuring scratch. "Skip's going to look after you," she said, smoothing his fur. "Don't you worry."
"That's right."
Skip was walking around in his bare feet, holding a clipboard with a list of all her personal equipment, checking off each item as she put it in the duffel bag.
"There's no muffler,"
he said, frowning at the list.
"It's going to be cold up there at night, you know, even in May."
"I've got a winter hat and scarf, that's enough."
"Nothing is as warm as a muffler. But okay, if you're sure."
"And what about long underwear?"
"Right over there."
Skip had been a fountain of freely offered advice during the packing process. If it were up to him, she'd be taking 5 trunks full of everything from umbrellas to an espresso machine. He had been extra solicitous of her the last several years, ever since she'd lost her husband in New York City under tragic circumstances. She had returned to Santa Fe, where she'd grown up, and been rehired by the Institute, where Skip worked as a collections manager. The Institute had assigned him to be a liaison with the expedition, which essentially meant he would be responsible for monitoring the Institute's satellite phone. The phone would be the expedition's only reliable link to the outside world while in the mountains.
"Long underwear, check," said Skip, marking it on the list. "Woolen socks, check. Glove liners, check. French ticklers."
"Knock it off." Nora surveyed the gear littering the floor. It seemed a bit much. After all, they weren't bound for the Himalayas, or even the remote canyons of southern Utah. The presumed location of the Lost Camp was only about a dozen miles from Interstate 80, which followed the route of the original California Trail. The Institute was supplying the expedition with the best of tents and outdoor gear. Fugit had also arranged for them to have access to the latest archaeological technology, including a resistivity meter.
a portable magnetometer, and a handheld XRF analyzer. Knowing a good PR opportunity when she saw one, Fugit had invited a local reporter from the Santa Fe Express to interview Nora about the expedition at her institute office. Nora hadn't been especially happy about this. She considered it bad luck to talk about an expedition until after its successful conclusion. But it was good for the institute, so she'd consented, remaining vague and being careful to avoid any and all specifics that might attract the curious to their intended worksite. And of course, any mention of gold was absolutely forbidden. "Anybody I should say goodbye to for you?" Skip asked with a knowing leer. "That guy Morris, for example? The brainiac pencil pusher from Los Alamos? I haven't talked to him in months." "Pencil pusher? Huh. He's a nuclear engineer." Skip played idly with the dog. "What about that professional climber then? The one who led the expedition up K2 last year?" "Parker Frampton? His biceps measurement was greater than his IQ." "Okay, so the nuclear engineer is too smart, and the mountain climber is too dumb." "Skip, don't start." "Start what? I'm just saying." "I know what you're just saying, and we have work to do. You're young, well, relatively speaking. You're attractive as hell. But as your brother, I've got to say, if you keep looking hard enough, you'll always find a reason why some poor guy isn't going to measure up." Instead of replying, Nora began collecting the gear from the floor. "Look, I know you still grieve. I do too. But it's been 6 years. You have to move on. That's not a betrayal. And it doesn't mean you love him any less. He'd want you to be happy. There's more to life than your job, these 4 walls, and doting on Mitty. If Bill were here, he'd say the same thing." Nora felt her face flush. "Well, he's not. And mind your own business. Seems to me you've got your own hands full with that blonde bartender over at the Cowgirl Tavern. Talk about a hot mess. You're always throwing shade at Georgetta. Anyway, we're just friends. Try telling her boyfriend that." This observation produced a storm of protest and self-justification. Thank God, Nora thought, that her brother was an easy person to redirect. Soon everything was checked, packed in the duffel, and ready to go. Mitty was looking more anxious than ever, whining and trying to nuzzle Nora with his cold, wet nose at every opportunity. "Remember," she told Skip, 1 cup of food in the morning, 1 in the evening, always mixed with a raw egg plus raw hamburger twice a week. And give him a real beef marrow bone from time to time. Never one of those fake chewy things. He eats better than I do. That's how it should be, but no beer for him." Skip threw up his hands in mock dismay. "How could you even think?" She glanced at her watch. "We'd better get going. The rendezvous at the Institute's in half an hour." Skip helped her load the duffel and day pack into her car and got into the driver's seat. "Wait, one more goodbye to Mitty. You love that stupid dog more than me." Nora went back to the house and gave the dog a hug, told him to be a good boy, and assured him she'd be back. She eased out the door and saw him appear moments later at the window, propped up on his front paws, watching her leave with sad eyes and drooping tail. "He's going to be fine with me," said Skip as she got back in the car. "And so's your house, I promise. Mitty will get a hike every day." He patted his belly. "And I'm going to lose 5 pounds in the process." "In that case, you'd better lay off the beer. And Georgetta while you're at it." Jesus, what a taskmistress. "How long did you say this expedition's going to last? 4 weeks? Sure you can't make it 8? They wound through the narrow pre-dawn streets of Santa Fe to the outskirts of town, where the Institute had its 20-acre campus, an attractive spread of adobe buildings tucked among gardens and piñon trees. Skip turned in through the gate. In the main parking lot, the Institute's field archaeology truck was idling, already packed. Skip pulled up nearby and heaved out Nora's bag, which 2 assistants took and loaded in the back of the truck. Jason Salazar was there, spiffed up in Indiana Jones khaki and canvas, with one side of his Australian-style cowboy hat's brim snapped up. Nearby was Clive Benton, dressed in jeans and yet another ugly shirt, this one with tiny day-glow paisleys scattered about a field of green. His black hair escaped from under an Orioles baseball cap. He was talking on his cell phone and looking both nervous and excited. He'd been hanging around the Institute for the last 10 days, driving Nora crazy with his eagerness to get started. Standing off to one side a bit awkwardly was skinny, tow-headed Bruce Adelsky, Nora's graduate student from the University of New Mexico. He had a vape in his hand and he took a drag on it. She had been a little worried about his ability to get along in the wilderness, but he was one of the most promising students she'd ever had, and he badly needed the field experience for his degree. "You can't take something like that on an expedition," Clive said as he ended his call, pointing at Adelsky's vape. "This calls for stout-hearted men of iron, not weenies." "Is that right?" Adelsky said, taking another quick drag and then tucking the vape into his pocket. "Damn straight it is. Once we get to the site, I'll give you one of my cigars." "Ugh," said Adelsky. "They're as dated as that shirt of yours." "Okay," Nora broke in, looking around. "Let's get in the truck and go." And now, coming out of the old building, was Jill Fugit herself, brisk and well-coiffed as always. She was not one for ceremony and glad-handing, but Nora could see that not even the Institute's president could hide a look of pride and anticipation. "It wouldn't look right if I weren't here to send you off," she said, smiling. The sun was just rising toward the adobe rooflines of the main building as she shook everyone's hand, murmuring words of encouragement. Nora got into the driver's seat, Clive swung in shotgun, and Jason and Bruce climbed in behind. Nora had driven the F-350 with its panel truck body many times before, and as she started the vehicle up, it felt like an old friend. She waved goodbye to Skip and the others as she exited the gate and headed out of town, merging onto the westward interstate. "Just like the pioneers of old," Clive said, pointing at his cell phone and then slipping it into his pocket with a grin. Chapter 11. May 3rd. The drive had taken 2 days, with an overnight in a nasty motel outside Las Vegas. As they entered the mountains, the heat and dust of Nevada changed to the forests and snow-capped peaks of the Sierras. As the interstate gained altitude, Nora began to see patches of snow not just on the mountaintops, but in the shady areas under trees on either side of the highway. They reached Truckee, California, around noon. As they exited the freeway, Nora was disappointed to find the town a rather shabby resort of cheap batten-board buildings and houses tucked among fir and spruce trees. The parking lot next to the Pioneer Monument was full of idling tourist buses disgorging people clutching cell phones and selfie sticks, diesel fumes hanging in the air. "Somehow I expected this place to be a little more dignified," she said as they drove past the monument entrance. "The Donner tragedy's become an industry," said Clive. "A couple of 100,000 people visit each year. Doesn't help that the interstate passes so close to the location. Hard to believe something so horrific happened in a place so ordinary." They continued on through town. Soon Donner Lake appeared on the left, a sheet of blue shimmering in the sunlight. Taking a turnoff, they drove through a ranch gate hung with an elk skull and into a dirt parking area. This, Nora thought, was a lot more like what she'd expected. An old-time lodge made out of chinked logs, with bunkhouses, barns, corrals, and horses, all tucked in among tall firs. They pulled up in front of the lodge and got out. It was a cool day, the air smelling of resin. The lodge door opened and a lanky man with a handlebar mustache strode across the porch, boots thudding. A giant mug of coffee was held in one hand. He took off his cowboy hat as he came down the porch stairs. "Welcome to Red Mountain Ranch," he said. "I'm Ford Burleson, but everyone calls me Burl. You must be the archaeologists." They shook hands. Nora observed him curiously. He was almost freakishly tall, around 6'7", and like many people of unusual height, he was permanently bowed from having to look down on the rest of the human species. He was every inch the cowboy, but Nora knew from a background check that he had once been a Harvard-educated divorce lawyer and had abruptly given up a highly lucrative legal career to buy a horse ranch not far from where he'd grown up. He had a deep, gravelly voice that Nora thought must have been unusually effective in the courtroom. There were 3 outfitters in the area, and Nora had looked closely into all of them before choosing Red Mountain Ranch. They introduced themselves and shook hands. "You must have had a long drive," Burleson said, fitting the hat back on his head. "Come on in." Nora entered the main house, followed by Benton, Salazar, and Adelsky. It was an impressive room, dominated by a stone fireplace, leather furniture, and rustic wooden tables and chairs. A mounted elk head and an expensive-looking rifle hung above the fireplace. "Please, sit down." Coffee, tea, and cocoa had already been laid out on the large coffee table in front of the sofa. "That's quite a rack," said Clive, nodding at the elk as he helped himself to coffee. 402 on the Boone and Crockett scale, said Burleson proudly. A local record. He took a sip of coffee. They say you're a Donner Party descendant. My great-great-great-grandfather was a Breen. Can't imagine how it must feel coming up here. It's hard to describe. They did what they had to do. That's how I see it. And that's how I see it too. Burleson turned to Nora. The Lost Camp has always been the subject of tall tales and myths around here. I can imagine, said Nora. She wondered just what those tall tales might be. It's not a myth, Clive added. The camp's a documented historical fact. It's the location that's never been ascertained. Well, that's always the problem, isn't it? Burleson pulled a manila folder out of a battered leather bag, laid it on the table, and flipped it open. I got your list of supplies, added my own. It's all purchased, sorted, and ready to pack. We leave tomorrow, if that's still your wish. It is. I'll want you to unload your own gear on the porch so we can have a look at it, size and weight-wise, and figure out how many horses we're going to need to pack it all in. We'll leave at dawn. He turned to a young man who'd been hovering around. Call in the team. A moment later, 3 people entered. Nora had the impression they'd been waiting just outside. Jack Peel, our new wrangler, just arrived from Nevada, where he worked on a dude ranch outside of Reno. Burleson pointed to a compact African-American man. Peel went around, shaking hands silently, face grave. He was wearing a white cowboy hat stained with dirt, sweat, and dust, which he did not remove. As he walked, the spurs on his boots jingled faintly. His eyes were gray. Maggie Buck, our cook. Maggie's personality seemed the polar opposite of the laconic Peel. She came thrusting forward with a grin on her face, almost bowling Bruce Adelsky over in her eagerness. Pleased to meet you, she said. She looked, Nora thought, a bit like a 40-something Charlie Brown in curls. Maggie's a wizard with a Dutch oven. Wait till you try her biscuits. I hope y'all like home-style cooking. We got any dietary restrictions here? She looked around with a disapproving expression on her face. Nobody responded. Good. I can cook tolerable vegetarian, but I draw the line at gluten-free. And this is Drew Wiggett, assistant wrangler, Burleson said. He's a vet student from Berkeley, looking to spend some time with horses in the mountains. If it was possible, Wiggett looked even younger and lankier than Adelsky. Flipping his long hair out of his face, Wiggett offered his hand around, nodding and smiling. "Our turn," said Nora. "Clive Benton, historian and Donner Party expert. Jason Salazar, field assistant with the Institute. And Bruce Adelsky, graduate student in the Anthro department at UNM, working toward a dissertation in Southwestern archaeology." A slightly awkward silence fell over the group. "Well," said Burleson, "we'll get to know each other soon enough in the mountains. Maybe too well." He laughed and turned to Nora. "Like you asked, we're all sworn to secrecy. Right, Maggie?" "What are you looking at me for?" she said. "He thinks I talk too much." She looked at Nora, winking. "Before we go any farther, I'd like to say a few words about the risks." Burleson's tone turned serious. "Where we're going is pretty much trackless wilderness. Don't let the proximity of so-called civilization fool you. A dozen miles into rough country can be like 1,000. Look at the Donners. Things can go wrong fast. Even in May, a blizzard can blow.
That's all right. No, this is true.
Elvis! Blow up out of nowhere. Speaking of snow, we had a big winter and the mountain ridges still have cornices. "Cornices?" asked Adelsky. "That's a pileup of snow, blown by the wind along one side of a ridge. Those cornices build up and can be 100 feet deep. While May avalanches are rare, they can happen. The important thing is not to tramp through snowfields, especially atop a ridge, because you might dislodge a cornice. Always stay on solid rock." He poured himself another mug of coffee. "As for animals, there are only two to worry about: bears and mountain lions. Bears can be dangerous, especially mamas with cubs.
We'll be hanging our food in trees. Don't keep any food in your tents. If you encounter a bear, back off slowly. Look as harmless and unafraid as possible. Let it retreat. With mountain lions, do the opposite. Act belligerent, make yourself big, open your coat up and flap it, spread your arms and make a lot of noise. What about snakes? Adelsky asked. What about them? Burleson replied. He's got a phobia of snakes and spiders, Nora said, glancing at the graduate student. We'll probably see a few rattlers despite the altitude. As for spiders, just shake out your boots in the morning before putting them on. Burleson slapped his hands on his knees and stood up. Now, let's see that map of yours, he said to Nora. I've only got a general idea of where we're going. Sure thing. Adelsky, who was holding the tube, handed it to Nora, who slid the map out of it and spread it over a nearby table. It was a USGS topo map on which she and Clive had worked out their planned search area. Burleson weighted down the corners with coffee mugs. He bent over and examined it, muttering under his breath. So this is where you want to go, he said, pointing to the markings. The Lost Camp is somewhere up one of those canyons, Clive told him. Burleson frowned. You familiar with that country? Clive asked. No, and I dare say few are. That's true high country wilderness. Rough, remote as hell. Not like Winnebago Central down here. Clive pointed at the map. The probable location of the Lost Camp is along one of these creeks, Sugar Pine, Poker, or Dollar Fork. Tamsin's map only shows one creek, but she drew it from a description given by a dying man, and she never saw the camp herself. She mentions a couple of landmarks, but the crucial one is this. From the Lost Camp, you could see the profile of an old woman on a rocky cliff to the north. Tamsin noted it was like New Hampshire's Old Man of the Mountain, except an old woman with a hooked nose. Burleson nodded. That must be pretty unique. I've never seen anything like that up here. The plan is to make our first camp up in here somewhere. Clive pointed to an area of less dense topographical lines, and use it as a base camp. We'll conduct the search from there, concentrating on the 3 streams that flow into Hackberry Creek. The Lost Camp must be in one of those canyons. Hellacious country. Why did they go up that way? There's no way out. The simple answer, said Nora, is they got lost. Here's what apparently happened, said Clive. The emigrant train was spread out as they entered the mountains. A group fell behind, 11 individuals. As the snow began falling, they missed the trail over the pass and drifted northward into that maze of ravines. Then they went up one of these side canyons, where they became snowbound. A few months later, a single person managed to reach the Donner Camp at Alder Creek, only to die of starvation not long after. But it was from him Tamsin got the information about the Lost Camp, including its location. Was anybody rescued from the Lost Camp? One person. A single rescuer got up there and found everyone dead, save a man named Peter Cheers, who was babbling and died raving mad shortly thereafter. What that rescuer saw at the site was pretty awful. He gave a short description to someone who committed it to memory, but the rescuer never spoke of it again. What do you expect to find? Asked Burleson. Human and animal remains, personal effects, abandoned supplies and equipment from the original wagons, crude shelters. The most important thing is to extract DNA from the human remains so we can identify them by name. It will help us reconstruct exactly what happened in that camp. Nora said nothing about the stash of coins. Her own 2 assistants had been told of it in strict confidence. but she and Clive had agreed that it would only complicate things if Burleson's party knew a fortune in gold might well be hidden somewhere in the vicinity of the Lost Camp. Maggie Buck put down her coffee cup. "What about the legends? You know, the Donner Party ghosts? The ones who went mad before they died? Or maybe after?" There was a brief silence. Then a sprinkling of uncomfortable laughter went around the room. Chapter 12. As the laughter at Red Mountain Ranch was dying away, Agent Corinne Swanson was entering the front hall of a 3-bedroom condo in the well-groomed suburb of Scottsdale, Arizona. She flashed her shield at the cop standing at the door, unsmiling and wearing the kind of blue-mirrored sunglasses currently popular with 30-something males below a certain income bracket. "Is Lieutenant Porter on the scene?" she asked. The cop nodded. "In the kitchen." From the front hall, she could see the kitchen situated at the far end of a carpeted hallway. She moved toward it, noting the blonde wood walls, the recessed lighting. A deep thumping bass made the air tremble slightly around her. The entrance to the living room was to her left, and she could see even in her peripheral vision that it was expensively furnished. To her right, a yellow strip of crime scene tape had been strung, almost as an afterthought. Lieutenant Porter was a tall, youngish man in a tan suit, leaning against a kitchen counter and drinking coffee. He shook her hand. "Agent Swanson?" "Lieutenant Porter, thank you so much for this opportunity." This was not mere politeness. Swanson was, in fact, grateful to the lieutenant for providing her access to a scene where the feds had no clear jurisdiction. Just as she was grateful to Morwood for letting her chase this lead of hers, despite his being highly skeptical and giving her only one day to run it to earth. So far, despite her best efforts, she'd been unable to develop any solid case out of the Glorietta battlefield killing. They'd identified the dead gravedigger as Frank Serbin, a small-time thief, drug dealer, and grifter whose red hair had given him the nickname of Bricktop, and in turn explained the tattoo. And the body in the iron coffin, the bottom half of it anyway, was indeed Florence P. Regis, unlikely casualty of the Battle of Glorietta Pass. Thanks to the rain that night, they'd been able to determine that 2 vehicles left the cemetery around the time of Serbin's death. One, Serbin's, had been found abandoned a few miles away. She hadn't been able to trace the other vehicle. Larson, to his credit, had recovered 2 9mm slugs after a meticulous search. Rifling marks indicated they had been fired from a noise-suppressed gun, most likely an exotic, integrated model like a Maxim. Beyond that, they had collected a lot of incidental forensic material that she feared would yield nothing. Just as troubling as the lack of crime scene evidence was the question of motive. Other than the fact that she'd been a woman combatant in a historic battle, Florence Regis was unremarkable. Was it possible some crazy collector wanted her remains as a trophy? But then why kill Serbin, whose role had been just to do the manual labor? It would have been much easier to take Regis's body, refill the grave, and leave the site looking undisturbed. Nobody would have been the wiser. No, Serbin had to die so no witnesses would be left, and that implied the stakes must be high. "I'm eager to hear what your budding forensic expertise makes of it all," Morwood had said. So far, it all was damn little to go on. Until, maybe, today. The one item of interest Swanson had learned in the course of her widening digital searches had to do with Florence Regis's maiden name, Parkin. Almost 7 months ago, in Paris, a grave in the Cimetière du Montparnasse had been violated and a corpse, part of a corpse at least, stolen. The missing remains belonged to one Thomas Parkin, an American expatriate painter who had died in 1943 during the Nazi occupation. And then, this February, another Parkin corpse had gone missing. Alexander Parkin, a schoolteacher from the tiny town of Nelson, New Hampshire, who died of old age in 1911 and was buried in the town plot. He had rested in peace for over a century until somebody yanked his long-cured carcass out of the ground and, no doubt, gave the hamlet of Nelson something to talk about for the next century. 3 Parkins, their deaths spanning 80 years, but all dug up within 6 months of each other. And now, this. She glanced at her watch, 1:45. Even though she'd started out at dawn, Phoenix was a good 6-hour drive from Albuquerque. She'd be lucky to get home before midnight. "Sorry I've made you keep the crime scene open," she said. Porter shook his head. "Team's just wrapping up. Want to talk to them?" Even with her inexperience, Swanson understood how the hierarchy worked. "That's not necessary, thanks. Why don't you give me the details, if you can spare the time, and then maybe I can take a look?" "Sure. Given the amount of blood, our coroner tells us whoever it came from would be mighty incapacitated and quite possibly dead." He cleared his throat, consulted a tablet. "Rosalie M. Parkin, 27, unmarried, newly minted lawyer from U of A Law School, now an associate at the Pritchie and Wilkins firm over on McDonald Drive. Both parents dead. That Airbus A380 that went down over the Pacific a few years back, some malfunction, no survivors. Maybe you remember it?" Swanson said she did. "Well, they were on it, returning from a vacation in Singapore. The father was a banker, left enough for Ms. Parkin and her brother to live comfortably. For a while, anyway." "Brother?" Swanson asked. Porter nodded. "The little punk's in there." And he nodded across the kitchen, past a hallway with a guest bathroom, to a closed door. It was this room, she noticed, that was the source of the thumping bass. Another uniformed cop stood outside that door. Swanson was still adjusting, not only to being an active FBI agent, walking around with a firearm hidden under her blazer, but to the ballet among different law enforcement agencies. She decided to keep her questions brief, neutral, and to the point, and to betray no opinion or judgment of her own. After all, these people, whatever their jurisdiction, had a lot more time on the job than she did. "Would you mind giving me the background?" she asked. Porter nodded again, pleased to be given free rein. "Ms. Parkin was due in court yesterday at 10 a.m. She never showed up. By lunchtime, the firm got worried, had a paralegal call her cell. No answer. So, around 6, one of the partners came over. When nobody answered, he let himself in." "How?" "He had a key." "And who was this?" "Ken Damon." "He had a key. Did he and Ms. Parkin have, anything going on?" "Ken Damon's 41, married, with 2 kids." The expression on Porter's face told Swanson, yeah, they had something going on. "Then what happened?" "When Damon found no sign of Ms. Parkin, he called us." "Okay, thank you. I'd like to see the scene now, if you don't mind." "Sure." Porter led the way back out of the kitchen, made a left, and stopped at an open door marked with the crime scene tape she'd seen earlier. Beyond lay a large bedroom with expensive new furniture, the kind that a young woman with money and a promising career might favor. Everything was in its place and spotlessly clean. A walk-in closet and a private bathroom lay beyond. The bathroom looked equally clean, nothing out of place except a bath towel that appeared to have been tossed to one side, ready for the hamper. Porter lifted the tape for Swanson and she stepped inside. The room was unoccupied except for one member of the CSU team, obviously finishing up. There were pins and flags in various places, along with a couple of chalk scrawls. But the thing that immediately caught her attention was the huge pool of blood in the middle of the room. It had been soaked up by the plush carpeting, but even so, She guessed from the deep color and the glistening sheen that at least a liter of blood, maybe 2, had been spilled here. Near the stain was a Turkish rug of embroidered black and red, one end flipped back. "And this bloodstain is the only physical evidence so far?" she asked. Porter nodded. "No blood spatter anywhere. No signs of a struggle. No droplet trail from a body being dragged or carried. Nothing broken or missing that we can determine. Of course, we only have the one person familiar with the place, so it's a little hard to be sure." "You mean the brother?" "No, Mr. Damon. The brother refuses to talk to us." She looked at the room again, taking it in now with a more critical eye. It was as the lieutenant had said. Nothing seemed to have been disturbed. If the rug hadn't been lifted to expose the stain, nobody would have been the wiser. The way Porter referred to the brother, and given the cop on guard outside his door, it seemed he might be their number one suspect. She pointed to the carpet. "Who pulled it back like that? Mr. Damon?" "No, but he knew that carpet was usually located in the hall. That's why he called us." Smart, Swanson thought. Not only was he boning his young associate, but he knew the apartment well enough to see when a rug was out of place, and not to touch it. "Any idea when this happened?" "Based on the blood chemistry, they're saying around 36 hours ago. The blood type is hers. We'll be confirming that with DNA." 36 hours. That would have been 1, maybe 2 o'clock on the morning of May 2nd. Fingerprints? Her fingerprints everywhere, of course. And Damon's. In the kitchen, the bathroom, the living room, the bedroom. "And the brother?" A pause. "We haven't printed him yet. But there don't appear to be any prints from a third party in the bedroom. And no sign of wiping down." "Got it. Any idea who was last in contact with her?" "According to her phone records, she called a few friends on the night of May 1st. She called Mr. Damon around 12:30 on the morning of May 2nd. 12:30? A flicker passed across Porter's face. Damon confirms it. He says the call was in regard to their court appearance at 10 a.m. yesterday morning. "And I suppose Damon has an alibi for the rest of the night." A brief pause. "He was in bed with his wife, and she confirms." Half a dozen snarky observations came to mind, and Swanson bit them all back. "Anything else of interest? Controversial cases she was involved in? Drug problems? Past history? Enemies?" "Nothing we know of. And there's no body, which adds investigative and legal complications. There's no indication of forced entry or exit from either the apartment or the building. Unlike her shitbag brother, she wasn't under suspicion for anything, so it's doubtful she fled. No items of clothing are missing that we know of, no sign of packing. Nothing's been stolen, again as far as we can tell. Her car is parked in its assigned spot downstairs. No eyewitnesses. There hasn't been any activity on her credit cards. As for enemies, you might want to ask him." And he nodded in the direction of the brother's room. "Why's that?" "Because more than once, neighbors have complained of disturbances. The two argued frequently. The brother also showed signs of physical aggression. One morning, he ran after her as she was driving away from the building and hit the trunk of her car with a hammer. She refused to press charges." As Porter spoke, Swanson was taking one more look around the room. But she could already tell there was nothing to see here, not at least without a microscopic investigation. She tried to empty her mind of outside influences, such as her opinion of Ms. Parkin's taste in furniture, or her curiosity about the expensive-looking porcelain figures in the glass cabinet on the far side of the room. Let the room speak to you. one of her instructors had said. 3 other people with the same last name had been dug up, their bodies stolen over the last 6 months. Now a 4th, a living Parkin this time, had gone missing. No indication of forced entry or a struggle. Nothing stolen or missing. Except the woman herself. Nothing strange, besides, of course, the massive quantity of blood, hidden casually beneath a Turkish rug. Swanson's mind went back to the Glorietta Pass Cemetery and the hole in which Frank Serban died. That was a professional job, and this one was looking professional as well. Nothing disturbed, nobody seen, nothing heard. In her mind, she visualized 2 figures in black entering the bedroom. One grabbed Rosalie Parkin and hauled her from the bed, hand over her mouth. He dragged her to the middle of the room. The other one took careful aim and stabbed her with a blade, cutting a major vein, maybe the subclavian or the vena cava. That would spill a lot of blood, but at a low pressure, like 20 millimeters of mercury, so it would flood rather than spurt and not splatter the perps. As Parkin's ability to resist dropped, they bound her hands and taped her mouth, and maybe bundled her into a waterproof bag that would contain additional bleeding. Then they pulled over the rug to cover the stain, to buy a little more time. She glanced at the nearest window, which looked down onto a back alley. If they parked there, they could be in and out without anybody noticing, even the brother. The brother. Shaking away this scenario, she turned toward the lieutenant. "What's the brother's name?" "Ernest," Porter said, handing her the tablet. "Feel free to talk to him. He's been Mirandized. I hope you can get more than we did." Swanson made her way through the apartment in the direction of the thumping. The cop outside the brother's door stepped aside and nodded as she approached. She tried the knob, was surprised to find that it turned, then realized the mechanism was broken, perhaps by the cops. She opened it and was almost physically pushed backward by the wall of heavy metal music. She quickly stepped in and closed the door behind her. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she began to make out details. Black plastic over the windows to keep out the light. A battered desk with a large buck knife jammed into its top. An Ibanez Flying V guitar lying in a pile of stomp boxes next to a Fender amp. Posters on the wall displayed thrash bands like Slayer and Metallica, along with cult films such as Audition and The Relic. A smell of weed and unwashed socks lingered in the air. A twin bed sat to the right of the door, its covers twisted up in a ball at the foot. A figure sat on the bed. A man, or rather a boy, wearing torn black jeans, black low-top sneakers, and a jean jacket with metal studs in it. His hair was long and spiky, and it flopped over his face, concealing the features. His knees were drawn up, and he was hugging them to his chest with 2 tattooed arms. His eyes flickered up toward her a moment before drifting back down to stare again at nothing. The volume of the music had been too high for her to process it before, but now she recognized it. The Wanton Song by Led Zeppelin. Judging by the bass riff that had been shaking the apartment since her arrival, the kid had been playing it over and over. And now she noticed, on the scuffed table, a decent-looking sound system, with an amp and speakers, and, to her surprise, a turntable with a stack of vinyl records next to it. She turned to the youth on the bed. "Hey!" she shouted. "Would you mind if we turned it down for just a minute?" In response, Parkin picked up a set of headphones and slid them over his ears. Swanson took a seat beside the desk and began rotating it slowly back and forth, looking around. She knew that to Parkin, she must look like just another government drone, with her slacks and blue blazer, making negative assumptions about him. What the kid didn't know was that she could easily have been him 6 years ago, right down to the ripped jeans and the little network of red lines on the inside of his arm where he'd practiced cutting himself. He couldn't guess that his costume had been her costume too, and that the blazer she was now wearing happened to be one of only two she could afford, a blue and a black, and that she was carefully rotating them until the next good sale. And he couldn't guess that, as a result of all this, she might have a clue to what he was feeling, and how he was reacting right now. Parkin wasn't in a gang. The tattoos weren't right, and they were too professionally done. The record player, in place of some streaming Bluetooth device, indicated he cared enough to search out and curate a collection of music. Despite the smell of weed, he didn't look like a big-time user. And according to Porter's rap sheet, the crimes this shitbag of a brother was suspected of were 2 accusations of shoplifting from big box stores. The charges dropped in both cases. He'd been a decent student, too, until 3 years ago, when the plane with his parents disappeared into the ocean. She reached over to the old Marantz receiver and slowly turned down the volume knob until the music was background noise. The kid pushed the headphones down around his neck and glowered at her. "Hey, what the fuck? Turn that back on. I already told the others I don't know anything, so leave me alone." Instead of answering, she reached over to the turntable, removed the record, and returned it carefully to its torn white sleeve. "I like your rig," she said, putting the sleeve back in the record jacket. "Interesting taste in music, too. I mean, the way you're rocking it old school. You know what? I've tried to get into hip-hop. I really have. But I've more or less given up. To me, it sounds like a bunch of bragging and ranting and bitch-slapping, chanted over the beat of a dime-store drum machine. And then, when they do condescend to sing a little, like during the hook, maybe, the voices all sound so clinical and similar, auto-tuned up the ass." She shrugged and nodded toward the door. "Of course, those characters out there don't even know Merle Haggard's dead. Don't tell them. You'll ruin their day." Parkin didn't say anything during this monologue, but he didn't curse at her again either, just looked at her with curiosity. Now she took a moment to replace the album atop the stack. "I was more into dark ambient, but I always did like Zepp," she said. "They took even older material and respected it, made it relevant, made it their own. That's how the best music endures. By the way, my name's Corinne. Corey to my friends." She paused, and then, because she had to go by the book, added, "FBI." She touched the lanyard on which her ID was strung. But this didn't seem to faze the kid. "I know you're earnest. Do you mind if I—" The kid watched as she began to look through his records. Swanson had already gotten what she'd come to Scottsdale for. It wasn't much, but it was all she could hope for. And now she was just confirming her instincts. "In 9th grade," she said, "I used to carry around a Les Paul. A knockoff, anyway. Totally broken. No pickups or anything. But I didn't care. I wore it low-slung, practically down to my knees, like Paige." Her fingers stopped on another album.
Dylan didn't know, but he told himself as he hurried to English class he'd figure out a way to get Schmidt what he needed. Then, maybe he'd be free. The school year was almost over and Schmidt was heading to college. Hopefully he'd be smarter in the future and stop stepping into jams like this. Really, 'cause everyone knows you've become the supplier, and face it, you like the money. Once Schmidt leaves, there will be another bully, and then another one for the whole time you're in this sucky high school. How the hell are you going to get out? Crap, he muttered under his breath as he reached the door to room 107. He'd find a way. Somehow. He'd have to. Chapter 8. Rachel picked up the kids at school, and if they noticed her bad mood, they didn't say a word on the way home. Harper was deep into her phone, texting while seated next to Reno in the back seat. Dylan, ever-present earbuds in place, looked out the passenger window and kept to himself. The only indication that he wasn't in his usual fantasy world was the fact that his head, deep in the hood of his sweatshirt, wasn't bobbing to the music only he could hear. Maybe his confrontation with the school administration had made an impact. Rachel hoped so. Her own day had gone from bad to worse with the pall of Violet's death hanging over her. Her front tire had gone flat on her way back from the cemetery. Then her aging workhorse of a printer had finally given up the ghost in the middle of printing notes for the damned meeting tonight. And finally, to top things off, the school had called to report that Dylan had been caught cutting class. "And don't know what's going on with him," Mrs. Walsh had said, and Rachel had pictured the tiny administrator frowning with concern. Or mock concern. Rachel hadn't been sure which. She sometimes suspected Marlene Walsh enjoyed her authority and ability to discipline. "But this is the third time, and that's cause for suspension." "Doesn't that seem to defeat the purpose?" Rachel had pointed out. "If he's cutting class, then why would you reward him by letting him out of school?" The administrator had paused for a beat, as if she hadn't thought of this before, but Rachel suspected differently. "Yes, I know it's all school policy, but I've devised an alternative solution." She then outlined her plan, a far better idea in Rachel's opinion. Would it work? Who knew? Both of her children were pulling away from her, and the little boy who had worn his heart on his sleeve while growing up and who had confided in her had become secretive, as had his sister. Now she parked in the carport and let Reno sniff around the backyard as her kids filed through the back door and she followed. Once they were in the house, Harper still texting as she headed down the hall to her room, Dylan shedding his backpack by the door, Rachel let the hammer fall. "Mrs. Walsh called today." Dylan froze as Harper went into her room. Then he slowly removed his earbuds as Rachel went on. "She told me that she caught you in the hall when you were supposed to be in class." "Oh, I was getting my algebra book." God, did he look guilty. "I know. But you were ditching English." Yeah." Overhearing the conversation, Harper had returned to the hallway, idling as Rachel asked her son, "What were you thinking?" "I don't know." "Oh, come on, Dylan." Rachel didn't bother hiding the exasperation in her voice. It had been a hell of a day, and she wasn't up to teenage subversion. "There was a reason you ditched." He hesitated, a tick appearing near his temple, then came up with a lame excuse. "I didn't have my report ready." "So you didn't go to class? Because of an unfinished assignment. That's how you handled it." He tried to shrug it off, but she was sure he was lying. He'd been a bad liar as a little kid, and she'd hoped that trait would stay with him, but now she wasn't so sure. Lies came more easily to him these days. "This is the third time, Dylan. Mrs. Walsh was going to suspend you." Another lift of a shoulder. "But she didn't." "Yet? I just have to do some stuff for her." He started to open the refrigerator door, and she slammed it shut before he could peer inside. "I'm serious. There are only a few weeks left of school this year. The least you could do is finish your assignments, turn them in, and stay in class." His eyes darkened, and she thought he was going to say something to her. Instead, his jaw tightened, and he glared. "I will." "Wait a second," she said. "Is there something else going on?" He looked away as Harper cast her brother a glance of sympathy, conspiracy, warning. "You know something about this?" she asked, turning her attention to her daughter. "Harper?" "No," she replied quickly, too quickly. "Then why do I have the feeling you're holding out on me? That you're both holding out on me?" She waited. No one said a word. The refrigerator hummed. Outside in the yard, Reno gave a sharp bark. Another knowing look passed between brother and sister. "What?" Rachel said, glaring at her children, a new fear knotting her stomach. "What?" "Mom, it's not a big deal," Harper finally said. "Kids cut class all the time. Not my kids." "Oh, right, because you never did anything wrong in high school. I forgot you were an angel. Just perfect." Rachel blinked, saw the insolence in Harper's eyes. She didn't say it, but it was there between them. "You were accused of murder, weren't you? You were caught sneaking out and your brother died because you shot him, and now you're all freaked out because Dylan cut one stupid class." She heard the accusation, the rationale as clearly as if Harper had spat the words out. "This is not about me. So let's get back to the point. What's going on?" A disgusted look tightened Harper's features as she held her mother's stare, but her throat worked, and she broke first, her gaze moving to Dylan. "Are you going to tell her?" "Tell me what?" Rachel demanded. Dylan shot his sister a thanks-for-nothing look. "Tell me what?" Rachel repeated. "Thanks," he threw out at Harper, then blew out a huge sigh. "Okay, fine. Some older kids are hassling me." "What do you mean hassling? You mean like bullying?" No, it's not like that." Another angry glare sent to Harper. "I made a mistake, okay? I gambled with them and lost. They want their money." "They," she repeated, "as in more than one." He licked his lips. "One." "Who?" she demanded. "Aw, man, I don't want to say." "It's Brad Schmidt," Harper said. "I don't know him." Harper glanced at her phone. "You wouldn't. He's a loser. Thinks he's a tough guy. Football player. I hate him." "Oh, good." None of this sounded right. "I need to talk to him." "No!" Dylan was shaking his head. "Mom, you'll only make things worse." "So, what is this guy threatening to do to you?" she demanded, worried. "What?" It's my fault. I shouldn't have placed the bet. I know. I won't do it again, and this will all go away." Rachel wasn't so sure, and was having trouble not panicking. Who was this kid, this Brad? Was he violent? Would he hurt Dylan? "Mrs. Walsh knows about this?" "Yeah," Dylan admitted. "Well, most of it." "So, you were gambling with him. How's that work?" Visions of casinos with slot machines and roulette wheels and craps tables spun through her mind, the bright lights of Las Vegas. Or maybe it was local, whatever kids did. It was kind of an online thing. That made more sense. Dylan was forever hooked into his computer or his iPad or some game system. "We were playing a game, a war game, interactive, for money. You pay for hits. I lost." That was almost the truth, she thought, but not quite. Rachel turned to her daughter. "You knew about this?" "I knew he got into some trouble with a couple of seniors." Her focus swung back to Dylan. "What were you thinking?" "He wasn't. It was stupid," Harper said, stating the obvious. "Now they want to be paid." "So, they're what? Threatening you?" Rachel was playing this out in her head. "Not really." But he looked scared. "How much?" Rachel asked, stepping back and folding her arms over her chest. He swallowed, licked his lips. Her stomach dropped. 100, he whispered. Dollars? No, euros. Harper rolled her eyes. Of course, dollars. Okay, Rachel said to Dylan. So what are you going to do? Pay them back. With what? I have my birthday money and... He was always broke. Would it help if I loaned you the money? She asked, immediately thinking this wasn't the right way to handle the situation. He needed to learn this lesson fast. She couldn't enable him, and yet... And I mean loaned. I'm serious. You would have to pay me back. ASAP. Summer is coming, so I'll expect you to do yard work and help with cleaning the basement, whatever. His eyes brightened a little. You'd do that? Maybe. She couldn't let him off too easily. But you'll have to let your dad know, and if this kid gives you any more trouble... He won't, Mom, really. She glanced at Harper. Yeah, Harper agreed. Schmidt is a bully, but he wouldn't do anything to, mess up because he could lose his scholarship. He'd lose it if I made trouble. Don't, Mom, just don't, Dylan said, shooting his sister a dark look. And please, can we just keep Dad out of this? Nope. Oh, man, really? Dylan groaned and rolled his eyes. His whole body slumped. Why? Because he's your dad. But was he really going to argue about it? Hey, what is this? Harper said, as she picked up the newspaper still open on the table. The article about Luke Hollander's death was front and center. Does Lucas know about this? I don't know. Probably, Rachel said. The whole damn town would have read it by now. Wow. Oh, wow. Harper was scanning the article. He's gonna freak. It's online, right? Everything's online now. Yeah. Then he'll see it. She shot her brother a look. What? Rachel asked. Nothing, she said. It's just that he doesn't like to talk about it, you know. It makes him feel weird, different. Even though Lila had mentioned how difficult it was for her son in the article, Rachel hadn't dwelled on how the newspaper piece might affect her nephew, the boy who'd never gotten the chance to meet his father. But she knew how it was when someone felt different. Hadn't she witnessed Luke's own emotional response when anyone asked about his father, his real father, meaning Bruce Hollander? Luke had always tried to hide the fact that his biological father had been serving time in prison. Whenever anyone had questioned him about Hollander, or whenever his father had tried to get in touch, Luke had become angry and sullen, horrible to live with. It had been a weird dynamic for their little family. It was probably just as difficult for Lucas, possibly worse. Harper finished reading and glanced up to meet Rachel's eyes. It's hard for you too, huh? For all of us. Rachel nodded, then fought the tightness in her throat when she caught a bit of empathy in her daughter's eyes. Over the years, the subject had come up. The kids knew the sketchy details, and Rachel had left it at that. Now, compliments of Mercedes Pope, they might learn a hell of a lot more. Today, it seemed, was a turning point. For all of them. And worst of all, Violet Sperry had been murdered. Chapter 9. By the time Rachel was ready to leave for the meeting, Violet's murder was all over the news. Flanked by her kids as they stood in the living room in front of the flat screen, Rachel felt her keys dig into her tightly clenched hand as she watched the press conference where the sheriff himself spoke first into the camera. Roberto Valdez was a tall, fit man with military-cut brown hair starting to gray, a firm jaw, and near black eyes that were deep-set and didn't falter as he stared into the camera. Standing on the concrete steps in front of the flagpoles and the department's headquarters, Valdez, in uniform, made a brief statement before the public information officer took over. A 40-something woman whose brown hair was clipped at her nape, Issa Drake, seemed less grim than the sheriff, though her answers were short and concise. Yes, it was definitely a homicide. No, there are no suspects or persons of interest yet, but it's still early in our investigation. More details will follow, as Sheriff Valdez mentioned. We are encouraging anyone with information to please come forward. The kids stared at Rachel as she turned off the TV. So, you knew her? Dylan asked. Yes. Listening to the report, hearing the account on the news had only made it more real. Like, she was a good friend? He asked. Not close, but we hung out sometimes. Rarely. Weird, he said. More like freaky, Harper said. Who do you think killed her? I don't know, she said. You must have an idea. Her son again. Who, Mom? I don't know. Rachel checked her watch. How could I know? She admitted as much to herself as to the kids. Come on, let's get a move on. We're already late. She expected everyone on the committee had been held up. She'd received a dozen or so texts about Violet over the course of the afternoon. Group texts, which she despised, her phone pinging as each person weighed in. Worse yet, it was a group Lila had created, and some of the respondents came in as unfamiliar phone numbers rather than names, which meant she didn't really know to whom she was replying. So she didn't. They made their way to the back door, and the dog bounded behind them. Not this time, Rachel said. Still talking to the dog. Harper let the screen door slam shut behind her. Hey! Dylan called after his sister. He was hoisting his backpack to his shoulder. We all talked to him. You too. He seemed to have forgiven Rachel for the earlier grilling, at least for the moment. But as his backpack wasn't completely zipped, she saw inside, her gaze landing on a brown box. What's that? She asked. What? She pointed. The box? Oh. He flushed, zipped the pack. Lucas needs a new mouse for his computer. I had one, so I told him I'd bring it. That didn't sound quite right, but Dylan added, He's got another one ordered. He's just borrowing this one until he gets here. No big deal. And he was out the door. No big deal. She wondered, but let it go. The trip to Lila's house took less than 20 minutes. She'd let Harper, who had gotten her license just 2 months earlier, drive, and her daughter tended to be a leadfoot, which ran in the family. Still, her fingers had curled over the armrest for most of the ride. With a little difficulty, Harper parked on the street in front of Lila and Charles Ryder's house, a 3-storied Victorian built on the steep hillside in the late 1880s. The house had been home to the Ryder family for generations, and was the very house where Cade and his brothers had grown up, the place where his mother had died. Rachel hated it. Let's go, she said. As she glanced up at the turret with its 360-degree view of the city, a flash of memory came to her, of sneaking up the stairs to that small private space with Cade. No one had been home at the time. Through the windows, the lights of the town had glimmered to the dark expanse of the river. Her throat closed as she thought of the way he'd kissed her that night, the way her heartbeat had pounded in her ears, the warmth of his breath against her nape, the tingle of her skin as they'd tumbled to the floor, and the breathless feeling of elation that had followed their lovemaking. All shattered when, 6 weeks later, she'd learned she was pregnant. Now she took the keys from her daughter, then gathered her bag with her laptop tucked inside, as her kids piled out and walked up the series of stairs leading to the sharply gabled Victorian with its wraparound porch and sweeping view of the town and river. The front door opened before she could push the bell, and Lila stepped onto the porch, a white cat streaking out behind her. Oh, crap, Sammy, you get back in here! But the cat was long gone, slinking from the porch and into the surrounding shrubbery. Fine, Lila muttered, visibly irritated. She turned back to Rachel. Her usual smile was missing, but as always she was dressed as if she expected to meet a prospective real estate client. Heels, expensive slacks, a long tunic, and bracelets that jangled over her wrist. She gave a quick hug to both Harper and Dylan and said, Lucas is upstairs in his room with a friend. Why don't you go on in? The kids shot inside and were hurrying up a sweeping staircase when Lila pulled the door shut behind them, trapping Rachel on the porch. Can you believe it? Lila asked. obviously distressed. Violet! Dead! I mean murdered! She was shaking her head, her big eyes as cloudy as the day. Who would do anything like that? She blinked, then reached into the pocket of her slim gray slacks, retrieving a single cigarette and lighter. I shouldn't, I know. I quit years ago, but Violet! She lit up quickly and drew a deep breath before saying in a cloud of smoke, I just don't get it. Why would anyone? I don't know. She thought for a moment, waving the smoke away as if the odor wouldn't cling to her tunic or hair. I just saw her, you know. She'd come into the real estate office, supposedly interested in property near the river, but the real reason was to let me know that no matter how much I harassed her, she wasn't going to be a part of this. Lila motioned to the bay window of the living room, where the reunion committee was meeting. Not only did she refuse to be a part of the planning committee, she made it clear that she wasn't even going to attend the reunion. Did she say why? Oh, yeah. She took another pull on the cigarette, again shooed the smoke away. High school is over, Lila made air quotes, like she thought we were all going to relive our days at Edgewater High. Well, some people would. The idea was just to catch up with old friends, Lila snapped. But she thought I was harassing her into coming. Did you harass her? No, Rach, of course not. She rolled her eyes, then added, I just kind of, urged her to be a part of it, and maybe she felt pressured, but really? She let out a sigh and glanced over the rooftops of the houses lower on the hillside to stare at the darkening waters of the Columbia. I guess we'll have to, include her in the remembrance table. That was where Lila went? Dismissing Violet to discuss the reunion and the table for classmates who had died? Another drag. Then Lila dropped her cigarette and crushed it, kicked the butt swiftly under the rail and into the bushes flanking the porch. I don't suppose the police have any idea who would do something like this. I wouldn't know, Rachel said quickly. As a cop's daughter and wife, she'd learned to keep her mouth shut. Even if she was no longer married to Cade, her lips were sealed. Oh, right. Well, maybe Mercedes will know something. She's probably got sources in the sheriff's department. I know she's already got a junior reporter on the story. Mercedes. Rachel flashed on the article in the Edgewater edition and the fact that there were more stories slated. She's here already? Yes, but antsy. Always on her damned phone. Always working. Lila found a shaker of Tic Tacs in her pocket and popped a couple of orange tablets, crushed them between her teeth. She wants to talk to you. I know. You may as well tell your side of the story, Lila confided, stepping to the door. She's going to publish the series whether you contribute or not. For the record, I was against it, but... She shrugged. You can't fight City Hall or the press. Can't you? Rachel thought, and in this case, silently vowed to try. Aren't you about out of here? Patricia Voss, the other detective in the department, poked her head around the edge of the partition separating Cade's desk from hers. A large woman with clipped gray hair, zero makeup, and lines creasing her face from years in the sun, she made a big show of checking her watch. In a few. Cade leaned back in his chair, a cup of this morning's coffee still congealing on his desk in front of a picture of his kids. At the time of the photograph, Harper had been about 11, a gawky tween in shorts and a jacket, trying to hide behind a curtain of hair and looking as if she'd rather be anywhere than the focus of her parents' attention. She'd been standing on the rocky shores of the river with Dylan next to her. In a sweatshirt and jeans, his uncombed hair a wild riot, Dylan had grinned without any inhibitions. He'd been shorter than his sister and skinny, freckles cast over his nose, his teeth still seeming too big for his face. A lot could happen in 6 years. Some good things, some very bad. Trisha's voice brought him back to the present. It's supposed to get down to the low 40s tonight. She was slipping her arms through the sleeves of her rain jacket. Can you believe it? This is supposed to be May, for God's sake. She threw a disgusted look through a window to the gloom of the evening. Spoken like a true transplant from California. In the 40s, Ryder, she repeated. Like in 10 degrees above freezing. I know. Brutal. If you say so. I do. She zipped her jacket, then squared a cap on her head before offering him a piece of advice. Go home, Ryder. Enough with all the work. I've got 90 jobs around here, and even I can leave. 90? He questioned. She did do double duty. In the small department, Tricia not only was one of the 2 detectives, but also worked as a backup patrol officer if 2 or more of the regulars were sick. I thought 2. She gave a snort of disgust. Yeah, well, I just happen to be the one who holds this department together, if you haven't noticed. Shaking her head, she added, Who do you think does the real work around here? Who cleans out the coffee pot and starts a new one? Who cleans out the refrigerator? Jeez, you people are pigs. Careful, he warned. Not all cops like to be referred to as, oh, can it, Ryder, you know what I mean, and this crew. She motioned around the large room divided by now empty cubicles. They're the worst. Not just the men, mind you, the women are no better. He laughed. Wow, you're in a mood. Always, as bad as all this is, it's worse at home. He doubted it. Sketching a quick salute, she added, See you Monday. If you're lucky. Funny guy, she muttered, making her way toward the back door. Real funny guy. Some people think so, he called after her, but she was out of earshot. He rotated the kinks from his neck and looked at the file on his desk. Dusty and yellowed, pulled from the archives of closed cases and marked Hollander. He'd never gone over it before, though he'd glanced through the digital files years before, then chastised himself. What was done was done. Everyone thought Rachel killed her brother in a horrible accident. She'd said as much that night, though later she'd been confused and the case had been muddled with conflicting testimony from eyewitnesses, especially Violet Osborne and Anessa Bell, both of whom were friends. Coupled with that, the inconclusive evidence had been a little compromised, as the first officer on the scene had been Rachel's father. A shit show from the get-go, Ned Gaston's partner at the time had said, and been quoted. So why look at it again? It was over, closed, had gathered dust for 2 decades. Maybe it was because it was the anniversary of the tragedy. Maybe it was because he'd felt there had been loose ends, never tied up. Maybe it was because it was a hell of a coincidence that Violet Osborne Sperry, a key witness in the investigation, was killed 20 years to the damn day that Luke Hollander had been shot. Maybe he was just a damned fool. Whatever the reason, he knew by just going over the case, he was stepping on an emotional landmine. Well, so be it. He glanced at his watch and considered calling Kaylee about any updates to the Violet Sperry homicide. It's not your case. Yeah, he knew that. And yet... He leaned over his desk and returned to the stack of old notes and reports on the Hollander homicide. Up first, the autopsy report, which included notes, a body sketch showing all of the wounds, and then pictures of the body. His jaw clenched as he remembered Luke in life, vibrant, cocky, athletic, and then there were the pictures of his body. He skimmed the report, noting that Luke was pronounced DOA at the hospital and the death certificate was signed by Richard Moretti, M.D. Cade eyed the signature. He hadn't known that Nate Moretti's father was the attending physician, but there it was in black and white. No big deal, he thought, sitting alone at his desk, as most of the personnel in the station had left for the day. The hospital Luke Hollander had been rushed to was no longer in existence, like so many of the businesses that had once thrived in this community. As far as he knew, Dr. Richard Moretti was still around, working at a clinic in Astoria. Cade thought about Violet Sperry and Luke Hollander. Both died on this date, 20 years apart. 2 people who went to high school together. 2 people who'd been at the Seaview Cannery the night Luke was shot. Luke, the victim. Violet, one of the witnesses who had seen what had happened in that dark warehouse. So what? This was a small town. People were bound to cross paths. Just a bizarre, tragic coincidence. Nothing.
I really look forward to getting mine every month.
Okay.
I just started mine. Dude, me too. We're synced.
You still get it, Grandma? Sure do. It's so heavy. I cried. It's happening again.
I'd invite you up, but I just got my book of the month.
Book of the month. Choose from 5 new books and get your favorite delivered to you monthly.
Stunning video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high quality videos in seconds. Edit logos, mockups, videos, and design templates with just a few clicks. Each template is carefully made by design experts, so your work will always look great. Get started with the best video maker at Plazy.net.